Hi, I'm Dr. Tammy Nelson. Welcome to the Certification in Integrative Relationship Therapy. I'm thrilled that you're here. Let me tell you a little bit about how the course is going to work. First, let me introduce myself. If you've never met me, I'm a certified sex therapist, a certified sex and couples therapist, a licensed professional counselor, and the founder of the Integrative Sex Therapy Institute. If you have found me through my books, I'm the author of 6 books and many more ebooks and articles. And you can find out in the resource section how to order those books if you'd like to follow along with the course. Or if you'd like to check out my TED Talk or my podcast, The Trouble with Sex. To follow along with the course, there will be 5 modules, 30 hours of training, with an additional resource page where you can download handouts, articles, podcasts, recordings, and other resources for continuing ed. Find out on your platform how to advance from module to module. You'll have to take a quiz at the end of each module, and you'll have to attend a consult group at the end of this course. I'm thrilled that you're going to be in that consultation group with me. We're all going to present cases and review them, and when you're done, you can be part of the certification group. Once you're on that list of certified integrative relationship therapists, I'm hoping to use you as a resource to refer couples to, which is what I'm really excited about. So if you want more when you're done, you can go to istitraining.com to find out how to apply this certification to more training, or you can go to PESI or Evergreen to find out about more certifications that are offered through their website. So to begin, watch each module in order, finish each quiz before you move on to the next module. When you are through with the self-study portion of the course, sign up for the consultation group. There'll be a calendar. You just need to finish 6 hours, but you can take them at any time throughout the year. When you're finished the course, you'll receive your certificate in integrative relationship therapy. Find out next steps to continue your journey. I can't wait to see you here. Hi, I'm Dr. Tammy Nelson. Welcome to the Integrative Relationship Therapy Certification. After you're done with all of the platform, you can join my consultation group and you will be eligible for a certification in integrative relationship therapy. To find out more, go into the information section of your platform. Today is part 1 of integrative relationship therapy, and we're going to talk about the foundation of the system. So today, let me introduce myself and introduce the theory and the application. Some of you know me, and some of you have been through the program at the Integrative Sex Therapy Institute. This is a link to find out more about what to do after you're done with this certification and where you can go with the Integrative Sex Therapy Institute. To find out more about me, I created this slide around my social location. So many of you have done this before. If you're a presenter, you know that the Marriage and Family Therapy Association now asks us to identify ourselves, where we are socially located. So I'm a white cisgender female. My sexual orientation is private, and for people in my generation who identified as either straight or bisexual or gay or on that spectrum. Today, many people are identifying as pansexual, but a lot of people are saying, I don't want to take up space for people who want to come out and be proud around their identity. So it's okay to identify as private. I'm also married. I've been divorced. I, in a way, have been widowed. My ex-husband has passed away. I'm a mother. I have given birth to children, and I'm a step-parent. I'm also part of the boomer generation. So the boomers went from 1946 to 1964. So I'm at the tail end of that. I'm Swedish, Italian, German, and Ukrainian. And I was born in Los Angeles. Although I've been transient for the majority of my childhood, I lived on the East Coast to raise my family, and I'm now back in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is the unceded land of the Tongva tribe. And for those of you who are interested, the county of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, I'm going to say these wrong, so please forgive me, Tataviam, Serrano, Quichua, and Chumash peoples. And if you look at your slides, there's a whole county of Los Angeles recognition here about all the tribal lands. So please take a look at that. I also want to say just another word about what it means to be transient. The definition in the dictionary of transient means lasting only for a short time or being impermanent. And when we talk about our lands being unceded or ceded, we're really talking about all of us being transient in a way. But when I talk about my childhood, I really meant the second definition, which is a person who stays or works in a place for only a short time. I lived in like 13 different houses by the time I was 12. So I had a very momentary experience of attachment to land and to home. And when we talk today about what attachment means, we're not only talking about attachment in relationship, we're talking about attachment when we talk about the theoretical idea of home. And what does it mean to be grounded in your own culture, in your own identity, whether that's socially, sexually, or relationally. So I'd like you to think about what it means to you. The third definition of transient is a momentary variation in current, voltage, or frequency, which I think is interesting. So where is your energy? Where does your energy live in your body? Where do you ground it in your cultural home? Where do you ground it in your relational home? Where do you ground it with your family? And how do you heal yourself when you feel that energy is too frazzled? And where do you build your energy? Where do you get your energy? So let's identify, to begin with, over the course of this whole training, all 30 hours, plus your extra consult group, plus all the extra reading and resources that I'm going to supply for you, I want to make a really important note that the experience of all represented here are most likely mediated to a very significant degree by culture, race, gender, and other variables that are never adequately represented in the literature and the research by races, cultures, genders, and diverse populations. So integrative relationship therapy and myself recognize that there's limitations of representation here. And I want to acknowledge there's challenge of access and also privilege around the capacity for research and for publication. So if you have a voice and you want to say something, you want to add to this platform of literature, research, publication, I want to help you do that. And so at the end of this course and also in our consult groups, we'll talk more about how do you get your voice out there? How do we amplify what you know and want to say? Because there is not enough information. That's part of what integration means, is integrating more voices, more ideas, more research, and more diversity. So I'm a huge fan of people publishing, whether you publish on Twitter or you do a blog post or you have an idea for a book. I'm a huge fan of people writing books, and I can help you. I'm the author of 6 books, maybe more by the time this course comes out, and I know what it is to publish and to fail at publishing and to feel successful at getting the mission out. When we talk later in this course about the therapist as self, we're going to talk about creating a mission for yourself. And what does it mean for you to amplify your own voice as a way to reach the people that need what you have to say? So keep that in mind as we go through the application of the theory. Integrative relationship therapy is sort of my career culminating in this moment here with you. So I've actually been stressing out about this, because how do you fit 35 years of experience into a 30-hour course? I'm telling you, it's virtually impossible. And if you have seen my office, there has been piles of files and paperwork spread out on my floor and over my desk and bursting out of my closets. And I've really struggled with how do I narrow down the theories that I've developed over the years working with hundreds and hundreds of couples and people in relationship. And I've come up with some things that I think have worked and do work, and also the things that I think I've done wrong, which I hope you can learn from. I think this course is good for both beginning therapists and advanced therapists, and I'll talk more about that in a second. And so right now I'm going to really explain to you what I think integrative relationship therapy is. And as I go through sort of the tenets of the theory and talk about the model, I'd like you to think about what you've learned so far, about what relationships are, what couples therapy is, what marriage and family therapy is, what psychotherapy is, the roots of psychotherapy, and how we've gotten to where we are today. And how does this apply to you as a psychotherapist? So integrative relationship therapy is a systemic treatment. It integrates sexuality because relationships, unless you're talking about being roommates, includes a sexual component. We also acknowledge for the first time in the history of psychotherapy the element of trauma and its effect not only on our brain and our neurology, but on our body. So we include the somatic piece of the body. Instead of just using psychotherapeutic methods from the neck up, we now look at and integrate our body. Also, we include representation. How does the cross-cultural part of your life affect who you are? And we differentiate between what it means to be in relationship and what it means to be a separate sexual person. We're going to talk about monogamy as it relates to affairs. I know there's a whole section in this course about infidelity, so if you dig into that a little bit deeper, you'll find also some language around monogamy, but we're going to talk about monogamy as it relates to the end of monogamy, the transition from monogamy back to singlehood, not just singlehood to monogamy. And we'll talk about the future of our field around technology, psychedelics, and the integration of spirituality, which we don't talk about a lot in this field unless it's very myopic, where we talk about mindfulness. So instead, we're going to integrate these future interventions into our talk over the next few days. So it's really reintegrating the parts that we've denied in ourselves. It's looking at the whole person. It's remembering the dismembered shadow parts, or the disowned, the disallowed parts of ourselves. This is a way to view the compartmentalized self as a system. And the theory underneath that is that we split apart because of shame. When the system feels shame, we split apart and disintegrate. And healing comes through integration and self-acceptance. And not just self-acceptance, but finding acceptance in a relationship, in the mirror of an other. And so we find meaning not only in why we disintegrated, but also in the reintegration. What does it mean to be a whole person? And there are a lot of theories around integration, and we're going to talk about how you can apply what you may already know or you've already learned about couples therapy, and how that's going to be used as relationship therapy going forward. This is not to say this is the only kind of therapy you can do. This is to say this is the culmination of all the therapies that you have done so far. This is your choice. Your inner wisdom is going to show you how you can align this with the couples or the relationships that you're working with, and I'm going to teach you how to do that. It's so that you don't have to deny or dismember or compartmentalize the parts of you that you have learned, the parts of you that you have trained, the parts of you that you liked, the parts of you as a therapist that you think are effective. You're going to integrate all of those into this modality. So this is not about dismissing things that you have learned and saying those were wrong. We're going to figure out what works for you and leave the rest. So I was saying that this is good for both beginners and advanced therapists. So if you've never worked with couples before, it is the hardest thing you'll ever do. And if you've heard me speak before, you know that doing couples work is such a challenge for many different reasons. One, the triangulation that setup, the trauma triangle of one person being the victim who's got the problem, the other person being the perpetrator who caused the problem, and then us as the miracle therapist who's going to solve the problem, right? That's the setup from the beginning. That's the enactment. And we, from that moment on, are going to reenact wherever they are in their life as they reenact a narrative that they've been playing out forever. The problem becomes each part of that couple has a different narrative. And they're trying desperately to act out their narrative with each other to try to get it right. And we as the therapist have our own narrative. And we're trying to get them to comply with our narrative of what we think is the best, most successful treatment outcome. What we think is positive for them as a committed relationship or as a committed partnership. What we think is the right thing for them to do. And so our idea of success is what we have learned, what we've been taught, and our own personal journey and our own personal experience. So what does success look like for you? When you think about your successful treatment outcome, traditionally we've been taught successful treatment outcomes are the couple always stays together. The marriage always comes first. The relationship is our client. Monogamy is the only way to go. People always break up if there's cheating. It doesn't matter if they have sex. It matters more if they're attached. All of those ideas and those theories around relationships are things that have been taught throughout graduate school. Depending on when you went to school and what you learned, you have your own idea of what successful is. Maybe your positive treatment outcome is that they stop fighting, that they stop drinking, that they stop beating each other up physically or emotionally. What is your idea of successful treatment? You have to understand for yourself what you've been visualizing. And then throw that away and let's challenge it and figure out what their idea of success is. What does their idea of positive treatment outcome look like? And let's challenge that. Because if you are sitting in a room with two people, they each have a totally different idea of what a positive treatment outcome is going to look like. One might just want the other person to stop talking. The other person just might want to improve their sex life. Most likely, the things that they say in the first 20 minutes of the session are not really connected to the positive treatment outcome that they're expecting. The first 20 minutes are about the story. And so we're going to break down in smaller pieces what happens in the session, what happens in the beginning, what happens in the middle, what happens in the last part of the session, and what are the micro and macro pieces that you might be discovering, and how can you switch those around? So what exactly is integrity? Integrity, in the way that I describe integrative relationship therapy, is the root of the theoretical model, right? Integrative stands for the integration of the different parts of the self and the different parts of the relationship and the different parts of the narrative. It's the opposite of disintegration. And the root of integrative is integrity. And by integrity, I don't mean morality. Integrity is not morality. It's the opposite of disintegrity or disintegration. So if we look at integrity not as morality, but the opposite of disintegration, then the goal for treatment is the integration of the self. So integration is a lifetime goal, not just a treatment goal, but a lifetime goal of accepting the self, accepting all the parts of the self. If we can welcome in parts of the self into the therapy, into the relationship, then we have a much more transparent and self-aware couple who can say, this is who I am. These are the parts of me. You may like them, you may not like them, but this is my whole self. This is my true self. And this is the parts of me that I am trying to accept in myself, instead of projecting them onto you or onto other people or denying them. And we'll talk about what happens when we disown or project those parts of us onto our partner as a result of trying to disown them in ourselves. And how do you recognize that? And how do you help people peel off those projections? And how do you recognize in yourself as the therapist that you might be doing that as well, that you might be projecting onto your clients things that are really about you, which is actually an important part that we don't talk about. So our positive treatment outcome is going to be about celebrating the multitudinous of the me as it relates to we. So as you might imagine, there are many theories that sort of relate to this idea of being the multitudes of the self, and we'll talk about that and where that comes from. But just thinking of, who you are when you're with your partner versus who you are when you're with your clients versus who you are when you're with your children, who you are when you're at the grocery store or out at dinner or out at the bar, like who are you in all those different selves, and are you a different person with other people? And who can you be with your partner, and who do you want to keep separate or private, and which part of you is a secret from your partner or even from yourself? There was a theory about Johari's window, which was a 4-part sectioned off theory where there's a part of you that you know that everyone else knows and sees. There's a part of you that you know but nobody else knows. There's a part of you that everyone else sees but you have no idea about, and then there's a part of you that no one sees and you don't know either. And so the goals of treatment are to expand some of those windows. Which of those windows do you want to become more aware of and more known? Which are the goals for you? And to recognize that all of us in relationship are connected, so that there is not one superior and one inferior person in the session. And to take away that privilege of the therapist being the one who's going to be the rescuer and have all the answers. To understand that we're working as a system, and that the couple or the client, whether it's an individual, a couple, a throuple, or more, has their own inner wisdom, that they have the answer. They know what they need, they know where they need to go, and they know what their positive treatment outcome is going to be. That we are here as the guide to help them discover and feel empowered to reach that positive place. That they have those answers. if you know about the redwoods, a redwood tree is one of the largest trees in the U.S. It can grow anywhere from 800 to 1,500 feet. They've been known to be up to 2,000 feet tall. But the redwood tree's roots are very shallow. They're only about 3 feet deep, but they're very widespread and very intertwined. And what we know of redwood trees is that they're attached to each other at the root, and they provide an incredible stability. So what they do is they stabilize each other. So during winds, high like windstorms, they keep each other from falling down, and they hold each other down and sort of keep each other safe. They also will send extra energy to a tree that's sick or damaged. They have special sap in them to protect them from fires, depending on the heat of the fire. And they can slowly move, depending on where the nurturing is or where the danger is. They have been known and measured to move up hills and down hills slowly. We can't see them, but they are connected throughout a system that's very family-like. And if you talk to anyone who really knows redwoods, they talk about like the mother trees and all the branched roots underneath the system that are connected and spread out from those trees. Living in California and having a daughter that lives in Santa Cruz up north, I'm kind of fascinated now with that idea of redwoods and how it applies to us as people that are doing this work, that we might appear on the surface to be very separate from our clients, separate from people we're doing a retreat with or groups, but underneath we're all very connected and very similar. And the way that we help and support each other, the way that we hold one another down or keep each other safe in times of high winds or disturbances is very similar to the way that the trees operate. So that's the way you can visualize the support that you're going to provide, instead of being separated and disconnected from our clients, being able to see yourself as one, but with more direction to provide them with that path they need to find their own healing answers. When we talk about integrating sexuality, and we're going to have a whole section on sex and healing from trauma, I'd like to visualize more than just the roots of the tree, but what's above the ground is a bridge, so that we focus on differentiation, so that you have one side of the bridge where you need to work on your stuff. Your partner has another side, the other side of the bridge, where they need to work on their stuff, and then the relationship is the bridge. So in the therapy, you're supporting each partner to work on their own sexual identity, their orientation, their desire issues, their arousal, their anatomy, the silos of sexuality, and we're going to talk about that throughout the course, the relational piece, the procreational, and the recreational parts of sex. Those pieces for each of us as individuals are things that we can begin to explore. Those are the separate sides of the bridge. And then the bridge is the relational part that we work on in therapy. How do we cross over the bridge and connect? So now we have two real visual pieces here. We have the trees with the roots, and we have the bridge. And then I'm going to give you one more, so that you can have whatever the visual is that connects for you. It's the field. There's a famous poem by Rumi, which is called The Great Wagon, but it starts with this stanza: out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field, I'll meet you there. So thinking about the field, not just the field between you and I, and all of us as therapists listening on this course, but the field between you and your partner, the field between you and your clients, the field where all the trees are growing, the field where the bridge is, like where the field is is where the work is. As much as the field might be what you're putting in between you and your clients in your office or on your Zoom call, the field can be what you're putting between you and your partner, and the field can be the field of psychotherapy that you're learning and expanding into. But I'll read you the whole poem. It says, it's a great wagon by Rumi. Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there. When the soul lies down in that grass, the world is too full to talk about. Ideas, language, even the phrase each other doesn't make any sense. The breeze at dawn has secrets to tell you. Don't go back to sleep. You must ask for what you really want. Don't go back to sleep. People are going back and forth across the door sill where the two worlds touch. The door is round and open. Don't go back to sleep. So I love that imagery. That means so much. But once you are awake and see, it's hard to go back. And so we actually talk about this later too when we talk about psychedelics. The idea of going from one awareness to another. When you go out into the field and connect with your partner or connect with an idea or with yourself and you awaken to something, the idea is to stay there. Listen to the secrets it has to tell you. Stay open to the doorway and don't go back to sleep. So as we continue in this idea of integration, the idea would be don't go back to putting that part of yourself to sleep. Once you are aware and awake to that part, don't shove it back in the closet. Don't close the box. Don't go back to the old narrative, the old enactment, the old drama. How do we keep our clients awake once they have had this awareness? One of the things we're going to talk about in the course is what happens when people don't change, when they have a momentary insight or awareness, but they don't shift. Nothing changes at home. Or what happens when they change momentarily and then they go right back. And I'm going to share with you what those symptoms are like and what that might represent and how to work with that around collusion and projection. It's really the sort of root of why this work is so difficult. So the idea of wholeness is not new. The idea of having parts is not new. Carl Jung actually said personality is the unity or wholeness of all thoughts and behaviors. So he had this idea that self was the integration of all the parts of us. And I really started to understand this conceptually when I was in graduate school. I worked in a couple different hospital settings with multiple personality disorders. Now they call it dissociative identity disorders. And I did my graduate thesis on art therapy and MPD. And actually, I'll give in my handout a couple of the pages of that master's thesis so you can see some of the art. But I understood at that time how you could have multiple parts of your personality that were not aware of each other. I had some very intense experiences of people who could write with both hands, and one person could write something totally different than the other person being in the same body at the same time. It was like different parts of the brain were activated. And I saw some amazing things and amazing people and incredible experiences, unfortunately born out of intense and almost unbearable trauma that happened very early in life. I saw where trauma at certain phases of development could split apart a person's personality. And the difference between someone with multiple personality or dissociative identity disorder and the rest of us is the wall between those selves. Now, we all have walls between the selves that we are unaware of, but some of us can actually live in those other parts and lose time. They can go out and drive, they can have other families, they can have other parts. Some of us have a very good denial system about that. I've worked with people who have affairs and parallel marriages. They have other families. And they can go from one family and come home to another on a weekend and are able to compartmentalize those two parts of their lives. But they don't forget that they have two families. They just are able to be in an intense phase of grayness. So they have that gray line where they're in denial, but they don't forget. If someone calls them on the phone from one family, they know who they are. People with true DID, someone will call them on the phone and say, "Hey, Julie," and they don't know who they are. So part of how we define the self is our own personal awareness and identity, how we are aware of our own identity. Part of therapy is expanding and increasing our awareness of our own identity and giving us choice, personal choice around how we create who we are. So if you think about this as like growing up, right? The more we grow up, the more we mature, we have more choices in who we are. Who do we want to be when we grow up? Is one of the first questions that we get asked as a kid. Who do we want to be? What choices are you making to be who you want to be? And as we go through adolescence and make mistakes, that is a way of trying on the person that you want to be. You might try on a lot of things. I tried on a lot of things that I decided, okay, I'm going to dismiss that now. I don't want to be that person. I tried it. I didn't like it. It doesn't really fit with who I want to be as an adult. And actually, I've gone back and tried those things again a few times just to make sure. But you kind of create the parts of you that work. And many times you could have a second adolescence where you go back and try to do over those parts that maybe you weren't successful at. And we'll talk about that when we talk about the developmental phases. But let's talk about integrative relationship therapy and how it works as a system. I'm going to go through the tenets of integrative relationship therapy and review the whole process, and then we'll go through what an assessment looks like, or a first session, an introduction. I'll show you some tapes of some introductory sessions, and we'll talk about how to notice and peel off projection and collusion. So let's go through the tenets of integrative relationship therapy, and then we'll take a quick break. So integrative relationship therapy is a system. It means that it looks at all the parts of a person's life, and it can be applied to individuals as well as couples. So you don't have to be a couples therapist to do integrative relationship therapy. People are in relationships, whether you're seeing them individually or together, you can do relationship work with them. The other part that is integrative is that we welcome and integrate the sexual part of a person. That it recognizes that we are not just companions, roommates, or friends in our relationships, but we have a whole other part of us that is the erotic self, the part that seeks pleasure and experience around variety and adventure, around eroticism. And that is just as important and just as big a part of ourselves. And wherever we are developmentally, those parts are welcome. Integrative relationship therapy is relational, not to be repetitive, but it applies to relationships of all kinds and all formations, including multiple partnerships. So we don't make any assumptions about what is a relationship. What is it supposed to be? What is it supposed to look like? Who's supposed to be in it? It encourages everyone to find personal and meaningful awareness of the self. So you define your own desires, independent of my views or your partner's views. You define what it means to be yourself so that you can define what it means to be in relationship. So in other words, integrative relationship therapy is autonomous. It's about autonomy. It uses our skills and expands upon them. So you're allowed to integrate all the skills that you come with. You're a full package here. With an open mind and a sensitivity to new information. So this theoretical model, this type of therapy adds the latest research and contemporary knowledge so that you can have up-to-date interventions and tools. I think, I learned object relations, which was a Winnicott method in the early 90s. which now really we talk about when it comes to attaching to your object, your earliest object, which was many times a parent. We have language that gets rebooted every couple years under different theoretical models. But many of them have the underpinnings that are similar, sort of like roots of the trees. But I want you to have the most contemporary ideas, because for the first time we can challenge our biases, and we can ask you to continually expand your knowledge so that we don't get stuck in a myopic view of what we think reality is. So, Freud was very advanced for his time. He also thought clitoral orgasms were immature, and the only mature way to have sex was vaginally. So we know that he was brilliant in some ways and also stuck a little bit in his myopic misunderstanding of female sexuality. But he was talking about sexuality at a time that no one else was. So are you talking about something that nobody else is, but perhaps there's a part of your theory or a part of your work that's still stuck in old models? Can we use this relationship therapy model to bring you into the new century? And also, this relationship therapy model can be used for business or coaching in academia. It's not only for couples therapy, which is important for your work. Integrative relationship therapy is also supportive. So it acknowledges all intersecting identities and genders, all sexual orientations and marginalized groups. And that's really important in this day and time in our field. We're working to expand a culture of binary gender systems, and we're going to celebrate and support freedom of gender exploration, expression, transition. That's for all transgender, all non-binary people. The point of integrative relationship therapy is it's accepting. And you may need more education around that. You may not treat people who are non-binary, and that's totally fine. But you should know about them. Integrative therapy is autonomous. It acknowledges that positive treatment outcome is necessarily not what the therapist's outcome might be, but what the client decides through their own inner wisdom. And that's important. It's important here. It recognizes the privilege of the therapist, and it's sensitive to the power of that role in the treatment room. We've been going on this medical model of treatment for 200 years now, that the therapist has the answer, and they keep it in the drawer, and with enough money and enough sessions, they will eventually give it to you. And eventually, if you work hard enough, you'll figure it out. That model is not what we're working on today. Today, we avoid that triangulation and that enactment, and we're working to remove the therapist from that superior role, removing the client from the inferior role. And the way that we do that is we use our own countertransference, our own self-awareness, the therapist as the self, to recognize and avoid those reenactments in the session and focus on the understanding that it's the client's inner wisdom. The client is going to tell us what the answer is to their dilemma. We're just going to help them figure it out. So we're the guide. The therapist is the guide. The therapist is the midwife. And we're going to acknowledge that the client has that wisdom that can be accessed with confidence that comes from understanding their own healing capacity. It's like in nature, we don't tell nature how to heal itself. It grows back after a fire. It grows back after a tree loses its branch in a trauma. The bark keeps growing. We don't tell it how to do it. And we have to assume that as humans, we have the same capacity. We know how to grow. We can just be the guide for that. Integrative relationship therapy is very intuitive in that way. It acknowledges and honors that there is several things going on. There's a secondary gain to relationship problems. Sometimes the dilemma itself is what is keeping the couple together. So the problem that the couple is having is not necessarily the thing that we are supposed to be changing. It's incredibly high functioning psychotherapy to be able to recognize that the narrative that the couple has is something that they're agreeing to, even if they're not doing it consciously. And that they are acting out a narrative that for whatever reason is benefiting them. And maybe it's so important that no matter what work you do, they are going to continuously go back to that old narrative. And we're going to talk about that, and I'll give you some examples of how couples stay in their dilemma, even when they say, no, I want to change. No, I want to feel better. No, I want to start having sex again. No, I want to stop arguing. But there's something in the narrative that keeps them stuck for a reason. And we acknowledge and honor that. Integrative relationship therapy is rational. We understand that communication rarely lands in the same way for each partner or for the therapist, and that the language of connection has to be parsed with care. So communication rarely lands in the way that we think it does. We might feel really good about a session because we think, oh, that was brilliant, and they walk away thinking, that was incredibly painful and stressful. We recognize that each partner is responsible for their own side of the bridge and their own sexual and emotional growth, and that the bridge in between is the partnership. We recognize that partners seek to replace their own attachment figures, and this is regression, and it creates inadequate healing, resentment, and desexualizes the relationship. We're going to talk about how that happens when they get parentified and resentful, and how you can pull them out of that. But we also recognize that each partner is encouraged to find their own safety within, and that their healing has to happen on their own, that they can't use their partner to heal their attachment wounds, that they have to work on their own inner parenting so that they can meet their partner as an adult and not as a child. So integrative relationship therapy is very growth oriented. That's what we are working towards. And each partner is encouraged to launch their inner child into the world, just like you would your own offspring. So we separate out the younger parts of ourselves and heal them. We heal those longed for parts within ourselves, and using our own inner healing strategy without depending on the other person to heal those wounds and resenting them that they're not. We learn how to grow up. And integrative relationship therapy is intelligent. It recognizes that sexuality happens in maturity, in the separation and differentiation stage, and that we move from adolescence into adulthood, and sometimes back to second adolescence and into mature adulthood, and all of that can happen in a really conscious way, and we'll talk about that. Integrative relationship therapy is explorational. It's expected that the relationship is a narrative that comes from old stories, and we can change those. That's part of our healing. And integrative relationship therapy is spiritual. It's not something we often talk about in psychotherapy, but it acknowledges that there's things beyond our understanding that we might want to explore, that we might have altered states in the right setting that might increase our insight and our higher awareness, and that there's a spiritual and energetic element to this that we may not understand, but that might be part of our client's higher intelligence, or part of our higher intelligence, that there may be a higher intelligence that's invested personally in our growth, and that we can align with that. We believe that therapy is part of aligning with the goal of becoming a higher and more aware person. Integrative therapy is contemporary, which means we acknowledge that technology is developing faster than we understand, and we are committed to learning to connect with one another with these new tools. We have to remain open and curious because we have an obligation to keep up with technology, to use in the best interest of serving our clients. I know the impetus is to resist, and I get it, but we are obligated to work with what is here and what is coming so that we can stay in the process. And last but not least at all, integrative therapy is about joy. It's joyful. It's based on the belief that there's potential in each of us to understand that our mission in this lifetime and in relationship is that we are called to a higher purpose, something that propels our partner into joy. It posits that we find a mission and a purpose only in relationship to or with other people. And that joy is a human prerogative. And why else are we doing this? So integrative relationship therapy is a study, it's a practice, it's a mission. We're dedicating ourselves to improving the world one connection at a time. So if you want to continue, now would be the time to take a break. And when we come back, I'm going to tell you exactly how to do this with your clients. Integrative relationship therapy is about, again, integrity. So let's dig in a little bit more. Integrative means integrity. It means integrating our commitments to ourselves and to others. So when we have shame and we dismember those parts of ourselves, the idea is to remember those parts. The compartmentalization is part of the struggle that we have when we feel something in therapy is not working. We feel like there's something missing, there's something we're not getting, there's something they're not talking about. It may be that they feel they can't connect to that they're struggling. There's something they don't understand about themselves or about the work. And so part of the inner wisdom is to find that path to the parts of the self that are closed off. Unfortunately, many times the path to the parts that are compartmentalized or closed off or disowned are either projected onto our partner or they go way back into childhood. So the paths to integrity are either in our relationship currently or in our past relationship. But always they are through relational therapy. So how do we focus on the relationship we have with our own narrative, with our own past, with our own childhood, with our sense of ourselves, and with our current relationships, how we're handling the conflict and the drama in our current narrative. And as we go forward, we're also going to add, how do we project into the future of who we are and who we want to be? You know, most of the time we live in the present of our pain. You know, a lot of the work now around mindfulness is a projection of this desire to be present, be present, be present. If you're present, you won't feel anything from the past and you won't worry about the future. Well, a lot of the problem is that we're so in the present, we're so in this conflict of what it feels like now that we are not aware that a lot of this conflict comes from the past. And it comes from what we're projecting about the future. That we do need an awareness of where we are in our space, where we are in the space of our narrative, in the space of our story, where in our life journey, are we connecting to this particular moment, to this particular problem, and what parts of ourselves are we bringing or leaving behind, and Shakespeare said, "Thus play I in one person many people, and none contented." The idea is not that we're always going to be happy with all the parts of ourselves. The work is not to integrate all the parts of ourselves so that we can be perfectly happy. The work is to be aware that we are made of parts, that we are like a deck of cards, and all of those different parts reflect and bring us different understandings of the multitudes of ourselves, and that is a reflection of the universe, and that we are not meant to be one-sided. We are not meant to be monolithic. Is that a word, monolithic? We're not meant to be one. We are meant to be multitudes. And so integration then is the beginning of healing. And it's the beginning of healing from the beginning of this split, which happened when we felt shame. Maybe it was our earliest experiences of shame. The first time we touched something we weren't supposed to, we got our hands slapped. The first time someone looked at us with disapproving eyes. The first time we felt we were different than other people. Integration is integrating that part of us that says, it's okay to be different. It's okay to touch that or touch yourself. It's okay to not be accepted and still have that part of you be in this present moment. Shame happens when repair doesn't take place in a timely fashion. So we all have moments where we feel embarrassed, we feel like we make mistakes, we feel like we hurt people. Those moments of guilt over behavior, if they're not healed in a timely way, can turn into shame. So guilt are the things you do. Shame is how you feel about yourself because you've done them. And with enough shame, it can lead to like a shame-based personality where you feel like I'm a terrible person. Now, sometimes people take on that role of being the terrible person. They take on the role of being the one in the relationship that causes the problem. That is the root of the problem. That is the one who is always causing the issue. And so we have to look at, when did you take on the shame role and how is that serving you or serving your relationship? I'm going to show you just a 10-minute clip of one of the first sessions of a Zoom session that I did, a series of Zoom sessions that I did with a woman who was having affairs. She had several affairs, and we can therapy together. I will share with you several of her sessions. In the affair section of this course, I will tell you that throughout the therapy together, we talked about how to heal from her shame. And one of the ways that she experienced her healing was through her church and through her pastor, who, once her affairs came out and were disclosed, felt that telling the whole congregation about her affair would be a way to heal her from her infidelity. So this is an example of how shame compounds shame, and how our culture has this idea that shaming people, particularly women, for shameful behaviors will somehow heal them. It's the old dunce cap routine. I don't know if anyone ever remembers this. Maybe your parents or grandparents do, where someone did bad in school and they would make them wear a hat that said dunce on it, which means stupid, and sit in a corner of a classroom just to shame them. We have used shame, particularly with boys, in school systems for a long time, where boys have struggled in school systems and with authority around shame and around feeling like they are appropriately educated. And at some point we'll talk about ADD and how that affects people in school systems. So I'm going to share with you the first few moments of a session online. Hi, Erin, and welcome. I'm so glad you could be here.
Thank you.
And I know that today we're talking about your affair, and I know you said you have a deep love for your husband and your family, but there's some hurt that led to your affair, and you want to work on getting some clarity about why it happened and what to do moving forward. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. So can you tell me a little bit more about how you think I could help you or what you'd like to get out of this?
I mean, I think honestly, when you get married, you don't plan on cheating. And so I think just understanding what even led me to think that that was the best option.
How long have you been married?
We've been married 5.5 years, together 9.5.
You have children?
We have a daughter, yeah.
How old is she?
She's 18 months.
Oh, she's little.
Mhm.
Yeah. So you're really in the thick of it with the baby.
Yes.
Yeah. And how long have you been having one affair or more?
um, I've had a couple.
Okay. And are you currently having an affair or
I am, yeah.
okay? And is it something that is like serious or do you sort of just shop around and try to sort of keep them casual?
Um, it's been this one it's kind of tough to say. I mean, it feels like it's kind of serious for both of us. But he's also married, and so, we're both very much in the same boat of not wanting to end our marriages, but also just feeling alone. So,
Yeah, how long ago did you meet him?
I think it's going on about 6 weeks now.
Did you meet on Ashley Madison?
We did, yeah.
It sounds like it's really painful for you.
Well, I'm also having really bad days. That doesn't help, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's hard to talk about. I mean, you can't really. So that makes it hard because like there are things that led there, and it's hard to talk about, like, and especially for us, like, we are deeply Christian, and in those circles, I mean, affairs are like the worst thing you can do. And so, feeling like I have nowhere to turn makes it really hard.
Hmm. Yeah. And is the guy that I'm assuming it's a guy.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And is he Christian too?
Um, I think yes. Um, we haven't really talked a lot about
Okay. But he knows
faith.
that you are.
Yes,
Oh, that sounds really complicated for you.
it is. It's really hard. Uh, yeah.
And you said this is not your first affair, though.
No. The first guy I was with, he was a coworker, and I don't even know how it happened. Like, we just kind of fell into a relationship with each other, and then when we moved, we relocated, and that distance kind of drove us apart. I mean, he's still a great friend and still somebody that I talk to pretty regularly, but the affair part has fizzled out.
Mhm. Did that start after you were married or before?
After I was married.
And that was the first time.
Mm, yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like once I had that first one, it made having, afterwards easier because I'd already kind of broken that wall.
You kind of broke the seal. Yeah, that's what people say. Like once you cross the line, it feels a little bit easier the next time.
Mm.
Mhm. Well, it sounds like you were looking for something.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really hard to pinpoint because it's like I don't want to ever seem like I hate my husband. I don't. He's not a bad person, but I've been through a lot of trauma and just needed somebody that was there for me in a way that he's never been.
Hmm. So it sounds like your affair is really partly anyway, for emotional support.
Yeah.
How did you put that out there for this person to let them know that's what you were looking for? I'm just curious.
He honestly just asked what I was looking for, and I was upfront with him. Obviously there's a physical need, like that's pretty obvious. But then I told him too that I was like, I just feel alone in my marriage, and I want somebody that I can be a friend with and I can talk to. And so fortunately, he's very much in the same place as I am, and so he's been able to be there for me quite a lot.
Wow, so you were really looking for a friend and some support.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to say more about feeling alone in your marriage? That sounds painful.
Yeah, it sucks. Like he he means well. He's a good person, but his emotional capacity is pretty low. He doesn't deal with feelings very well at all. And so when tough things come up, because life is hard, he just doesn't know how to deal with them. And so, we're raising a kid and we've been through a lot of financial trouble. And it's like, he just doesn't know how to be there.
And it
And so
sounds
for
like,
me,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
well, and so for me, it's like I'm trying to deal with these things that life is throwing at me, and I want a partner, and sometimes it feels like I'm another kid.
Yeah, I've heard that from people before. That feeling of having to take care of your spouse like one of your children.
Mm-hmm.
And you want someone to take care of you, it sounds like.
Right. Yeah.
What I've found over the years in working with people that are in affairs, it's that, with all due respect to the person that you're having the affair with, it's not so much about them, but really who you become when you're with them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering, like, how you feel when you're with them. Like, do you feel like a different person, or?
I wouldn't say that I feel like a different person. I just feel like I can relax and that I can just be me and that somebody will take care of me. And I mean, it's just nice to not feel so much pressure.
Mm. So you can relax and you can be you and not feel a lot of pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Pressure to
Just, I don't know. I feel like my husband, and he doesn't say that he like expects all these things, but I just feel a lot of pressure to kind of be perfect, to keep our house clean and do all the things without any help. And so, because I don't live with the man that I'm having an affair with, and we're not raising a kid together and stuff, it's like I don't have those pressures to be everything for everyone all the time.
so there's no pressure, no expectations of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So how often do you see him? Do you get to meet in person?
We do meet in person. I would say probably every other week, maybe every week sometimes if our schedules line up. But we talk every day.
Hmm. Sounds like he's become a good friend.
Yeah, he's great.
You want to tell me about him?
Yeah, I mean, also a little bit.
You start
Be
smiling,
careful,
your
but
whole face lights up when you say that.
yeah, he's very sweet. Like I don't know. I mean, it's great. He's very calm, which I like, and physically, I'm definitely very attracted to him. But there's something to like, when he gives me a hug, I just feel safe.
It sounds like that's the most important part to you.
It is, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I want to just comment on a couple things because we go deeper into this in the affairs section. But the first thing I asked Aaron is, what are your goals here? What do you want to talk about? Why are you here? And also to create a non-judgmental space to be really sort of casual about, is this your first affair? How many affairs have you had? This is an assessment. So I'm writing things down that she's saying and really just taking notes. And one of the initial things that she said and got teary about is that this is hard to talk about. So clearly there's a lot of shame there. She doesn't have anybody to talk about. She feels like being a religious person, this really goes against her values and her morality. So just talking about it, she starts to sort of calm her emotions. And then she tells the story of feeling like she's in a parentified relationship with her spouse, that she's the grown up. And then after the first 10 minutes, when the story starts to turn and she starts to talk about her trauma and the traumatic background that she has, remember this is an assessment session, so we don't go deep into the trauma story yet. And we want to acknowledge that that's brutal and that sounds horrible. But also, she's just giving us the facts right now. And that if you dig too deep into that trauma right away, the likelihood is that they might feel too pushed too fast and can feel too exposed when you don't have a relationship yet and you have not created that safety or that trust. So particularly when there's that level of shame and disclosure, you don't want to have them disclose too much too soon. So I asked where she wanted to go, like what was her vision. And that's really to help her feel empowered of where does she want to end up? What is her positive treatment outcome? And to create a space of, is this a way to stay in, or then I explain that some affairs are can openers and a way to get out. To begin to think of her behavior as more empowered, that she's not a victim of the affair, like she may have been a victim of some of the trauma in the back half of her life, but this front half of her life is that she makes some decisions that perhaps can be more conscious, and that she is not a victim of those decisions, that maybe she has made some decisions as a way to survive in her marriage or as a way to get out of her marriage, that she can be more empowered around these choices that she's made. So we're going to get back to her story later on. But keeping in line with Jung's theory of wholeness, that personality is the unity or wholeness of all thoughts and behaviors. So that would mean that would include her trauma, that would include the casino experience, that would include the shame, the parentified wife role, that she's the grown-up in the relationship because she can be the grown-up. That's one place she can be a grown-up. She can be in charge, she can be in control. And with the boyfriend, she can be held, she can feel safe, she can let go, she can be taken care of. So the wholeness of the psyche is both conscious and unconscious feelings. So Jung said our lives are really about striving towards that wholeness, and that the self is the center or the entire personality. While she's making decisions from the self, they might be conscious or unconscious, but the idea is to encompass all those parts of herself and to be accepting of all those parts of herself. If we have therapy with her and say, well, we're not allowing the part of you that had the affair, that's a bad part, and we're going to punish her and put her off to the side, then we're not integrating and allowing the whole part of the self. The theory of integrity is like Carl Jung said, the self is the sum total of a person's psyche. The part that looks forward, the process of individuation, the quest to always become something more, is what he talked about when he talked about sort of self-actualization or growth. That we have a part of us that's always going to crave expansion. We're always going to crave the growth of ourselves, the learning, the knowing more. We might get bumped up against a wall occasionally where we don't want to see, and then we go down a different hallway, so to speak, but we're always going to crave more consciousness. And he talks about collective unconscious, the oneness of existence, that there was more to explore than we were aware of. Now, whether that's our own unconscious from our past, our own unconscious from our present, our own unconscious from the future, or there's one collective unconscious that we could all tap into. That's the spiritual part that we don't really talk about. But our personality has attributes that are individual psychologically, that I just have them or you have them, but that collective unconscious is the mind, brain, memories, and impulses, the archetypes that are common to all of us. It's why we have dreams or visions that are very similar in our cultures, across cultures, in hallucinations, in visions, in stories, in our narratives that are very collectively across cultures very similar, regardless of language and even regardless of history. So we're tapped into something that belongs to perhaps a whole human race, not just the individualized self. So how do we apply that clinically? We look at how we select a partner selection or object relations, how we relate to the projection of a partner, how we project onto our partner the things that we need, and how those things change in different stages of relationship. And we're going to talk in later sections about how we integrate other models like internal family systems or other models of treatment that really can focus on this idea of multiple selves. But if we look at multiple stages of the self, particularly in romantic relationships, it's easy to see how you can become a different part of yourself depending on where you are in your relationship. So in the early phases of limerence or attraction or new relationship energy, there is a sense of longing, right? A longing is that early attraction. And longing leads to the sense of wanting to conquer or complete that relationship. There's a heat and there's a passion, and that creates what we decide is romance in our culture. The stories of all the fairy tales of unrequited love, the longing for the love that you don't have until the end of the movie. That initial phase of the cycle is what we've always identified as romance. But there's so much more to the cycle here. That's only a very short part of the cycle. After the romance, there's the attached part. And the attached is, the sweatpants phase of the relationship where you relax into, okay, I've got you now. I can lay back. I can go off the dating sites. And I found my person. There's a certain relaxation of the longing. Once you go from the attachment to the commitment, you decide, okay, we're going to commit to forever. The moment you commit to forever, you regress. And you regress to what you know of forever, which is parental attachment, parental love. And once you commit and regress to parental love, you regress to parentifying your partner. So the idea of unconditional love is really parentified love, because marriage, committed partnerships are very conditional. And once we start noticing that there are conditions, it sets up conflict. And conflict creates our pattern, our conflict recognition pattern. So we'll either go into conflict avoidance or we'll go into our fight and argue pattern. So that's when we recognize those old strategies of fight or flight. And our relationship can either stay in that heightened state of conflict, or we can choose to fall asleep. Remember out in the field where Rumi kept saying, stay awake, stay awake, stay awake, don't fall asleep. Once you're in the field, don't forget. Remember, stay awake, don't fall asleep. But many times it's easier to fall asleep and say, this is just what marriage is. I guess this is just what happens when you've been married for a long time. You fight, you stop having sex, the kids are annoying, this is just how it goes. And at some point, that conflict or that stage of relationship will lead to either a new curiosity, a sexual curiosity, either inside or outside of the relationship. So it'll either get split off outside the relationship into porn or affairs, or someone will wake up the relationship. Someone will trigger something in the relationship to wake it up, to say, we have to do something. They'll try something new, or they'll go to therapy. That's usually when you'll see them in that cycle, either in the conflict phase or in the waking up phase. And at that point, if you can get them to empathy, and to some new communication, then sexual empathy, erotic curiosity, passion can get reignited in the relationship. Or through some sort of discernment around decisions around the old narrative, they could go into detachment. And detachment is the farthest phase of the developmental cycle. It's still part of the relationship. Many people go into full-blown detachment and separate. Some people just detach for life and sleep in separate rooms, stop having any kind of connection, and detach from the initial passion and also from the conflict. So we know that that's part of that cycle. Detachment will lead back to longing, loneliness, and longing for reconnection. And many times it'll go back around the cycle. So longing, conquering heat, romance, passion, it'll bring people back around. The reality is we go through these cycles many times in the lifetime of our marriage or our committed partnership. Some of the cycles might be very subtle, some might be very dramatic, and just notice as part of your assessment where people are in that cycle. So for Erin, she's in that erotic curiosity place. Her relationship was in conflict. She was in parentification. She talked about that. And then the conflict. And then he fell asleep. And she said, I can't fall asleep. I can't be in this kind of relationship. She took her eroticism, her erotic curiosity outside the relationship. It's a way to wake up the relationship. Affairs are a wake up or break up. So clearly, she's either going to take the relationship offline and outsource her needs as a way to stay in the relationship, or she's throwing everything out into the wind to wake up her husband. So we'll see what happens with that. I'll keep you informed and show you what's going to happen next. So if we look at that cycle as part of the system, we can look at it as like circular causality. Circular causality means blame cannot be isolated to just one incident or person. Rather, it's part of a larger system of event or feelings, that it's always created by something else. In Imago relationship therapy, we talk about exits. An exit is something that you do, a behavior that you do to avoid conflict or intense intimacy. It's something that you do to bring you out of the relationship. So out of that conflict, out of that drama. An affair is an example of an exit. But it could be over-focusing on television or work or the kids or alcohol or drugs or exercise or golf. It could be anything that brings you out of the relationship. Usually when you see that someone has exited, if you go back to the first point of exit, they feel like their partner exited first. So an exit, it usually happens in the broader context of a system as it relates to the larger system. So you can't blame the perpetrator. In other words, a couple comes into the office and one person's having an affair. It's very easy to align with the victim, right? The person that's being cheated on. But if we go back to when the person started the affair and what happened and what was going on with the other person, we see that that person exited first. Maybe they had an affair first, or maybe they haven't had sex for 6 years, or maybe they've been fighting, or maybe something else happened first. So what is the circular causality in the relationship system? So we evaluate the broader context of the relationship without focusing on what's presenting, what's the content. We look at the process, not the content. What's going on in the process? So it may be that there's 5 dimensions of this systemic approach. There's the individual biology, like what's going on with you, where are you biologically, where are you procreationally, is the couple prenatal, postnatal, do they have little kids, are they menopausal, is their hormones related, like what's going on biologically, are they on medication, has there been an illness, what's going on in their antidepressant world, like what's happening biologically. what's going on psychologically. In this case, Aaron's husband's very depressed. And we know later on in the sessions that he hasn't taken a shower, doesn't get off the couch, struggles to go to work, and is not engaged in parenting. So we know that there's some psychological parts of the system that are affecting the whole. Family of origin, clearly she has some trauma back there that needs to be investigated. And the sociocultural issues, she's part of a big religious community that has blamed her for infidelity and focuses on the wife or the woman as the issue. We'll just cover a couple other things and then we're going to take a break and come back to this. So when we look at the systemic piece of how we treat an individual or a couple, there used to be this joke that there's always a big family in bed with you when you talk to a couple about their sexual relationship. Really, it's in all of our relationships. It's not just in bed with us. It's our ethnicity, it's our orientation, it's our location, it's the climate we live in, it's our physical ability, our gender, our nationality, our language, our occupation, all these things that sort of cross-reference who we are, that we have to understand and explore. And explore what we are avoiding. So ever since the beginning of psychotherapy, the idea of being more transparent to the parts of us that we hide from ourselves, and the parts of us that we repress are the parts that are running us around. So what we avoid will rule us. The things that we deny become our demons. Our repressed desires will grow, and shadow work becomes the goal of therapy, right? It's about avoidance and repression. The idea of therapy is to have a place, like Aaron said, it was hard to talk about these things, a place to talk about the untalkaboutable, a place to share, to be transparent, to be clear about the parts that you've hidden from yourself and from others. And as therapists, as the therapist in the room, we bring our own shadows. How does your own history with your own relationship step into the room with you? So this is the exercise I'd like you to do now. If you have a piece of paper, if you have a journal, I'm going to pause for a moment and take a minute to write down and think about, how does my relationship with my own history, or my history with my own relationship, or my history of my own relationships, or my own relationship history, how does my history with my own relationship affect my work? How does it affect my work as a therapist and my work with relationships, my work with couples? How does my own relationship history affect my work? So take a few minutes to jot down any thoughts, journal, meditate on this, and then we'll be back. So you've done your exercise. You've thought about how your own history with your own relationship affects your work. And I hope that you'll keep that in mind throughout the training and work on your own stuff in conjunction with thinking of how you can help your clients. And this is really not just a dyadic model of treatment, but I'd like to think about it in terms of, what does it really mean to be in relationship? Now, we do start out in a dyad because our original relationship is in a dyad. It's prenatal. Prenatally, we are one-on-one. We are in the dyadic relationship with the body that is supporting us, giving us life. So in your mother's body, you are in relationship. That is our earliest relationship. And then upon birth, you become multi-relational. So you form either a triad, parent, parent, child, or in some cases, parent, child continues, or maybe you have parent, 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 extended family, child. You have some kind of a multitude, triadal triad or more relationship to you as you grow. And for some, there are many parental figures, yet the triangulation occurs naturally anyway. And as we learn how to triangulate, we learn what it means to get our needs met in order to survive. We never really continue as a single identity, as a single person, even if we feel alone throughout our whole life. Even if we raise ourselves, we can't survive like wolves in the forest without someone to take care of us until we're about 8 to 14. At that time, we can sort of make our own food. We can seek help if we need it. We can stay alive without other people to take care of us. But until then, we really, as humans, depend on other humans to keep us alive and to keep us going. And so psychologically, not just physiologically, psychologically, is there a longing to go back to a time when we were dyads and someone automatically took care of us, kept us alive, or to a triad when we had our emotional or psychological needs met, or maybe our physiological needs met too. But these are the times that we learn to be in relationship. So there's some theories that say we learn to be in relationship before we're even born, that there were signs of relating to our mother, to the mothership, from within the womb, that we picked up the stress, we picked up the trauma, we picked up the joy, we picked up the interaction with our parent model while we were still in utero. But most of us remember the relationships we had when we were born and on. There are some models of psychology and neurology that say we don't really have any clear memories before the age of 6 because of the way that memories are stored around language. But how do you integrate what it means to be in relationship? This is where we learn what it means to be in our roles, in our gender roles, in our sexual orientation, what it means to love, what it means to commit, what it means to be in a family, who does what, and how do you interact. This is where we learn from our earliest moments about relating. So when you were in your exercise about what it meant for you to be in a relationship and how you're bringing that into your work and to your world today, what you learned about relationship, you learned from a very young age. And so the idea here about relationship therapy is that we learn what it means to be in the world relationally from a very young place. And the theories of treatment and the follow-up to how we engage is based on the cultures that we grew up in, the cultures of our family, the cross-cultural issues that we talked about earlier, and how we are culturally entrenched around the values given to us by our society. So in the US in particular, there's a privilege around being a couple. There's advantages, there's benefits, there's accommodations that are automatically given in society to couples, particularly married couples. It's why we fought so hard for gay marriage. It's why there's certain legal benefits to being married over single people or non-nested partners. It's why we're in conversations around open relationships and what does it mean to be in non-nesting partnerships and what are our advantages and disadvantages of those things. But the culturally entrenched priority around being a couple means that we measure our value given by society. What does it mean to be in a couple? What does it mean? In every romance novel, every cartoon, every movie, every Disney movie that we've ever watched growing up, the idea of eventually ending up in a couple is the ultimate goal, right? That you will find your other half, you will find your soulmate, you will be complete only when you're in a couple. That bias, that idea is deeply entrenched in who we are as a culture. And as much as we may be in the space now of honoring what it means to be single for longer, people get married later than they ever have before. People get divorced and honor their single space in between relationships. And people now have multiple partners. So we are beginning to shift out of this idea of couple privilege, but we've always had a bias around treating the relationship as the ultimate success. So thinking about therapist bias, bias means the tendency to favor one explanation or opinion or one way to understand something over another perspective. And that perspective could potentially be equally as valid. So we're going to challenge your bias so that you can look at how you might be potentially holding on to a bias about what it means to be in relationship, what it means to be a couple, what it means to be successful at relationship. And you can begin to challenge that in a session and also focus on what it might mean for a relationship to be successful. So remember going back to what do you think success means versus what does your client believe success means? They also have a bias. So looking at the 3 stages of treatment as we continue to go a little bit deeper and look at the tenets of how we apply relationship therapy, we're going to continue to look at this in stages. We're going to assess, we're going to approach and figure out how do we want to approach, what approaches do we want to integrate, how do we use the tools, the interventions that we are going to learn, and how do we decide which ones to use. And then in the application of those tools and interventions, how do we decide what works and what doesn't? So how do we continue to assess and approach and apply? Continue to assess, approach, and apply. So now we're talking about assessment. So the tape I showed you earlier about that initial assessment stage, that first session, when you ask the question, why are you here? What do you need? Where do you want to go? Where do you see yourself being? All of those are assessment questions. They're also the beginning of diagnostic or ruling out comorbid issues, depression, suicidality, addiction. Also looking at the cultural piece. Remember those balloons with all those different areas of how is this person affected by religion, by where their cultural privilege is, or where their ethnicity is affecting them, and where we might need extra help to figure out if we need our own education around where they're coming from, if we might need a treatment team, if we might need supervision or consultation, or if we need to set up collateral therapy, if we might want to see them individually and have a couples therapist with more experience than us in whatever area they're struggling with, if we want to do family therapy, working as a team so that everyone can be on the same page to treat the client is a way of doing systemic integrative treatment. So remember, we're going to assess what the issue is. We're going to figure out our approach, which is really a continuous way of evaluating, is this working? Is this helping? Is this helping them? And differently than, is this a failure or a success? Is this helping? And then how do I continue to apply and communicate with the client so I know that it's working? Not just in my mind, well, that seemed like a good session, but is it really working in the rest of their lives? When I talk about the therapist as self later on in another section, we're going to talk more deeply in how to really be in your countertransference to understand how to assess these things. And in a few minutes, we're going to talk about how to be in the moment with a client in a deeper way, to trust your instincts and to trust your own intuition about where to go in a session. One way to assess where you are in the treatment and to help you evaluate if it's working is to keep in mind that there's stages of healing. You're going to hear more about that in the affairs section, but there's stages of healing in all therapeutic process. And the way that I frame that out is that there's the crisis, there's the insight, and then there's the vision. So the crisis is when most people will come in for therapy. The crisis is when the emotions are highest, when there's the need of the most intervention, and when you're going to have to do the most assessment to make sure people are safe and not at risk. And then the most intense part of therapy is the insight phase. Some people never get to the insight. They just need to wrap up the crisis and make sure that they are safe and they can go on their way and do the rest themselves. The most rewarding for most therapists, which is really what we're going to talk about in this training, is the insight phase. How do you do the actual work to integrate healing from trauma, to integrate working on their sex life, to integrate avoiding divorce if that's the goal, or doing a more intentional divorce? Where is the insight work? How do you know that you're in the right place with your partner? How do you know if you should stay or go? What is the meaning of the affair? All of those things happen in the insight phase. And then the vision phase is much shorter than the rest of the therapy, because the vision, people have decided they're going to stay together. They can see and visualize a future, and they can future take, which is take from the vision of a positive future and bring it into the present, so that it brings hope and connection for the partnership, and they can borrow from that hope when they're not feeling it, or when they get knocked back into the crisis and then they feel hopeless. They can borrow a little bit from the potential for the future. And getting knocked back into the crisis is actually quite common, but it's helpful to be able to say to your client, oh, you just had a little bit of a crisis slip there, but crises don't last forever. Just by their very nature, they're temporary. And so you will eventually go back into the insight phase, and we'll dig in a little bit more and find out what triggered that crisis a little bit. And but we're not going to stay stuck there, because the insight work in and of itself is more in-depth and gives us more information about what triggers your crises and how to avoid them, or at least how to work through them. And we'll talk about that more in the trauma phase too of this course. So the treatment plan then really has information for the crisis phase, where you're going to continue to assess how to help this person or people. And the insight phase, you're going to continue to evaluate, how do I approach this work? And how do I help this client or these clients really find that inner wisdom, find the path through to a healthier relationship, or to a place of wellness for themselves. And then in the vision phase, you're really helping them communicate, because you want to give them that bridge into their future so they don't have to stay in therapy forever. I remember hearing Dan Siegel years ago at a conference, he's a neurologist and a psychiatrist, talk about therapy should not be about people jumping into the boat with you in the river and feeling like they're going to be in the river of therapy forever. It should be very clear that they're getting in the boat with you from one side of the river to the other, and that you're taking them across, and that there is a plan. And so if you can let people know that you do have a plan, that they are in a structured treatment where there's a crisis, insight, and vision stage, it gives people a lot more not only hope, but a feeling of trust in the therapy itself. You don't have to be perfect at this. In fact, nobody is going to be perfect at this, because nobody really can understand the myriad of things that can come up in couples therapy, but you can give them a sense that you know what to do and where it's going. So let's talk about some of the things that come up in the application of couples therapy or integrative relationship therapy, and how to also assess for what might be the ultimate crisis that has brought them in. I like to think of couples coming in with communication problems as that being sort of a cover issue. You know, communication is sort of a metaphor. We have problems with communication. Could mean a lot of different things. Could mean they're arguing, could mean they're not having sex, could mean they haven't spoken to each other, could mean that they really do speak a different language. Communication is pretty much a metaphor for the fact that they are in the they're in the conflict phase of their relationship. In Imago relationship therapy, the idea is that in the beginning of your relationship, you're in that romantic phase. Remember, I showed you the developmental stages of a relationship. The idea is that you are in a romantic phase anywhere from 3 months to 27 months. And then you go into the conflict or the power struggle. And they say you pretty much stay there for the rest of your relationship. But you can have a very conscious reaction to that. You can choose to learn from those power struggles and from that conflict. The problems with communication can be around projection. They can be around different forms of attachment issues and different struggles around intimacy. Now, I've said before in my TED Talk and in other places, intimacy can mean into me see. It's the allowing in of the other person to who you really are. It's the opening up of those compartments and letting another person see the real you. But let's dig a little bit deeper into what that might look like. Part of why we choose the person that we're with has to do with the fine art of partner selection. So I've been doing this over 35 years, and I've never seen a couple where I thought, I don't know why they're together. People choose a partner for very specific reasons, although most of the time it's unconscious. You choose a partner who reminds you of one of your caretakers or both in both negative and positive ways. We choose a partner who's going to help us finish off the unfinished business of our childhood. We're choosing a partner who is going to bring conflict up in the relationship so that we can grow in those areas that have been our shadow parts, that have been the parts that we have been unaware of or avoiding. The parts that we project onto another that annoy us are actually the parts in us that we need to work on. And so the magic of being in a relationship is that conflict teaches us how to grow, and therefore we grow as people and perpetuate the species. So ideally, every generation gets a little bit smarter, and because we have grown from our own childhoods, our children can grow, and hopefully their children will grow emotionally, psychologically, and even physically, becoming healthier. Just like every generation is living longer, becoming more conscious of the foods that they eat, they're becoming more psychologically aware, more spiritually aware, more self-actualized. They understand more about how to raise healthy, psychologically adept children. We choose a partner that's going to help us finish off what we didn't get as children. Now, that only counts if it feels similar to the ways that we suffered as children. So it doesn't mean that you had to have an abusive childhood or that you had to have parents that that didn't fill your attachment needs. But for sure, we all longed for something in our childhood that we didn't get. And I'm not talking about a bike, I'm talking about a feeling. So when we talk about imago therapy, I'll tell you some specific examples. But you may have had a wonderful parental figure, but they may have been so wonderful that they were out picketing against things that were unfair, and so they weren't necessarily available for you. Or you may have had a fantastic caretaker who worked really hard to provide, but they were always at work. Or you may have had an incredible caretaker that spent a lot of time connecting with you, but also expected a lot from you. So we will choose someone who may trigger some of the things that we longed for in that parental model. And so we will see in partners that there's many times an opposite connection in the things that we look for. And in the beginning of a relationship, it can feel like we're attracted to something in our partner that feels different than us. And then after a few years, that thing that we really like about our partner can annoy the hell out of us. So a partner that seems very stoic and strong in a few years can feel very distant and withholding. A partner that can feel very extroverted and friendly in ways that we are not can feel very overly intrusive and overly friendly. A partner who might have pursued us and made us feel really wanted can feel like they don't give us any space or privacy. A partner that never wanted to fight, never wanted to argue, was always kind, can also feel very conflict avoiding after a few years. So the thing that we are attracted to, that we long for, is actually the part that we didn't get as children. So an example might be if you grew up, let's say, with an alcoholic parent, and let's say that parent was never home because they were always at the bar. And so you decide as an adult you're going to marry someone who doesn't drink and who works really hard and is going to be there for you. And so you marry someone very consciously who doesn't drink, works really hard, and is there for you. But because that person works really hard, they work really hard at their job, they're always at work, and you find yourself at home waiting for them to come home. And there's a similar wound in that feeling to that little kid who waited for their parent to come home from the bar and wasn't there for them. So those longings as a child, you are going to pick out a partner that are going to imitate those longings, because we long for a partner to fill that need, to help us with that unfinished business of feeling loved, feeling wanted, feeling important. And it's a very unconscious, but we can pick them out across a crowded room because we can sense that this person has the capacity to fill that need. The difference between the alcoholic parent and the workaholic partner is that that partner comes home and says, I'm so sorry that I work so late. I'm not always going to be like this. The business is going to take off. I'm going to be home over the weekend. Let's have a nice romantic dinner together. And it lets us know that they are available and thinking of us, which is something that the parent was never capable of. So the partner holds the key to that healing, but they also have the capacity to wound us in that same vulnerable place. So that do-over, that redo, also triggers the capacity for us to relearn how to self-soothe. That the ability to take care of the self may have overstimulated the part of us that became overly independent. I don't need anything. I don't need my father or my mother, whoever was the alcoholic. I'm not ever going to get it, so I'm going to decide I'm going to be overly dependent only on myself and not on other people. So that may have persisted into adulthood. And now I'm with a partner where I have to relearn that part of myself and break through that overly independent self-servicing of my survival skill. So it brings it to the surface so that I can heal it. I don't want to be overly dependent just on myself. I would like to be in an interdependent relationship. So now I'm faced with the reality of having to look at that self, that part of myself, the part that perhaps has been compartmentalized, and heal in relationship. So I can't heal unless I'm in this relationship and unless I'm in this conflict. So it's actually a wonderful thing, as painful as it is. But this is why when you are in your office, you see couples who seem to be in the midst of a conflict, regardless of the content. The process seems familiar in many different relationships. There's one partner who is the pursuer and one who's the distancer. There's one who's the maximizer and one who's a minimizer. There's one who's approaching all the time and one who's avoiding all the time. One who's the expander and one who's contracting. All of these words come from different methods and modalities of psychotherapy, but they all basically mean the same thing. That one partner will be conflict avoidant, not want to fight, create space around themselves, say things like, I don't understand why we're talking about this again. What's the big deal? Why are you bringing this up again? And the other partner will get bigger and louder and more intense and pursue that other partner because they feel like they're not being heard, like their emotions are not being taken seriously, and they feel abandoned. So now we have this pursuer, distancer, maximizer, minimizer, conflict avoidant, abandoned partner, approaching, routine. It's an enactment. And this comes from how we survived our childhood conflicts. So if you think about what was going on with you when you were a child and there was conflict in your home, did you run away, hide, jump on your bike, close your door of your room, hide in a book, go under the porch, go play with your friends? Like, how did you survive it? Did you withdraw from the conflict? Or did you get in there in the middle and try to get attention or try to divert the attention to you? I tell this story occasionally, so you may have heard this before, but it's like if you're a boy in our culture, many times boys are taught don't cry. And big boys don't cry. And I'm sure none of you have ever told your sons that. Hopefully, generationally, we've gotten better at allowing young men to feel their feelings. But it is something that boys, certainly in my generation and older, have been taught. So let's just use that as an example. So a young boy is taught big boys don't cry. And so in order to feel loved, to be able to survive, because we don't grow up, alone in the woods, that boy learns, okay, I have to shut off that part of myself. I have to compartmentalize it. I have to dismember that part of me, shut it down in order to survive, in order to be loved by my parental figures, my caretakers, the people around me. I learn how to socialize in a way that will be accepted. And so by the time he's in his late teens or 20s, he has grown so good at it. We learn pretty fast as children what to do. And he doesn't really have the capacity to be in touch with those feelings. So he goes to the movies with a girl and she's crying at the previews. She's super sensitive and he says, oh my God, I think I'm in love with her. He feels the attraction to the part of him that he has lost, that he's no longer in touch with. So he's longing for that in her, of which he has lost in himself. Now the good news is, he's in love, she's in love with him because she feels like, God, he's so strong and stoic. He's gazing at me with these eyes of affection. He's holding my hand and trying to comfort me, but he's really so joyful in letting me cry, and he likes my emotional side. And she grew up in a family where she had 6 brothers and sisters, and the only way she got attention was to be emotional, to cry. Whoever cried the loudest got the most attention. And that works out great. They get married, and for the first couple of years, it's all wonderful. And then after a while, he remembers that in order to be loved, you have to stop crying. And he tells her, put that part of yourself away, because I'm not going to love you. You're not going to be lovable. You can't be loved if you keep crying. And she thinks, God, I thought you were really stoic and amazing, but really you're really heartless. And so the part that they loved about each other now becomes their biggest conflict. And they come into therapy and they think, we made a mistake. We married the wrong person. We have to trade each other in for someone else. But you know, as the integrative relationship therapist, that this is exactly why they're together, that they have a mission as partners, that they can become more like the other and grow into the parts of themselves that they have lost. That the goal really is for her to learn to self-soothe a little bit more, to get her needs met by herself, and for him to become a little bit more like her and get in touch with those emotions that he has lost. So she wants him to become more emotional. He wants her to stop trying to manipulate him emotionally, because he doesn't know how to handle the language of emotions. So by learning how to give our partners what they need, we heal ourselves and them in the process. So that is the secret to the partner selection. By learning how to give our partners what they need, we heal ourselves and them in the process. Now, we also, when we talk in the next section about our personas, or the parts of ourselves that we buy into, we sometimes will choose a partner because it aligns with who we want to believe that we are. We choose a partner because it aligns with who we want to believe that we are. If we want to believe that we are a rescuer or a fixer, then we will have to choose someone who needs rescuing, who needs fixing. And we will continue to put them in that position even when they don't really need fixing anymore, in order for us to feel like we can be the rescuer. If they become too independent and too strong and stop crying, then we have no one to rescue. And then we have to change and challenge our own identity. Where is our own worth then? So what you may see in sessions is people who start to change, they want to change, but then they'll go back, just like a rubber band that snaps back into place, because the roles have served a purpose. The roles have served a purpose. So by learning how to give our partners what they need, we heal ourselves and them in the process, but sometimes we'll snap back to the roles that we've taken on during that conflict because we haven't learned how to integrate the new parts of us. We haven't learned how to integrate the new parts of us. So if he learns how to cry and get in touch with his feelings, then she has to comfort him, and he doesn't know how to handle that. He doesn't know how to be the one that's comforted. And so he may snap back into that role of the one who can be the fixer, the one who can be the comforter, because he has not yet integrated that part of himself. He could visit it, he can try it on, but the real work is in the integration. The real work is in the insight and the integration. And being able to share a vision of what it looks like to be that whole person, to be that whole self. In a moment, I'm going to show you another initial session where I'm going to use a dialogue process. And the beginning of the dialogue process is simply learning to talk to each other, learning to begin the process of sharing with a partner in a process of mirroring. And mirroring simply means being able to say back to the other person what they've heard. So it's learning how to give our partners what they need by simply saying, I hear you, I'm here with you. It's the beginning of the process of pulling off the projection of this is who I think you are, this is what I think you're saying, and instead saying this is what you are saying, I really hear you. Our next phase is going to be this is what I make up that you mean about that. But first, let's give people a process to be able to let each other know, I hear you and I'm here for you. As simple as it sounds, this is actually the hardest part of couples therapy. It's this beginning phase of teaching people how to really listen. So when they come in and they say, our biggest problem is communication, you're giving them the basic, most important communication tool, and it's amazing how resistant they are to it. We didn't mean that kind of communication. We meant a different kind of communication. Most people think communication is, I'm just going to wait till you stop talking, and then I'm going to say what I'm going to say, because I already know where you're going, because I can finish your sentence. And so I'm not really listening to you. I'm just waiting for a break so that I can put in my opinion. So we're not really communicating. Communication will mean that I have to mirror back what you say to really let you know that I'm hearing you, and I have to know that you're really hearing me, and then it makes sense. And then later on, we'll deepen that conversation and talk about how to empathize and validate. Most people want to feel empathized with and validated, and not necessarily fixed or changed. They just want to feel heard and understood. So we're going to go into this initial session and just notice how the mirroring works and who might be the approacher and who might be the distancer, who might serve which role in the relationship, who might be the pursuer, and who might be the conflict avoidant. Welcome and thank you both. And it's good to see you again. And thanks for sending me your stuff. I appreciate it.
Sure.
So how I'd like to start is we'll do some mirroring. I don't know if you've done this before or if you read it in the book. But I find that, it's kind of corny and stilted and unnatural in the beginning, but I'd like to start that way and then bring you into a deeper conversation and talk about the things that you came here for, and sort of guide you in a way that feels like you two are talking to each other, so that you can have some of these skills to take with you in between the session. Because we have a limited amount of time together, I want to help you to feel like you have as much as you can to work on during the week. Okay. So I'd like to start with just a simple appreciation exercise. So if you can think of 3 things that you appreciate about the other person, I'm sure you appreciate a lot more. I mean, clearly you guys have a solid foundation. You like each other. And then one of you is going to be the sender, one of you is going to be the receiver. So Damon, you might say to Kat, I really appreciate you being here. And she's just going to mirror that back and saying, so you really appreciate me being here. Very easy. It's kind of parroting. It's not that complex. But what it does to your brain, it opens your prefrontal cortex. So instead of saying, okay, let's start, we need to talk, where your whole brain goes into fight or flight, oh my God, I'm in trouble. This is going to suck. It actually sort of prepares the way to have a conversation where your grown-up self can show up and you can be like, oh, well, this isn't too bad. Tell me more about how great I am. And so you learn to sort of open those neurological pathways for appreciation. And you just sort of learn that your partner really is listening to you. What you don't want to do is go, so you really appreciate that I showed up today and I made the appointment and I made the coffee and it was all my idea and you really didn't want to be here, and you don't want to make it about you. I'm not saying that's you.
Coffee?
Oh yeah, donuts. Donuts.
You're like, I didn't know there was supposed to be coffee. So we'll do one person send all 3 appreciations, just mirror them back one at a time, and then we'll switch to the other person. Gotcha. And then we'll do the deeper work as we go along. So either one of you can start, and it's best if you face each other and make eye contact, which I know is the hardest part. I know.
No. I'll start.
Okay.
I appreciate that you took me out to see a movie last night. That was fun and reminiscent of some youth for me, so that was good. I appreciate.
Wait, let's just have her appreciate that first one so she doesn't forget. So sometimes it's too much to remember. So
okay. So you appreciate that I took you out to the movies last night?
Yes. I appreciate your sense of humor a lot.
Okay.
I think it helps a lot with putting up with some of the things I do around the house.
Okay, let her mirror that part back.
Right.
So you appreciate my sense of humor.
Because can you mirror the other part back?
Was it? I guess I didn't get that second part because
I think it helps deal with me around the house.
Because it helps deal with you around the house.
Perfect.
And I appreciate that you take time to stop in and give me kisses and other signs of affection.
And you appreciate that I stop and take time to give you kisses and other forms of affection.
Mm.
Okay.
That's lovely. That's perfect. You can ask him, is there more? I'm sure he has a million more things to say. He can say, yeah, actually, I do have one more. Or he can say, you know, that's good for now.
Got any more?
I do, but we'll just continue with this.
Okay.
Move forward.
Okay, perfect.
I appreciate your giving nature, that you're always giving of yourself in acts of kindness and love.
I heard you say that you appreciate my giving nature in acts of kindness and love.
Perfect. Good.
I also appreciate your sense of humor because it absolutely cracks me up.
You appreciate my sense of humor because it cracks you up.
Yes. And I appreciate the love you show every day.
And you appreciate the love I show every day. All right.
Hmm. Nice.
Well,
You
and
can
I
ask
have
her
one
even
more.
more. Oh, good. Go
One
ahead.
more, and I appreciate that we're doing this together.
And you appreciate that we're doing this.
Mhm.
Any others?
That's it for now.
For now. Nice. Perfect. You did that perfectly. Now, is there something that either one of you would like to bring up today, like an issue or a problem or something you want to work on? And we're going to do it the same way so that you're talking to each other and the other person is listening and just, you know, it's an active listening. So you're mirroring it back to let your partner know that you got it. And because it helps your partner to hear it back so they can say, well, maybe that's not what I really meant. Maybe what I really meant was this. So either one of you can go. We'll stay with that person for a while and I'll guide you through the dialogue so that we can get a little bit deeper into the meaning and what's really happening in your relationship. So now we move from the appreciation into, well, what's an issue that you want to talk about today? And I keep them in the same dialogue process. So the reason we do the appreciation first is because it gets them into their prefrontal cortex. So if we just started with, we need to talk, what happens is it activates that lizard brain back in the back of our brain stem, which is the fight or flight reactive place. And regardless of what the topic is, the receiver is going to feel triggered and the sender might take it as an opportunity to create a conversation around something that's conflictual, to try to squeeze it into therapy, which would be normal. But we want to start off with an opening in the brain to be able to receive the information. So starting with appreciation sets us up for being able to listen and being able to also be in the container where we can mirror back and forth. So regardless of what you send now, I know that I don't have to react, I can just mirror it. I don't have to do anything. I'm really in that listening space. And so, which is why now they have that skill, we're going to translate it. And I'm just going to show you a couple more minutes of that as we go forward. So either one of you would start with, one thing that's bothering me or one concern I have.
I'll go. One concern I have is that I notice I get anxious when I tell you I'm going on a date with one of my other partners.
I hear you telling me that you get anxious when you're about to tell me that you're going to go on a date.
Right.
And you can ask him, is there more about that?
Is there more about that?
No.
Can you tell her a little bit more about that feeling? Is it just anxiety or what's the feeling? It makes me feel.
It makes me feel. Well, I guess I don't want you to be hurt. I don't want you to be upset that I'm leaving you. And so that creates anxiety in me.
Mm.
So you're telling me that because you don't want me to be hurt, it creates anxiety here in you.
Of course.
Mhm. Yeah. So, Damon, can you share with her?
Is there more?
No.
Oh, good. That was good. Very good. You're fast learners. Can you share with her the story I make up about that is? Like, is there something you're making up about what it's doing to your relationship or what it's doing to her or what it might do to you?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
The story I make up about that is that you're going to be home alone. You're going to tell me that you don't want me to go. You're going to ask me a ton of questions. You're going to feel like this is bad for our relationship. Like, what's the story in your head about that?
Oh, it's just sadness. She's just gonna be sad.
That she's going to be sad. So
Yeah.
the story I make up is that you're going to be sad about this.
I see what you're asking.
Yeah. Is that the story that you have? Is that she'll be sad?
Yeah. Well, that's what happens often.
Okay. So what do you think her sadness is about?
Well, she's expressed to me that it's just, she likes to have more time with me.
So can you mirror that part back, Kat?
That what I think I'm hearing her say is that you have anxiety or you're anxious before you tell me that you're going on a date because I'm going to be sad because I'm going to want to spend more time with you.
I think that's what you told me.
No,
Whether that's why you're really sad, I don't know.
Oh,
But yes, that's what I said.
okay.
Mhm. And so can you share with her, when I feel that way, I react by, like, what do you actually do? What behavior does she see?
Well, actually, it's just recently happened, so there hasn't been much reaction or change to it.
So when it recently happened, what did you do?
How do you mean?
What behavior did you do?
What behavior did I do?
Mhm. Did you not tell her? Did you tell her anyway? Did you go out? Did you not go out? Like, how did you
no,
move towards her? Did you
I
withdraw?
told her, and she was sad, and we talked about her sadness, and I told her it's just something that I need to do for me, and explained to her why I felt I had to handle it, and then I went on my date.
Mhm. So when you watched this and you heard Kat and Damon talk about their conflict, they're in an open relationship. They came in because she identified her feelings of frustration with him, but identified herself as the problem. And he struggles with expressing his feelings and even having a language to connect with her. So when you're sitting in your own reactive place, notice what comes up for you. Do you align with her? Do you align with him? Do you align with me? Where do you feel the most connection or the most criticism? All life is rhythmic and cyclic. It's a cycle. So it's either expanding or avoiding, contracting or approaching. And so where do you feel yourself contracting away from or wanting to approach and go towards? Where do you feel yourself expanding into an idea or empathy or thoughts? And where do you feel yourself avoiding? Like, I don't want any part of this. Where do you feel yourself empathizing and validating? I recently got some feedback from a course that I taught online where someone watched me work with a client and said, that I touch my face too much, and so I must be nervous. And I do, I touch my face all the time, and I move around a lot. And most of it's from my ADD. And so I'm super conscious and aware when I supervise other people and I watch other people's tapes of them working with clients, like how much they move around or how much they touch their face, or I have very odd facial movements and tics. And it's really from my ADHD. And that obviously triggered this person who was watching me to contract, to approach and criticize, but also to contract and wonder if I was anxious and did that trigger their anxiety? Which part of this made you feel anxious, and which part of this brought up a feeling for you towards aligning with a victim, a perpetrator, or a rescuer? This is the risk of being in a triangulated session, of there being three people in the room. The natural proclivity is to align with the victim. Can you be in this space without aligning with who you think is the victim and without making up a narrative around the perpetrator? So I was trying to get him to be in a narrative. Like, what is the story that you were making up? And the inability to sort of be in that space says something about just not being in the trusting environment yet of the therapy, because remember, this was the first session, but also it's a rather abstract concept to go from this is what we did and said to this is what I made up in my head about it. So keep that in mind when you're thinking about your own emotions and your own instincts of approach and avoidance. Darwin said there's basically 6 feelings. Surprise, which also includes like curiosity, interest. So you might have felt that just watching, like, so curious, like, how is Tammy doing this? And how are they doing this? And are they doing this at all? And could I do this? And maybe I'm writing this down, and maybe I've already seen this a million times and I'm losing interest. Like, where are you on your own surprise continuum, your own interest and curiosity continuum? He said there's also anger, fear, sadness, disgust, which is related to shame, and joy. And so there may have been all of those feelings to some extent when you're sitting in the room with a client or on a Zoom room, or when you're present around a dilemma. And especially when you're talking about a relationship dilemma. Now, some of you may work with open relationships all the time. Others of you might feel a real disgust or shame around it, or curiosity or interest, or an anger or fear. You might feel protective of her or protective of him, or judgment, which would be related to shame. So where are your emotions? And Darwin said those are all related to the instincts of approach and avoidance, which goes back to all of those relationship patterns around conflict avoidance, around pursuer distancer. So this idea has been around for a long time. So I'm going to show you another clip of the initial introductory session of a couple, Bill and Sue, who are also in an open relationship, but Sue is the one that wants the open relationship and Bill does not. So again, notice any feelings that come up for you, any emotions. Notice where you feel drawn to be aligning with the victim, perpetrator, or the rescuer, and see if you can notice any feelings within the session for them and where they might be acting out that dynamic within their relationship. So I appreciate you agreeing to let me record this for educational purposes. I really do think that it's helpful for other therapists to just see how to do therapy online in particular, and to just help people manage the many conflicts that we have in our relationships. So I appreciate you guys volunteering for that. And I appreciated that I could have some time with each of you on the phone to just get a little bit of an introduction, and I'm wondering if maybe you could share with each other the things that you talked about with me, so that we can kind of get up to speed with each other. And if there's anything that you don't feel comfortable sharing with each other, of course, you can keep that private, but maybe just so that we are all on the same beginning page.
Do you want to start since you went most recent?
Sure, yeah. I mentioned that we had been separating. We both felt like, I felt like we've been separating for a long time, incrementally in degrees, and when you initially mentioned opening the marriage, I thought that this is probably what you wanted and what you needed, and that I would go along with it, because I do deep down love you and want the best for you, and but that it's been really hard to kind of reconcile how I look at intimate relationships and how you look at them, and how love is involved in that. And I also mentioned that I went out and decided to try to pursue a non-monogamous relationship, but we fell in love with each other and decided to end that because I was following my head more than my heart as far as logistics and how to continue living. So basically, that was it.
And I think what I've shared with you, Tammy, and I've also shared with Rob as well, is that, for about the past 8 years since we were 50, things had changed, and I wasn't quite sure. And I took a lot of the blame for it, or the fault for it, on myself silently, doing therapy now and then. But I really wondered kind of what had happened to the spark and the sort of fizz in our relationship, not the fizzle, the fizz. And I made some pretty big changes, and there were some changes in our lives. He has chronic pain since age 50, and that's affected our lives a lot, but not necessarily our sex life. And I was a regular drinker of like wine and beer, and it became like an everyday thing after work. And I realized, not until I stopped drinking in June of 2019, I did a 30-day cleanse. It wasn't an AA, come to Jesus moment or anything, that I was using that to kind of mask a lot of my feelings and avoiding things. And so from there, I felt like I got healthier, both mentally and physically, and got fit, and nothing really changed in our relationship, intimately. And my sex drive went way up, and I think I probably exude that as I work in the world. And I was starting to be propositioned by people to would I consider, having relationships, and I said no. But it left me really thinking about myself a lot more. So I did some therapy. Actually, I didn't do the therapy. I proposed to Rob that we open marriage. I listened to podcasts, including yours, and learned a lot about different ways that people are in long-term relationships. My parents were married 55 years, and I told Bill this morning that that was my only example of what a long-term relationship looks like. We're coming up on 35 years this month, married, and 38 together. Anyway, so in June of 2021, I asked you what you would think of opening our marriage, and it was approached with, well, what if one of us falls in love with somebody? And my response to that was, what if one of us does? I already found I was in love with some people, or that I loved them. I don't know that I was in love with them. And I have not really reconciled what this means, the in love or the love. And so I did some more work on myself and found that polyamory is actually a thing, and that there are people who live this way and live successfully and thrive, if their partner agrees. And so we went another 6, 7 months not opening our marriage, and then I asked again, and that was a year ago now, and you agreed, and I began to pursue some of these interests. So that's where we are.
Um, I
ahead.
noticed that you made a face when she said, you know, about something about falling in love, and you were like, She said, you asked, what if we fall in love? And she said, well, what if we do? And you made a face like, and I don't know what that face was.
Well, it was just that there's been huge conversations about love versus being in love, and what that difference is.
And I don't have the episode number, but we both just listened to your episode of Low Sex, No Sex, and the In Love, and where you talked about your first husband, the tool belt, and that whole. So
the tool belt episode.
That's a great episode, by the way.
I had a virtual tool belt. I was an actor, so that was the tool belt that got her.
No, and it wasn't that he was an actor, but it was also he was funny and gregarious, and
just made a joke.
I was thinking back to when we were 20 and met.
Yes, and, of course.
And all these things that attracted me, and as you said, sometimes those are the things that can then sort of drive you crazy later in life. So I'm not saying if any of those drive you crazy, but I think we can be honest and say that there are things about each other that drive us crazy. And who you are, you become more of that as you get older, and I believe that. So, and
it's a strong belief.
I have a lot of strong beliefs. So
I don't leave as much hair in the drain as I used to.
That's true.
That's one benefit, I guess.
Yes.
So, but it sounds like you were attracted to his sense of humor and his personality, and that part of himself that was the actor, that was kind of the extrovert.
Correct. Yeah. And I had a teenage dream of being an actor, and kind of, looked at it really, started majoring in college in it, and in about a month or two went, oh, this is not for me. But, I was still very much attracted to and understood kind of the risks and the rewards and that whole life. And so when I met you, it was, very attractive, because I didn't have to do it, but I could stand by and watch you do it. And support in the way that I could support, and we did have a thing where I worked for free at a theater so that the theater would pay for his equity union card. And I felt that was that was like the most supportive thing I could do.
It was awesome.
Nice. Okay. And so is his extroversion something that bothers you now?
No, not at all. No, in fact, I think as I've matured, no, it does not. And so as I've matured, and in my business of architecture and design and sales, and I have, become more of an extrovert and more confident in what I do and successful. And so, that kind of helps the whole thing, right? When you're good at what you do and you have success, you want to do more. And so that I sort of found my groove. It took me a lot longer in life to find it, whereas you already knew yours and had a direction and a path. I was sort of floundering, and I stayed, we were talking earlier about how often I switched jobs, but we lived in 3 different cities. And so I was thinking today, I stayed in one job for 5 years, where we lived in cities for 2 or 3 years. I'd worked there the whole time. In LA, I only worked at one place. I ran my own practice for 8 years until I had a baby, and then shut that down. And I've been at my current consulting gig I'm in my 8th year of quality control consulting. So, I do have a stick-to-itiveness when it's something I really love. I never proposed an opening our marriage and pursuing other relationships, and even through the past year, never intended to separate, live apart, not have this marriage anymore. I always thought and assumed, probably wrongly, but assumed we could have this and have that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been struggling with lately is that you said yes to doing this, and then I find out after I've developed some really lovely relationships with also ethically non-monogamous people who are married and all that, um, that you never wanted this, and you never ever wanted it and agreed to it to make me happy.
In the first initial session, we have the story, right? We have the conflict. And you saw that she was attracted to that part of him that was the actor, the extrovert, and also the successful part of him. And then she developed that part in herself and went at length to describe, but now I found that part of me. Instead of just supporting him, I found the part of me that could be successful, the part of me that could be the salesperson, the extrovert. And we'll talk about how he now feels like he's not successful in that part of his life. And so, again, that sort of partner selection and how we grow into a relationship, and where the conflict, the pain points in the conflict now have brought them to this place of what does it mean to be successful in a long-term relationship, particularly for this couple around sex and companionship. Just a quick note, they did talk about a couple of episodes of my podcast, The Trouble with Sex, and I will include them in your downloads and your handouts so that you know what they're talking about. One was an episode about low sex and sexless relationships, and one was about open monogamy. So I'll give you those to listen to. And the other piece is about the initial conflict that people present and what the implication is around avoidance. So there was a couple times where he rolled his eyes, made a face, things that she said, and he shut himself down, and she kept talking. And there was that one point at least where I pulled it out of him and said, what was that face about? It's really interesting statistically, and research shows that one of the things that actually leads to breakups in a relationship is when people are conflict avoidant and don't share what they're upset about. So that's why I say there are two lies in a relationship that destroy the connection. One is I'm fine, and the second one is wait, what? It's pretending that you didn't hear. It's denying the connection. So I'm fine is, can you be completely honest with your partner about deep down and difficult topics, or do you avoid the conflict and say, no, I'm fine, everything's fine? The other thing you might hear in a session is, wait, what? And that really is a pain point that you can step into with people, where you could ask, can you genuinely listen to things that might be difficult to hear? So for her in that session, there were some pain points that it might have been really hard for her to hear what he had to say. And for him, there were some pain points around being totally honest with her about some very deep down feelings that he had. And so let's talk for a minute about communication. So we'll go back to this idea of what is this idea of we have to improve our communication. That's what we're here for. So ostensibly they came in to work on their communication around this idea of an open relationship. She wanted to continue their open relationship. He was unsure. He had tried. He had an outside relationship. He thought he was working their relationship in an open monogamy agreement in the way that his wife wanted to do it, but he fell in love with someone and had a really deep experience, and that was very painful for him. And she just wants to have casual, sexual, fun relationships with other people, and that doesn't really work for him. So they want to talk about how to talk about things. But this whole idea of communication is interesting. George Bernard Shaw said the single biggest problem with communication is the illusion that it has taken place. The single biggest problem with communication is the illusion that it has taken place. And I would add that is that the frustration that we think we've communicated, and then we blame our partner for not hearing us. And so this idea of communication is really about projection. So let's go back to the problem with projection. So projection versus reality. Projection happens in the early phases of a relationship when you project all the things you need onto a partner. So Sue really liked the idea that Bill was this outgoing actor. He was very successful. He was charming. He was extroverted, and she didn't have that part of herself. That part was shut down. She really liked that. So she projected that their relationship was going to stay in that space with a lot of people around them and a lot of adventure and excitement. Her drinking was also part of that. It was like a big party all the time. But the reality that kicked in after a couple of years is that that was not sustainable. Being an actor is not necessarily a sustainable career. Moving to LA was difficult. It's hard to raise a family when you have that career path. So the projection versus the reality usually kicks in after a couple of years, and the real relationship begins when you start to peel off the projection of what you think your partner is all about, what you think your relationship is all about, and being able to decide, you're not the person I thought you were, and I'm going to choose to love you anyway. You're not the person I thought I was in love with, and I'm going to choose to get to know you and choose to be in this relationship anyway. So much of what happens in our relationship exists in our own imagination, in our own narrative, the story that I make up about you or about us. It's our own projection. It's in our own minds and in our hearts. It's private, it's unheard, it's unseen, and we usually don't share it with our partner. And so let me say that again. Much of what happens in our relationship is unheard and unseen by our partner. Our partner doesn't really know the relationship we're in with them. And they have a relationship with us that we don't know. So how do we spot that projection for our clients and mirror that for them in a gentle way so they don't freak out and get up and run out of the room, which many times they do, or they don't turn it against you and say, you're the perpetrator here because you're pointing out something that's not true and is hurtful, and so you either are a bad therapist or you're purposely trying to destroy our relationship, which frankly you are. You're trying to destroy the illusion of the relationship that they think that they're in. You're destroying the illusion of the relationship that they think they're in because you're pulling off the projection that they have about it. And it can lead them to an existential crisis about what they're really going through. So how do you know? And I'm going to take it a step further. How do you know as a therapist that you're not projecting onto your clients? Having this idea that they're the perfect clients, that you adore them and they're amazing and they love you and they think you're the perfect therapist, that's probably projection, although it might be true. You might be a really good therapist and they might really be grateful. It happens the other way too. If you feel really self-righteous or indignant about your opinion, you really dig your feet in, that might be projection as well. Whether it's with your partner, your clients, people around you. It's blaming without acknowledging that you have a part in it. It's being critical and judgmental. It's being focused on the past, or what I call garbage canning, bringing everything in. You've always done this. You never do that. Well, you do this. Well, what you do is that, and trying to flip the script on the other person. Having all or nothing or very rigid beliefs about things, that's a form of projection. So what do? If you find that you might be projecting onto your partner or onto your clients, or if you see it and you spot it in the room, whether it's with an individual client talking about their partner, talking about their parents, talking about their children, or it's in the coupleship in the room, just be curious. Use I statements. Talk about your own story. the story I make up about this is that you are going to stay in an open relationship even if I say it's not working for me. The story I make up is that you say you're not falling in love with other people, but you quote unquote love them. I'm afraid you're going to leave me for someone else. The story I make up is that this is just a step on the path to getting divorced. Those are all I statements. And also, it gives us a chance to challenge that story. It's not, you are going to break up with me. You're just doing this to get out of our marriage. This is the narrative that I'm in, and I have a chance by saying it out loud to ask myself if this is even true. And I get to own my own feelings and be curious about them and ask questions. So you describe what you know in narrative form. Even as a therapist, the story I'm making up here is that you are already in a relationship with someone that you don't want to let go of. That's what I'm feeling in the room, that maybe you are in love with someone else and you really don't want to leave your husband, but you also don't want to give up that other relationship. And I'm wondering if that's true. Maybe that's my own projection. So that you can test things out as a therapist. Test things out around your victim projection or your perpetrator projection or even the rescuer projection. I feel like you are looking to me to have the answer, and it's not really my decision to make, so I'm feeling like you must be feeling really hopeless and looking for some answers from the outside. Put it out there as a narrative, as a challenge to your own projections. And if you're not sure what you're projecting or not sure what's happening in the session, try this exercise. So there's a language in your body, there's messages that are trying to reach you, and you can translate them now, or they're getting stored in there and they're going to come out later. So one way to do this is to allow yourself to sit with the feeling and know that it will pass. Feelings rarely last, even the good ones. But just be curious and don't try to force them. Just sit in wondering. So if you want to try this at home, you can close your eyes and just take a deep breath and allow yourself to explore in your body anything that you're feeling right now. And be curious. Don't try to force it. Just sit in that wondering place. See if there's an emotion, a feeling, a word. And just name it in your head, in your mind, in your imagination. And then explore whether that's true. So when you're thinking about, let's say, Bill and Sue, and you're in the room with them, and you take a breath and you go into your body and you locate a feeling, maybe it's in your chest or in your stomach or in the back of your neck, and then give it a name. Maybe it's tension, maybe it's anxiety, maybe it's boredom, maybe it's frustration. And then explore and challenge that emotion. Is that true? Are you really feeling that, or do you think you should be feeling that? Is it true or is it not? What's happening? And then whenever you're ready, you can come back to the room, open your eyes. And one way to share that in a session would be to say, when you said that, I noticed I felt a tightening in my throat. If you're saying this with your partner, you could say, I realize I might be hesitant right now to tell you how I feel. I'm feeling restricted, or like there's a part of me, my body's saying don't talk, or I want to keep my feelings in. I feel like I keep having to swallow. Whatever those feelings are in your body, they give you a very valuable clue to what you might be projecting into the room or onto your partner, and it helps you to come back to yourself. So some body sensations could include like tightness or pressure, warmth, numbness, fullness, pain. I'm just going to give you a list. Emptiness, contractions, jabbing, heat, burning, aching, constriction, expansion, aches, pains. You can feel turned on, aroused, tingly, or you could get an erection or other symptoms of sexual desire. This might happen with your clients in the room. It's not an unusual countertransference. It doesn't necessarily mean you want to have sex with your clients. It might mean that something got triggered for you that has some erotic energy that has to do with your own partner or your projections of your personal life. Or you could translate those feelings in your body as anxiety, surprise, curiosity, disgust, shame, joy. Just notice them and know that they will pass. And name them. So just like in this slide, just notice where they are in your body. And more important, what are the feelings that you associate with the sensations in your body? So when we talk about trauma, we're going to talk about how we disconnect from our bodies, and we've been sort of taught to live from our necks up, particularly as therapists. We get so intellectualized that we forget about the somatic piece. So right now and for the rest of this training, if you could associate any sensations in your body with feelings and just noticing, just be in noticing. And as we continue to talk about what intimacy means, notice that that's a way to be intimately connected with your own self. And that part of relationship therapy is about a relationship with your own experience. And we're going to take a short break. Hopefully you had a nice little break there. And now we're going to talk about different types of intimacy that we see in relationship therapy. One is artificial intimacy that we have to talk about because it has to do with technology. When we talk more in the technology section, we're going to go a little bit deeper into it. But we're also going to talk about adjacent intimacy and what I call diluted intimacy. Artificial intimacy is something that's we're just now discovering, talking about, and digging in deeper. It's the form of intimacy that's created on the internet. The idea that we can be close friends with, we can be known, we can be intimate, we can intimacy with people that perhaps are not in bodies. The idea that we can have social intimacy with thousands of people that have never met us because we're all connected on the web. And the idea that we may be much closer to people that we have never met through the internet. And it creates a sense of artificial connection. And it also separates us from the people that we are physically in the room with. And that's similar to what I call adjacent intimacy, which is we're sitting next to each other on the couch, but not really connected. We're watching TV, we're binging. We are sitting next to each other on our phones. I mean, there's so many now instances wherever you go, in every restaurant, on every train, on every plane, where people are next to each other on their devices. So they're intimate but not connected. And then that also is a form of diluted intimacy. Things that you do that dilute the intimate connection. It may have to do with technology, but it can also be a sense of false intimacy, a sense of avoidant intimacy. When we talk about avoidant attachment or anxious attachment, people who have anxious or insecure or avoidant attachments tend to create diluted intimacy. Sometimes we think about that when we talk about affairs. In the affair course, I'm going to talk about Ashley Madison. Ashley Madison is a married but dating website. They have 80 million members since 2002. So on regular dating sites like Tinder and other places, Match.com, over 30% of the people that are members on those sites are actually married. And that's a loose result from research that's been done on dating sites over the past few years. So even though people on sites like Ashley Madison that identify as being married but dating, 14% of them report they're actually in an open relationship. So do we really know what honest dating is? That's a form of diluted intimacy. It's not reporting honestly the state of your relationship or the expectation of an ongoing relationship. The expectation of what you're looking for, this idea of being ghosted, people disappearing that you're kind of involved with, not understanding the expectations today is part of the result of and a symptom of diluted intimacy. There's also something that artificial intimacy is creating or spawning, which is what I see a lot in the work that I do, which is what I call toxic withdrawal. So it's a way of manipulating intimacy, it's distancing or withholding, it's a way of transactional spacing. It can be, exiting or avoiding intimacy as a punishment in the relationship. So using this transaction of intimacy now as a way to control a love relationship, because intimacy now is so finely doled out. It's such a limited, what's the word for something that's of value? It's such a limited.
You're going to have to pause. And when you come back, give a good pause. It's such a limited. Take your time.
It's such a limited part of relationship now that we can parse it out without repercussions. Artificial intimacy in many ways can help and benefit people from the results of toxic withdrawal. So artificial intimacy can help with loneliness, social isolation, anxiety, people that have social skills issues. It can help people to explore and find new relationships. There's a new app called Nomi. It's an AI. When we talk about artificial intelligence and technology, we'll talk more about it. But it's got this enormous brain, this neural network that creates a bot that creates and generates a degree of artificial intimacy because it has a certain amount of agency where it's not even programmed or pre-coded, but it can create social skills with you as you create a relationship with it. So this is like the second or third generation of an app like this. There was Replica, now there's Nomi. It's still in beta, but I'll show you how it works later on in the technology aspect of our training, because it's about relationship. And because of the thousands, and in the past with Replica, millions of people that have created relationships with these artificial intelligence, virtual reality apps, where there's an actual, what looks like a person interacting with you, we have to talk about it. And we have to integrate that into our world now of relationship therapy. We have to be aware that it's in a new generation of interaction and communication. We have to know what to do about it and how to work with people who are dependent on it. And how do we now move into a new era of dependency? What is healthy dependence these days? Is it okay to be dependent on your phone? Is it okay to be dependent on technology? For those of you who wake up and the first thing you do is look at your phone, and the last thing you do is look at your phone, and you wake up and look at your phone in the middle of the night, is that healthy? Is it healthier to depend on that than it is to depend on your relationship, your friend, your pet, exercise, routine? What about alcohol, masturbation, porn? What is healthy dependence? What are parasocial pleasure providers? These AI providers, pornography, these real people that you can connect with and have a relationship with if you pay them online. Like, what is the healthy or the wellness piece that can help with social isolation? If you have an avoidant attachment, you can seek this diluted or adjacent intimacy, and it can look like ambivalent or anxious, preoccupied relationships. So instead of craving intimacy, they're going to be very wary of closeness and avoid emotional connection. And so they're going to deactivate all attachment. So avoidants don't want proximity or intimacy or display emotions, and so they can appear very distant or cold or immature or even autistic, which they may be misdiagnosed. And this idea of technological or artificial intimacy might fit in well with those interactions. And there's a lot of controversy now and a lot of languaging that we are just now learning on how to work with people around this. This is a piece of artwork from Burning Man. It's two adults formed out of wire with two inner child statues that are reaching out towards each other, which I think is very indicative of how we are experiencing intimacy today. I'm going to show you another clip of another first session with a couple who are struggling with communication, and I'd like you to use your own diagnostic skills, assess them, use your own felt sense of how you feel in your body. Notice what you are feeling. Notice what type of intimacy this couple is experiencing, and think about what you might do as far as aligning with either both or the therapist, and notice what other questions you might ask as you continue further along in the session. So I just want to let you know that I'm using these in like courses that I teach about like how to do therapy online or how to work with people who are struggling with open relationships or other relationship dilemmas.
Okay.
And I've been doing therapy for about 35 years, and I'd actually, interestingly, been doing therapy online for a long time, even before the pandemic, because I do people all around the world. And so it's not necessarily new to me, but I'm telling you, it's harder now because everyone's online, right? So, so people are a little burnt out with Zoom. So I understand this is a weird scenario to do therapy online.
I don't have to deal with that much.
Yeah, luckily, no, we work with real people, so we're not burned out.
Okay, I work with real people. I know. Real, I know. So what is your experience with therapy? I appreciate you sent me a long description of where you guys are at. Have you been in couples therapy before?
Not
together.
no.
Okay, but you've each been in individual therapy?
Previous relationship for me.
Yeah, we went not for a long time, but yeah.
Okay, not for a long time. And how long have you been together?
3 years almost.
Okay, so that's pretty new.
Fair enough.
Well, I mean, you're right at the turning point where you go from like the new relationship energy and the romance phase to the conflict phase.
Right.
It doesn't last any more than 3 years, to be honest.
Okay. All right.
It goes from like 3 months to 3 years, and then you go into the conflict phase of your relationship or the power struggle. And, that could pretty much last forever.
I didn't realize this was such a common occurrence. That's very reassuring, actually.
Yeah, you're right on schedule.
Okay, perfect. It was a good 3 years. I mean,
Right, exactly. That's what people say. Like, it was great for the first couple of years. It was great for the first couple of months.
all went to hell.
And then it gets into the real meat of the issue, right? And then the real
Reality. And
reality, yeah. So why don't you each tell me sort of from your own perspective what's happening? And John, why don't you go first? Because I think, Sarah, you wrote me the...
Yep.
yeah, I'll tell you though, she did write that, but as I read it, there was not a single time where I like shook my head or did anything of that nature. She was very neutral, covered both sides very diligently. Yeah, so that covers that. But yeah, for like I have she gets really anxious about things, and then about our open relationship, and then I sort of feel like she's dropping out and giving up and sort of and it makes it difficult for me to stay in it and stay focused. And I need to find a way to be more supportive.
So your sound is a little.
Oh, sorry about that. That's probably that's me too.
You said she gets a little anxious and she drops
Yeah.
out of the relationship, and you want to stay.
It's not so much that it's that I feel that way. It's my personal. I feel like it's me personally that's feeling this way, because I don't think that she's actually dropped it. She's coming to me with a legitimate problem, and I'm taking it as a what you're changing your mind on me again. That kind of a feeling. So that's kind of one of my bigger struggles nowadays with this.
So you feel like she's not consistent about what she wants, or
no, I don't. No, we are actually both very consistent about what we want. It's been we can almost argue each other's points for each other. It's more like it's my own internal feeling. Like I feel like she's like when there's that anxiety, and when she's feeling like tell me about how she doesn't feel like things are working with us, or or this isn't working, or this isn't good for her. I take it as you're just trying as you're on the way out. Why am I trying to stay in? And I got to try and be better about that.
so it sounds like you get anxious when she's unhappy.
I had indecisive, and then like a torn between whether to call it quits and move on, or try and build something more.
So when she seems unhappy, you feel indecisive, and you're not sure if you should end it.
Yeah. If the because we sort of are both coming from the different angles of how open we want the relationship. There's a little push and pull in either direction, and we swung far in either direction, but the anxiety that she gets makes me think that she's not into it. I guess that maybe that I just have to take on that anxiety or something. I don't really know, but I don't process it well. I end up being a little bit of a dick instead of being supportive.
So you end up being a dick instead of supportive. That's your diagnosis.
Down, did you?
Not supportive, don't worry.
So where are you, John, with being in an open relationship? What do you want?
I like the idea of having two partners, a primary and an alternate partner. I feel more satisfied, more satiated, more like both parts of my getting like my whole being's being both halves maybe in fact. I feel like I'm sort of a switch, and so I feel like that sort of gets both. I feel more content in the relationship, and when I even feel more attracted to her when I'm when things are more open. I feel more connected and more more connected.
Mm-hmm. And where are you now with the open relationship?
What do you mean? I'm on a break.
It's on a break, yeah.
I'm on a break until the holidays over with.
I asked him to let me get through the holidays without that pressure.
Okay.
It's a tough time, in general. So.
So I'm sorry, it's a tough time in general because of the holidays, or in your relationship?
Yeah, no, the holidays. So if you could just wait till after the holidays, and we'll, I guess pick back up again.
You don't sound that happy about it.
No, I don't. I never really wanted. I did poly to death in my 20s. I'm kind of over it. I feel like it's just more complication and chaos, and I can find good things about it, but it's not really what I want to be doing. So I'm not that super enthusiastic about it. I'd be lying if I said I was.
And there's part of the rub in the sometimes I feel like I'm dragging her along on some things that they want to do. And
Oh,
his-
I haven't been given, my choice is to either do this or leave. I don't really, we tried something more restrictive. John was very unhappy with it. So that's kind of where we're at. So I don't feel like I have good choices here. You know, there's nothing for me to joyfully go towards. And that's kind of a bummer.
Yeah. So you feel like you'd be happy just being monogamous?
Or monogamish. I don't mind some kind of openness. I mean, that's more where my natural relationship style lies. So not necessarily completely strictly monogamous. I've just been struggling with the fact that it's been this one particular woman for 3 years now, and it's too close to home. You know, she lives here, she's single. It's more poly than I really hoped to be. I'd be more comfortable, I think, with something a little more casual, but
casual doesn't work very well. I don't do casual. I don't.
which I
I've
get.
had like one night stand in my life. You know, I don't do casual. It's just not my thing. I connect with someone, and that's when I then get into it. I have a hard time just jumping in bed with people.
So is the issue the open relationship, or is the issue this particular partner? So you notice with John and Sarah, again, another open relationship couple, that one of the first conflicts that they identify is that they've gotten to the 3-year mark of their relationship. And we talked about technology, doing therapy by Zoom, but that he acknowledged that she withdraws. So when we think about the pursuer-distancer relationship, his biggest problem is that she exits when she's upset. And so as we continue the therapy with them, we'll talk about how to break the cycle. It's not about whether or not they should be in an open relationship, whether or not we should work on their monogamy agreement, although that might be an option later on. But the most crucial piece here is to identify where that cycle is in that pursuer, distancer, minimizer, maximizer, approach and avoid, exit, withdrawal. And clearly she is the first one to exit, but he is also really invested in keeping their relationship where it is. But right now they are in that liminal space. So she asked him, this was around Christmas time, she asked him if they could temporarily shut down their open relationship, which frankly, I don't know if it really qualifies as an open relationship. It sounds like he has more of a parallel marriage going on with this particular committed partner that he's been with for 3 years. So he has 2 committed partners. And the risk is that this other committed partner is a single person. So whenever you have that sort of V dynamic, there's a risk of a certain kind. And we'll talk about that when we get to the monogamy section. But in many of the relationship dilemmas, it's not necessarily that people are in one place or another. That they come in that crisis space because they find that they're in that liminal space between one thing or another. They're not together, but they're not separated. They're not in an open relationship, but they're not totally closed. They're not before kids, but their kids are not old enough to tie their shoes yet. They're not broken up, but they're not together. They're not happy, but they're not miserable. It's the in-between space is called liminal space. In anthropology, that quality of ambiguity or the disoriented feeling of being in the middle stage of something, it's like a rite of passage. It's when we don't hold a status. So we don't have a role. We haven't begun a transition. So there's no role for us. We don't have a status that we can hold. It's like you're in college. You're not quite a graduate, but you're no longer in class. You're you get divorced, so you're not married, but you're not totally single yet. You're in the midst of divorce. You're in that in-between place. It's like we are out of the pandemic, but we're not quite over COVID. You know, that liminal space where we don't have an identity can be actually quite exciting, because it can be like we are about to create, we are about to become, something exciting is going to happen, or something very scary, but it can be a feeling of falling through the cracks. So if you think about your own life or your clients that you're working with, if you were to ask them, I am between this and this, what would you say about your own life? How would your clients answer? Are they between perimenopause and menopause? Are they between parenting and empty nesting? What are they between, and what is that space that they're in that feels so unsure? And that liminal space is something that we as therapists are uncomfortable with, and many times we want to push people to get to something, to break up, to make up, to get better, to be in an open relationship, to close the open relationship, to heal from the affair, to discover the affair. We want concrete evidence of something. We want them to have their feet on the ground, when really a lot of therapy is guiding people through that liminal space. And so some of the cover issues that can be translated as communication issues might actually be we feel distant in this liminal space. I can't trust that we will get from one side of the space to the other. I can't trust that you will still be with me on that other side of the space. I don't know who we will be if we open our relationship, if we close our relationship, if we decide to stay together after this affair, if we try to change our sex life. So what are those metaphoric discussions really covers for? Like, we need communication skills. What does that actually mean? Or we have desire issues. What do you actually have desire for? Like, what is the metaphor? What are you looking for? And being able to go beneath the surface of what is actually presenting to the empty space below, to the real fear of being in the middle of that transition. Another way of getting to the dilemma, the pattern, the way that they're functioning, that in-between space before they have the insight to change, is to ask them two questions. What is your best behavior in this relationship, and what is your worst behavior in this relationship? And you can ask yourself this as a therapist too. Who are you when you're doing your best, and who are you when you're doing your worst? So if I'm at my worst when I'm touching my face and playing with my hair and all ADD and looking at my phone, and I'm at my best, I'm focused and I can hone in and really get to the truth of the metaphor underneath. What is your worst? What is your best? Where are you in both of those spaces? So within my worst behavior, I can still narrow down and really dig into what's happening and be very intuitive with people. And within my best behavior, I can also be distracted in my mind and think, what do I have to do when this session is over? So within those spaces, there's also liminal space. What can you ask of your clients? Like, when you're at your best, how are you in this relationship? And when you're at your worst, how are you? This is not a question for the partner. This is a question for you. Because your partner could probably tell you what you do when you're at your worst. And they might even tell you what you do when you're at your best. That's part of the appreciation. But for you to identify that can give you a real sense of what needs to be worked on in the session. So let's talk about a really more advanced topic that I think needs to be covered before we move into which approaches from other specialties that you can integrate as we move forward in the sessions. This is a more advanced idea or theory, I guess you'd call it, in integrative relationship therapy. And it's almost like we should talk about this at the end, but it's part of the foundation of relationship therapy. It's part of the integration that you need to know when you do couples therapy. It's part of recognizing that it doesn't always get better, that it seems like you're doing your best possible work, you're so intuitive, you're so in tune, you can see exactly where to go and what to say and how to do it, and the couple seems so compliant, or the individual, and they're doing all the home assignments, they're doing everything you ask them to do, and it doesn't seem to work. They're not getting better, something's not shifting. What happens when people or situations don't seem to improve? Well, there are many reasons, but a lot of it has to do with collusion, that people collude to stay the same, that their problems serve a purpose. And so we start to look at what I call collusive avoidance. What does each partner have a part in avoiding the problem? How are they keeping the pattern that they're in, that they say they're trying to change, but working just as hard, if not harder, trying to keep? So for instance, I'll give you an example. I have a gay couple, two men that have been in a relationship for about 25 years, and they came in for low desire. And one is a little bit older than the other, and the older partner, let's just call him Paul, said that Pete is not interested in having sex anymore, and Pete has low desire. And so they come in for desire issues, or what I call a desire gap, that Paul has higher desire than Peter. And so we work on all the desire issues that we'll cover in the sex piece and of this course, and things don't seem to be getting better. It turns out that Paul is initiating sex with Peter at 2 o'clock in the morning when Peter's asleep. So Peter doesn't have desire for sex at 2 o'clock in the morning because he's asleep. And as we continue with the session and it's clear to me that things are not changing, I also work with Paul and Peter to ask them, how is this problem working for you? What is beneficial about this pattern? Is there anything about Peter not wanting to have sex that's actually working for you, Paul? And when we really get down to it and he's very honest with himself, he says, well, to be honest, now I don't have to work on or think about the fact that I have erectile dysfunction. I can't get an erection. And if I keep blaming him for the problem, then it's all about him and it's not about me. And I don't have to face my fears of getting older, my fear that I might have prostate issues. And so now we really have to make some changes. But before that, the moment before that, staying in that liminal space, we can stay in the role of I'm dissatisfied, I'm the victim, he's the problem, he's the bad guy, he doesn't want me, I'm unwanted, instead of I don't want him to feel unwanted because I can't get an erection. If I initiate sex and at a time when he might actually want to have sex and then I can't get an erection, what if he feels rejected? What if he thinks it's about him? So we uncover and peel off all the projection around what might be beneficial about this system. Now, they could have left therapy long before we got to the collusion, but they were brave enough to let me work and peel off some of this projection and the projective identification. This is very hard to do in therapy. So if you're not at this place yet, don't ask the questions, but I'll tell you how to do it if you feel like you have a trusting relationship with your client. Sometimes you see this with collusive infidelity. So one partner unconsciously encourages the other to have an affair or to be in some kind of outside sexual relationship because it works for them. Then I don't have to worry about having that kind of sex with you, or I don't have to admit that I don't want to have sex anymore, or you can outsource all your sexual needs and we don't have to face the fact that our relationship has become sexless. it's kind of like, yeah, sure, go get an outside partner, and I'll just nod and smile, and then I get to be the victim, so it allows me to stay in that role. You get to be the bad guy, and in the long run, it's actually serving me. Maybe I had an affair first, and now you don't get to be mad at me anymore. So what is the collusion that the couple is maintaining by staying in the dilemma? What is the collusion that the partners are maintaining by staying in the dilemma? So if the couple is not getting better, or the individual is not getting better, how is it working for them? Because most people with good therapy know how to change and can change, but changing is not easy. Most people want to feel better, but they don't necessarily want to change. And it can be even more complicated. You may have heard in graduate school from Melanie Klein. She had this, way back in like 1940s, she had this concept of projective identification, which I had to really think about for a long time because it didn't make any sense to me. But it's really unconscious projection of the unwanted parts of the self onto your partner. And then you act as if the assumptions about the partner are true. And then the part that's hard to understand is that the partner complies. The partner takes on that role. So let me see if I can explain this clearly. So the part of me that I don't want in myself, I act as if that's true about my partner. So let's say I'm in my 30s and I don't really want to have a baby, but I know my partner does. But then I project that onto my partner and say, you don't really want to have a baby because you never want to have sex. So as much as you say you want a kid, you really don't. And then the partner says, you're right, I really don't want a baby. And so I guess I don't want to have sex, and I guess I don't really want to have a kid. The partner plays into the role because unconsciously they realize that the partner that's projecting isn't ready to have a kid. So they're willing to take that on. They're willing to be the bad guy. They're willing to comply with this dilemma, the cycle, so that they can put having a baby on hold until their partner is ready. So we have this unconscious identification with the cycle. So let me give you another example of a couple that I just had where it's two women, and one of them has a problem with her mother, but she projects that onto her partner, says, you don't like my mother, you never want to go to my mother's house. And the partner says, okay, you're right, I don't want to go to your mother's house, because she knows that it's really difficult for her partner to be with her mother. So it's easier for her unconsciously to say, you're right, I don't like your mother. Really, she's taken on that role to protect her partner from having to own the fact that she doesn't like her mother. This way, they don't go to the mother's house. The partner is blamed for not liking the mother when it's really the person who's attached to the mother has such ambivalence about that relationship. So projective identification is when you act as if the assumptions that your partner's putting on you are true. I've seen it happen with addiction as well. A partner who has a drinking or a drug problem will say, you're the alcoholic, you're the one that always drinks too much, and the other person will say, you're right, I drink too much, and we should stop. Because that way they take on the responsibility for sobriety, because the partner who started the projection can't do it themselves. Now, none of this is conscious. It's not like you agree to be the sobriety partner, or it's not like you agree to be the one that avoids the mother, or you agree to be the one that doesn't want to have a baby yet. It's really an interesting merging of the projection. Again, this is a sort of a higher level of psychotherapy, and you don't have to dig this deep, but if you get stuck in an enactment and you're like, why are they not changing? Why is it not getting better? Then you're probably stuck in this enactment. And it's really about this denial of your own disowned parts that you're projecting onto your partner. And when that happens, I only see them in you. I don't recognize them in myself. Or I see that they exist in our relationship, but I still deny them in myself. So a quick way to get to that would be, what are the parts in your partner that you don't like? And those are parts that are actually in you. That's the simplest, quickest way to do it. It's also the parts in your partner that you really like that are in you. And frankly, it's the parts in everyone that you don't like that are in you. And the parts that you admire and look up to in other people that are also in you, but that are disowned or just unrealized as of yet. So if you want to take a moment and think about what are the parts in your partner that you don't like or that make you angry, know that those parts are in you. And now think about the parts in your partner or in your past partnerships that you've really liked, or the parts in your future partnership that you would like. And know that those are parts of you that you have not owned as of yet, and that you're looking for them in the outside to mirror back in you. All of our relationships are mirrors. And so know that whatever's coming at you is most likely a projection as well. So how does being married to this problem work for you? How does being married to this problem work for you? That's another way to get to the collusion. How does being married to this problem work for you? Maybe it's a way to see parts of yourself that you're not ready to look at. Maybe it's a way to stay in that role so that you can actually help your partner stay in that liminal space that they need to stay in. Maybe it's a way to reenact something from your childhood that you're trying to work through. One way to do this with an individual is, if you're not seeing the couple, is how is this relationship dysfunction working for me? So you have a client coming in your office who's talking about their boyfriend and all the hell they're going through, or their wife at home or their boss. How is this working for you? Is there a part of this that's working for you? I have a guy who, he's in a high functional tech position, and he just complains about his boss all the time. He works constantly. There's been a ton of layoffs in Silicon Valley, and he's really worried he's going to lose his job. So he works, 80 hours a week. And at some point I just stopped him and said, how is this working for you? And when he's really honest with himself, he's like, well, then I don't ever have to go home. And I have a partner at home that all we do is fight. I have a dog that's not trained, so the house is a mess, and it's just easier for me to not take responsibility for things at home. And once he realized that, he was able to take responsibility for structuring his life a little bit differently. So that's what I call the paradoxical therapy. So you point out the undesirable behavior and you keep peeling it off until there's insight. So most of the time there's resistance. This isn't about me. This is about my partner. This is not working for me. It's not working for me at all. That's why I came to therapy. That's why I'm paying you to fix it. Instead of going against that, you just agree and keep peeling off, using the paradoxical intervention and being very empathic. It makes total sense that you feel that way. I totally get it. And is there a way that being in this open relationship is working for you, even though you're saying you don't want it? Is there a part of it that is beneficial to you? Even though you're saying you want out, you're still here after 14 years, and I'm wondering how this has been beneficial to you. So you just keep peeling it a little bit, asking, what is the secondary gain? What is the secondary gain of staying in this problem? How does staying in this role benefit you? Why do you think things are not changing? In what way could this be working for each of you? And you could stop here and pause and do this work for yourself. Like, what is the secondary gain for you in a problem that you're having right now? What is staying in this role benefiting you? How is it benefiting you? Why are you not changing right now at this point in your life? Like maybe this isn't the time. Or what way is this working for you or for anyone else who's involved in this dilemma? You know, one way that you might think about this is I have people who really want to lose weight, but they're not. They're not exercising, they're not changing their diet. So clearly, you're staying in this for a reason. So what could be the reason? What's the secondary gain of not losing weight? For some people, it's not being overly sexually attractive, because then they feel vulnerable. So staying in that role of not being the sexually attractive one means that they won't go outside the marriage, or they won't be vulnerable to other people who might be attracted to them. So not changing right now keeps them safe and keeps them in the relationship. And so this could be working for them to not threaten their monogamy, and also they think it might be benefiting to their partner so they don't cheat. It's one way to peel off a paradoxical intervention. And it's a way to flip the script as well, so to play out that this could actually give you a sense of empowerment, that you are actually getting what you wanted, that this is the payoff, and you're contributing to the problem, but it's giving you what you are looking for. And that may give you a sense of control over the issue over your life, but it also gives you some insight. So now we are deep into the insight phase of the therapy, and you can make choices now. You can make choices. Did you want to change, or do you want to stay here? We'll just keep peeling it away and peeling off the collusion. So remember, peeling off the collusion is a way to uncover that pattern that you're in, to recognize, have some insight, so you can begin to make changes in the way that you're relating to each other. For instance, I had a couple who, for years, he had been angry at his wife for cheating on him. But they came in because he had had a brief affair, like a one-time thing when he was drunk in a bar. And when we finally peeled off the collusion, she had pushed him towards this woman when he was really drunk. And she said, I'm just tired of him being mad at me. And he said, I think I went along with that because I'm tired of being mad at you too. And this way they could put an end to that whole drama of him always being mad at her for affairs that had happened 20 years before. And so they had colluded, and they recognized that after we had peeled off how this had worked for them. So how do you begin this awareness for yourself? And avoid projection yourself. So being aware of your own countertransference, which we're going to focus on more as we go forward. That'll also help you avoid being burnt out and feeling like I'm doing all this work and nothing's happening. All the work you're doing is doing something. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to have the outcome that you think it will. So how do you measure the effectiveness of what you're doing? And also on the other side, increasing how you take care of yourself, and know that you could be traumatized by other people's trauma. We'll talk about that more in the trauma section of the course. And integrate all of the parts of integrative relationship therapy. And we talked about, the cross-cultural piece and the representation, and how to flip the script on the narrative and what the goals are. And when we do the next part, our clinical approaches, we're going to assess, approach, and apply. We're going to assess and try to get further understanding using other forms of couples therapy. We'll talk about imago relationship therapy, integrative systems like internal family systems, and emotional EFT therapy. And we're going to talk about PACT and how to do sex therapy. We're going to understand trauma and monogamy issues. So really assessing different approaches and how to integrate them all into a form of therapy that's going to work for your clients. And just remembering that this is systemic, relational, and autonomous and supportive of the client. And I'm going to encourage you to be in touch with your own intuition and intelligence so that we can explore this. And the ultimate goal for both you and your clients is to find joy in this work. So take time to take care of yourself. And when we come back, we'll talk more about integrative relationship therapy. Hi, I'm Dr. Tammy Nelson. Welcome back. This is part 2 of our foundational program, Module 1. And we're talking today about integrative relationship therapy and integrating the approaches to treatment that you can use in your couples counseling with individuals or relationships, whether we're talking about a partnership, a dyad, a triad, or more. So let's talk about how to decide what approach to use, and we're going to review some of the more common couples therapy approaches that are out there, and I'm just going to give you an introduction to them. Some of you might be certified in these areas, some of you might be beginners, and this is just going to be a taste. It's kind of a tasting menu. It is not designed to certify you in these areas. It's really to take a look at what is out there research-based that really works out of all of the history of psychotherapy. We're going to take a little bit of everything and talk about why we use them in this contemporary model of couples therapy, and you can decide what works for you and leave the rest behind. We're going to talk more in the trauma module about some of the impact that research and the neurological studies have had on the psychotherapy that we use with couples around specific issues like post-traumatic stress disorder. Today we're going to talk in more general terms about how to apply these couples therapy models to the work that you're doing. And then in the next section, I'm going to take you on a breakdown of 10 actual sessions that you can do with a client or clients and what happens in each actual session. So today we're going to talk a little bit about internal family systems, EFT, Gottman's theory, and PACT. And then we're going to review Imago relationship therapy. So you know from my introduction that I'm an Imago relationship therapist, but I've also studied in all of these other areas, and so we'll give you a little bit of an overview to see how these theories integrate into integrative relationship therapy. Keeping in mind, again, this doesn't certify you to practice any of these models. And in the resource section, I'm going to give you links to find out how to dig in deeper to specialize in these areas. So let's talk first about internal family systems. Internal family systems was developed by Dick Schwartz. And you might have heard of his book, Introduction to Internal Family Systems, or he's got a good book called No Bad Parts. And I'm going to link you to all of these books by all of these experts in the resource section. But internal family systems model was developed by Dick Schwartz back in the 1980s. That's when he began to talk about this idea of multiplicity. So his idea is that the mind is made up of relatively discrete subpersonalities and that each has its own unique viewpoint and qualities. I mentioned last time that I did my master's thesis on multiple personalities and art therapy, and we're going to talk a little bit in the later sections about how to do some art therapy assessment. And but the world has come a long way since then, and we have quote unquote sort of normalized the idea that we are all within us many parts. IFS says that these multiple sub-personalities can be addressed, and what he says, unburden themselves to form the self, and that we are all seeking to find this self within, and that these sub-personalities have been formed as a way to survive, as a way to protect us. So the IFS model combines the systemic thinking that we've been looking at since the beginning of this training, and as Dick Schwartz says, the multiplicity of the mind, so that we all have not just one idealized self, but the multiplicities of us. So it does align with our model of integrative relationship therapy, that we do split ourselves to survive as a result of shame or trauma. But he identifies these parts very specifically. And so let's just go over them briefly. And again, this doesn't train you to do this work. So if you want to dig in a little bit deeper, you can go to the resource section of this course and find out how to get more training. But he identifies 3 subparts as ways that we have identified in our own system of multiplicity to survive difficult feelings, emotions, and experiences. So he says that we have managers, firefighters, and exiles all within us, parts of ourselves. So if we've been hurt, humiliated, frightened, or shamed in the past, we'll have parts that will carry or hide or contain those emotions or the memories or even the bodily sensations. And they sort of separate, or in my language, compartmentalize, and they hold those past experiences. In Imago language, they put them in the freezer. In Jungian language, they become part of your sub-personas. In IFS language, the manager will keep those feelings out of your consciousness, out of your conscious mind, because they are trying to keep those parts of you that might be more vulnerable or needy, and they want to lock them in sort of closets inside of yourself. So those, what he calls incarcerated parts, are the exiles. I might call them the compartmentalized parts of yourself. Other models might call them the shadow parts. Another group he defines as the exiles are the group that jumps into action to protect those parts of the self. So I have a quote here where he says, they jump into action whenever one of the exiles is upset to the point that it may flood the person with extreme feelings or make the person vulnerable to being hurt again. So they're protector parts that put out the flames, and that's why he calls them firefighters. So if an exile part starts to reemerge and overwhelm the system, then they come forward to protect us from that overstimulation. But the firefighter parts can be highly impulsive. They can dissociate from our feelings. He says that those parts can be the ones that are binging on drugs or alcohol or food or sex. Those kind of common firefighter activities are sort of distracting us. So we have the parts of us that are managers, the parts of us that are firefighters, and the parts of us that are exiles. And the work is to unburden the feelings or the experiences that they are protecting us from, so that we can be consciously in our self with a capital S. Tony Herbenek does work around IFS and sexuality, or IFS with couples. So the way that they integrate the work is they talk about unblending with some affect regulation. So unblending while managing the feelings and exploring, what's the danger of feeling this feeling? So one way we might work in this IFS model, just using some of the languaging, which you may do already, is to understand that we're not all of one experience. We're not all of one feeling. And the idea is that if there's a real threat inside, the more likely we're going to hold on to that protective part of us. So, in other words, if we have shut off or shut down or hidden an experience or a feeling or a part, it's more likely that we are going to resist or harden or protect that part. So, is there a reason for that belief that we hold? Is there compassion for that part of us that is protecting us? We can do couples work around being aware that we have parts. So just understanding that there may be a part of you that is upset with your partner. There may be a part of you that wants to leave your partner. There may be a part of you that doesn't want to have sex or wants to have sex. But being aware that we have this multitude within us, that it's not necessarily all of us that feels a certain way. And this just understanding in that language when you're with a couple or with an individual talking about their relationship can actually begin to decrease some of the anxiety that people have about their emotions. In other words, yes, there is a part of me that just wants to get wasted. Yes, there's a part of me that wants to leave my husband or my wife. Yes, there's a part of me that doesn't want to be honest. Yes, there's a part of me that wants to blurt everything out. So, in other words, it gives the client permission to own parts of how they feel without having to step into the whole truth that may not be their truth. It may be a part of their truth. And this can actually give a lot of relief to people just in that language. Now, to learn how to do more intense work and find those exiled parts, it's important in the IFS system that you have that training, and Dick Schwartz feels strongly about it. So I'm not going to dig in much further than that, but I want you to understand just how we integrate parts conversations into relationship therapy, that we all, since the beginning of time, have been talking about our shadow parts, the parts that we accept, the parts that we don't accept, the parts of our partner that we accept, that we don't accept. We might like a certain part and not another. And just like we talked about in the last section, what are the parts that we project onto our partner that may really be about us? What are the parts that we accept or adore about other people that may actually be more about us trying to grow those parts of ourselves? So we're already working in parts language. And if we want to dig a little bit deeper into doing that work, you can do more training in IFS. If we want to look at some of the research around couples therapy, probably the most research that's been done with couples is through the Gottmans, John and Julie Gottman. They really have done the most interesting research around the real lives of couples, where they've taken actual cameras and watched couples in their daily lives for long periods of time and counted up their interactions. And they found some really interesting things. They found that in healthy relationships, there's a ratio of positive to negative interactions. And that in healthy relationships, you need at least 20 positives for every negative interaction. And that a regular relationship needs at least 20 positive interactions to counterbalance something negative. So it goes to the idea that there are ways to repair negative interactions, and that there's a mathematical formula for it, and that you can actually research who are the couples that are going to make it. Another interesting thing that they found is that all couples have conflict. And conflict in a relationship is not an indicator of whether or not a relationship will survive. How couples repair their conflict is more of an indicator of how couples will do. So that also can relieve a lot of anxiety for the people that you work with. That just because you have conflict, that has no bearing on whether or not you're supposed to be together or whether or not you're going to make it. conflict is inevitable. It's the repair of the conflict that's the most important thing. And that's really, really important when you're working with couples who have children in the home, so that it's not so important that you hide your conflict from your children. It's actually more important that they see that you have conflict and that you know how to make up, and that they see this is what you do when you're angry or upset or disappointed. And this is how you come back together. This is how you come back to one another. That's a really healthy, adult, mature skill set to give your kids. One of the things that stands out from John and Julie Gottman's research is that if you have a conflict or a disagreement, you need 5 positive interactions for every negative one. So if you say, "Why'd you leave the laundry in the hallway?" Now you have to come up with 5 different things that are going to repair that one negative thing that you said. So now you have to say, "I appreciate that you did the laundry. I really like that you fold the laundry and put it away. I'm really appreciating that you saved me so much time every day. I'm really sorry that I snapped at you about the laundry. That was totally unnecessary. And I really love you, and let me give you a hug." So that's 5 things that you have to say to repair from that one negative thing that you said. If you have that in your mind and you can demonstrate that for your clients, it gives them a sense that, yes, we all say negative things and we all make mistakes, but that there is a path through. Another thing that comes out of the Gottman's research is that 60% of all the problems in your relationship are problems that are actually permanent. They're not going to go away. So the things that people come into a session to deal with are not necessarily the things that you as the therapist are going to fix for them. So the fact that they have stepchildren, or the fact that their partner snores, or that they chew with their mouth open, or that they don't like a certain kind of sex, or that they don't like their mother-in-law, those issues are not necessarily going to go away. So working with couples is not about changing the content as much as it is focusing on the process, the narrative or the meaning. And this is where integrative relationship therapy trains you to think about, well, it's not so much about your mother-in-law, it's about the story that you make up about how your partner gets along with your parent or your mother-in-law, how you interact about that story, and what it means to your relationship. And so it's the process, it's not the content. And one of the things I've seen over the years with the hundreds of therapists that I've supervised or done consulting with is that in the beginning you get really hung up on the actual content. What is the issue that I have to fix as a therapist? If a couple comes in and they have all these issues and those are their goals, then I have to help them fix those things. But that's not really your job. Most of us are not magicians, and we're not going to change those issues. And like I talked about last time, that might not even actually be their goal. What you can do is change the process. You can help them look at where are they stuck in the way that they've been talking or communicating over and over and over, where they don't feel heard, they don't feel validated, they don't feel empathized, because it doesn't matter what they're arguing about or what they're communicating about. If they feel the same way over and over and over, they're going to feel hopeless about it. So it doesn't matter if they're talking about their mother-in-law or sex or the kids or money. If you can change the way that they talk about things, then you change everything, right? And then they can take those skill sets home. The other thing that the Gottmans talk about that they are somewhat known for is this idea of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, these 4 negative communication patterns, as they call them. So it's criticism, contempt, defensiveness, and stonewalling. Criticism is when you attack someone's character or their personality. Contempt is when you show superiority or disrespect, and it's usually comes out as sarcasm or eye rolling. It's a lot of facial expressions. Contempt, it can be very triggering. There's neurological studies that show that you can sense what your partner is feeling by the most insignificant facial expression. So I can tell my partner's rolling his eyes across the room, even if he's in a different room. Or if he breathes out of his nose and goes, then I can scream into the next room, what? What's the matter? Like, there is certain neurological triggers that we read as contempt. Another pattern of negative communication could be defensiveness. So making excuses, denying responsibility, or shifting the blame onto the other person. Yeah, but you always, but I never. That defensiveness is one of the negative communication patterns that people get stuck in, and it destroys the conversation. The last one is stonewalling. So that's what I call toxic withdrawal. It's when you emotionally withdraw, you avoid communication. We see this in conflict avoidant couples. I don't want to talk about it. It's when people walk away. Usually you walk away because it's too painful. You don't want to get into an argument, or you have no response, or your central nervous system is so overactivated that you can't stay in that moment because you don't have a response, or your whole system is so activated and so triggered that you're afraid of your response. And sometimes it's healthy to walk away, but that's different than stonewalling. So they have ways of getting out of these four negative communication patterns. One is if you're critical, if you're like verbally attacking someone's personality or their character, is to use what they call the gentle startup. So instead of criticizing, to talk about your feelings, use I statements, express a positive need. So instead of saying, I can't believe you did the laundry that way, like, how could you put wet laundry in the laundry basket? Because now they're going to smell and they're going to be all wrinkly. Instead, use a more gentle startup, talking about your feelings. You know, when I saw the laundry, I got panicked a little bit because I thought, oh no, I'm afraid I'm not going to have anything to wear to work tonight. And I got a little worried. Should I put the laundry back in the dryer? Should I rewash it? So to talk about your own needs, what you need, what you feel, instead of pointing the finger at what you think your partner did. So there's that old sort of funny behavioral thing where, you know, if you're pointing a finger at your partner, you have 3 fingers pointed back at yourself. The idea is to not point a finger. The idea is to keep your feelings on yourself. So when this happened, it made me feel. And that prevents defensiveness, right? So defensiveness can be another form of negative communication, and we'll talk about that in a second. But contempt sometimes happens after criticism. If someone criticizes you, you might return with an attack or an insult, or even get emotionally abusive. You always yell at me about the laundry, but you don't pick up your clothes, and so who are you to attack me about the laundry? Because you're a slob and leave your clothes on the floor. You know, that kind of attack, insult, condemnation, putting someone down because you feel bad, can shut down the conversation and make the other person either withdraw or get defensive. So instead, they say, build a culture of more appreciation. So remind yourself in that moment, if you can, of your partner's positive qualities. Find some gratitude for things they've done in the past, more positive actions. So maybe in that moment, I know you're attacking me because you feel overwhelmed. You do a lot of things around the house. I appreciate that you pick up my clothes. I know I leave them all over the place. I really do appreciate that you do the laundry. I know our dryer doesn't work very well, and we're behind on all of our bills, so we can't buy a new one. And I really appreciate that you tried to make this work. So to remind yourself of your partner's positive qualities in integrative relationship therapy, to use appreciation language. and to use like the appreciation sandwich. So if you're going to ask your partner to change a behavior, to start with an appreciation. I appreciate that you did the laundry. I'm not sure how to go to work when my clothes are wet. I need dry clothes. And to end with an appreciation. I appreciate that you're trying even though our dryer doesn't work. So to put any kind of criticism or need in the middle of two appreciations, it's much easier for our brain to hear criticism when it's offered up on a platter of appreciation, just like the appreciation dialogue that we talked about that opens our prefrontal cortex instead of triggering that reactive defense. So the next horseman of the apocalypse that they talk about is defensiveness. We get defensive because we're warding off an attack that we perceive as blame. We hear someone blaming us for something, and so we try to reverse it. It's like, I don't want that attack coming at me, so I'm going to put up my shield and I'm going to send it back to you. It's not my fault, it's your fault. Don't look at me, I'm going to blame this on you so that we can focus on how you're doing something wrong. It's not my fault that the laundry didn't go in the dryer. It's your fault because you didn't bring home the new dryer. I asked you 3 times to go to the store and get me a new dryer, and you never do it. You're so lazy. You can't even bring the dryer home. I asked you to bring the dryer home. Like that kind of reverse blame is a form of warding off attack. The way that they ask people to shift that behavior is by taking responsibility. So accept your partner's perspective, and if you need to offer an apology, to do it. Taking responsibility is really hard, especially if you know that your partner has responsibility for some of the wrongdoing in the situation and they're not taking responsibility. But to be able to say, you're right, I threw all the laundry in the basket, it was still wet, and I know I'm going to have to rewash all that laundry, it's going to smell. I was in a hurry, and I should have just hung everything up. You're absolutely right. And now I'm going to have to do them all over again. Let me just see if I can iron your shirt so at least you can wear it tonight. So you accept that there is at least a piece of what you've done that your partner is complaining about that could be right. You don't have to take it all on, especially if it's not something that you can honestly own, but take responsibility for any of the perceived criticism. The last one, stonewalling, I find is the hardest to deal with in therapy. It's when people withdraw to avoid the conflict, but they also convey some kind of disapproval. So they do that toxic distancing. They had cross their arms, they roll their eyes, they walk away. I have couples that will throw their hands up in the air, turn their backs. I didn't want to talk about it anymore. Fine, whatever you think. I'm done with this. It really can activate people's nervous system. So the cure for this, the Gottmans talk about physiological self-soothing. Take a break and spend time doing something soothing and distracting. So instead of pursuing the person who's stonewalling, fine, if you want to cross your arms and put a wall around you, I'm going to go and take a break. I'm going to take a time out. I'm going to do something to take care of me while you pout and do your thing. Because people who are stonewalling really are trying to avoid a conflict. They're trying to put a wall around themselves. They need to do what they need to do, but if you continue to try to break down that wall, it makes it worse. So instead of stonewalling, if you're the stonewaller, saying instead, you know what, I'm going to go take a time out. I just need to go take a walk around the block and take care of myself. And I'm going to go do a couple stretches. I'm going to do some jumping jacks. I'm going to do some yoga. And then we'll come back to this. The important piece is to say, I want to come back to this when I feel better, right? To not abandon your partner. And the important part of this, the Gottmans talk about, that couples make bids or they make a move toward their partner, and how they are met will determine how their relationship is doing. So thinking about how your partner comes towards you. Do you turn toward them or away? It's the approach avoidance that we talked about. So if your partner tries to approach you, say you're on the couch watching TV and they reach over to hold your hand, do you hold their hand back? Do you reach over and put your arm around them? Do you turn away? Do you kiss them back? Do you hug them? Do you, what do you do in bed when they approach you? Do you make a bid to reach out? Do you reject the bid? Like, how do you handle approaches, bids for attention and affection? The last piece that the Gottman trainings offer, and you can find out more about how to get trained in level 1, level 2, level 3 in the Gottman approach, because we're just skimming the surface and talking about how their research applies to our relationship therapy model, is they have the Sound Relationship House where they talk about building love maps and having this positive perspective where they can create some shared meaning. In relationship therapy, we talk about integrating a vision or a mission. So in most schools of couples therapy, we have some sort of shared idealist mission, that doing something that we couldn't do alone, we create a bond where something in life together can happen that couldn't happen if we were single. So I'll give you this relationship house in the resources as well. So thinking about how to integrate some of this research into the work that you're going to do with your couples, with relationships, with the individuals that are working on their relationship, how can you integrate some of this? If you've already done some of the training with IFS or with Gottman, then you know how to work this. Integrative relationship therapy takes the skills that you already have and brings them into the couples therapy that you're already doing. So it's not to discount other models, it's to really show that we have come a long way in the field of psychotherapy and the field of couples therapy, and we're going to bump it up a notch. So the next type of psychotherapy we're going to talk about is emotionally focused therapy with Sue Johnson. She wrote Hold Me Tight. It's about conversations for a lifetime of love. She's the director of the International Center for Excellence in Emotionally Focused Therapy. She also did a lot of research on what makes a healthy couple. And emotionally focused therapy is really about understanding and changing emotional responses related to attachment. So the goal here is to increase awareness and to learn how to regulate your emotions based on whether or not your attachment needs are getting met in your relationship. So it's learning to understand what the attachment bonds are about and understanding the negative cycles of interaction. So just like in integrative relationship therapy, understanding where you are doing your pursuer distance or minimize or maximize or approach avoidance, where you are stuck in that pattern, and then restructuring that engagement. She calls it restructuring the bond. So figuring out the emotional engagement, the connection, and then in her language, creating a more secure attachment and understanding how you're playing that out in your relationship and trying to integrate a more secure and resilient bond with each other. And so it focuses on creating a safe and secure environment. So in that way, you could express more emotions and heal some of the past to develop a secure attachment bond. All of these schools of relationship therapy are basically doing the same thing, but they say it in a different way. And this is an important message because everyone needs to hear it in a different way. So for some couples, this might be very clarifying. For other people, they might need to hear it slightly differently. And the relationship that they have with you and with the way that you express relationship bonding will translate for them or it won't. So the more training you have, the more understanding you have about what makes for healthy relationships, the better, because then you'll be able to translate for them how to either repair or secure a relationship bond. So in EFT, they talk about what their needs and fears are and asking for those needs to be met. I think the only difference in integrative relationship therapy is that we also include sexual needs in a much more obvious way. EFT reflects emotional experience. In imago therapy, just like in integrative relationship therapy, we also use mirroring. So instead of calling it reflecting, we mirror and validate and empathize. In EFT, they call it evocative responding. In integrative relationship therapy, we call it empathy. So you'll see in all of these styles of psychotherapy and relationship therapy, the language might be slightly different, but a lot of the work is the same. So we'll compare and contrast a little bit, but the more you hear about these skills and the more you can integrate the skills into your work, the more beneficial it'll be to your clients. So in EFT, they talk about heightening the emotional experience so that, in my understanding, it's to increase their insight and awareness of what they're acting out in their relationship. In integrative relationship therapy, which is what you're studying here, I call it either deepening or peeling off the projection, peeling off the denial, getting deeper into what's actually happening instead of what you're bringing into the relationship from the past or the playing out of the enactment. EFT calls it empathic conjecture or interpretation. I might call it sort of doubling, like we might double for a client and speak for them to give them words to teach them how to validate. So I might say to a client, so it makes sense to me that knowing you the way I know you, that you would feel, giving them the language that then they could say to their partner. So I would say, so John, can you share with Susie what makes sense to you about what she just said? And that way I give them the language of empathy and validation. In EFT, they track and reflect and then replay the interaction. And in IRT, we summarize. So this is what I just saw. And maybe you could say to John what you just heard him say. So we do a lot of, tracking, reflecting, replaying as well. EFT might summarize that as an attachment experience, an attachment injury. And the way that they talk about attachment injury is if your partner doesn't respond to your needs, then a lot of these negative experiences can relate or re-trigger the past. And so that betrayal can cause permanent damage to the relationship, like if you feel abandoned. And then couples come to therapy to bring closure to that repair. In IFS, internal family systems, the part that's the protective part serves a purpose to hold a wall up around the more vulnerable parts. And so they might look at attachment in a different way. The attachment happens sort of within this multitude of the system. And the attachment can form in the couple and get triggered with all these different parts being activated. In integrative relationship therapy, I might say that developmentally in relationships, incidents happen during different transition times. So your attachment needs might be most intense during a time when your kids are moving out, or when there's illness or job loss, or after an affair, or during menopause, or sometime when there's a developmental need, and it can be processed as a need for growth on the individual and also in the relationship. So the work is the integration of the split off parts of the self. And so we all look at attachment injuries in similar ways, but we might process them with different language. And integrative relationship therapy looks at the need for the individual to work on their attachment issues in themselves, and understands that we choose a partner to help us finish off our unfinished business, but that we do a lot of that work on ourselves internally. IFS also does the growing up internally as well. So we all look at attachment from a different lens. And there's a neurological piece to this as well. And Stan Tatkin, who developed psychobiological approach to couples therapy, I think describes the neuroscience of attachment really well in his work. He talks about the autonomic nervous system and how it responds to these perceived threats. And it's kind of like what Sue Johnson talks about when there's this fear of attachment injury. Your autonomic nervous system will feel this threat and it has an emotional reaction. And so whether it's around your bonding or some kind of threat to your secure attachment, what happens neurologically is, there's three things. This neuroception, which is an unconscious detection of threat cues in the environment. We are always scanning for danger in our environment. And depending on how much danger you've actually experienced in your life, like different levels of trauma, you will see or notice danger more thoroughly. It's why we, regardless of how much danger you've actually had, it's why we pay more attention to the news when it's bad. It's why we seek out clickbait online, because bad news triggers something in our nervous system. It makes us more attentive because we have to understand and be aware and be awake for something that could cause danger to our system. Co-regulation means we create safety and security as essential for healthy relationship, for healthy attachment. So we co-regulate our system. I and you will create a safe, relaxed environment. So we know that between us, in our what Stan Tatkin calls our couple bubble, we create safety. In here, we know we'll be okay. And we have to make sure that together we can co-regulate in order to provide the secure base, just like in rapprochement phase of development, when we were working on our attachment, when we were 2 or 3 years old, we needed to know that there was a secure base of attachment so we could go out and explore the world and come back and check in and then go out and explore the world. Stan Tatkin says we provide a secure base as adults to explore the world and navigate challenges together when we have that couple bubble. In EFT, if we perceive a distance or separation, we interpret that as dangerous because it sends that security alarm to our amygdala. Amygdala is in the center of the brain that perceives danger. So when that's active, it kicks in our fight or flight mode. And when couples perceive a challenge to attachment, they will fight or flee. So when we look at this from a neuroscience perspective, as it applies to relating, let's just picture your relationship therapy session. There's a couple in your office, and let's understand what's happening in their brain. They are in a crisis, or maybe they're in the insight work, but they have their neocortex, which is where their cognition is. It's the language, sensory perception, spatial reasoning part of the brain. And the mammalian brain, which is for emotion and feeling. It's like the center brain. And the reptilian brain, which is the brainstem. So if you figure the brainstem is here, the emotional brain, which is the center of your brain, and then the neocortex formed the latest, which is the front part of your brain. And so the brainstem, which was the earliest to evolve, or the reptilian brain, is linked to like our senses. It also is like basic swallowing, breathing, heart rate. It's the first to function before birth. That midbrain part, the second part of the brain to evolve, is located at the top of the brainstem, sort of in the center. That's the limbic system. That's where you have your emotional function, your long-term memory, and that transmits what you're experiencing to your brainstem and then to the amygdala. That starts to develop in early childhood. It's not fully developed until you're in your 20s. But it also translates the meaning of things. So the limbic system is your emotional brain. Let's just dig a little bit deeper into that. Your amygdala is the fear and aggression part of your brain. Your hippocampus is where your emotional memories are processed. Your hypothalamus is the emotional and stress response part of the brain, separate from your thalamus, which regulates emotional response. And then your cingulate cortex monitors conflicts and empathy. We don't know enough about the empathy aspects of the brain, but we know some. So if you want more neuroscience, I'm going to give you a resource for Dan Siegel, who talks very clearly about the brain and actually taught me this very simple model to make it really much clearer how to understand it. So the neocortex of the brain, the most recent part of the brain, this takes up 2/3 of your brain mass. So it helps us to think and reason, evaluate, perform our higher cognitive function. It's like our grown-up brain. It starts developing, around 12 and into our 20s. It's why, if you smoke a lot of pot, do a lot of drugs, drink a lot, it really takes a long time for the smart part of your brain to develop. So you don't really make smart decisions till way into your 20s. Messages pass from the brainstem through the limbic system into your neocortex. So we have a reaction to our partner. Your partner rolls their eyes. You go into either fight or flight. I can't believe you just did that. I have an emotion. I feel really angry or upset. And then I go into my neocortex and I try to make sense of it and have some language around it. But first I have a reaction, and then I have a feeling, and then I have language. So it takes a while to translate it. So I might react from my fight or flight, or I could react emotionally way before I have language in which to process. When you do that, it makes me feel, which is why in therapy we have to slow down. If they're just fighting back and forth and in their fight or flight mode, they could do that at home. But in the session, we slow the process down so that your brain has time to evolve into a conversation. So your brain has time to slow down. Well, when you did that, it made me feel. And then the other person can mirror that back. So when you did that, it made you feel. When I did that, it made you feel. So it feels very slow, but there's a reason for that slower process. There's a reason for slowing that system down. So when we integrate that process of awareness, we're going into what's the third stage of EFT, but also the insight phase of therapy for integrative relationship therapy. So change is integrated into the self and the partnership without attachment need being put on the partner. I have to heal my own attachment so that I can be a grown-up with my partner. We're going to talk more about that at some point. But, a lot of this was not developed in this decade. It goes back to Jungian therapy. Carl Jung was a student of Freud and broke off with Freud because of his belief in the collective unconscious. The collective unconscious was more of an idea that could not be proven. So he was drummed out of the academy a little bit. But he came up with the idea of archetypes, which is partly where we get our theories around personality. So Jung's archetypes were really the pathways from the collective unconscious to the conscious. It meant that we all share, regardless of language or culture, we all share these particular archetypes, the personas. So our persona is how we present in public, our roles. that we have an anima or animus, a feminine or masculine characteristic, whether you're male, female, trans, whatever your gender orientation are, that there are certain masculine or feminine anima or animus personas or archetypes within us, and how we present to the world our personas, not necessarily who we are or who we were born to be, or it doesn't necessarily line up with us. Which is interesting when you think about transgender today, that you could be in your persona, but it wouldn't necessarily match up with your anima or animus. So even back then he had an awareness of the non-binary state of our sense of self and who we are in the world. He also talked about the shadow, which was any unacceptable sexual, animalistic, or aggressive impulses. And he also said that we could project that shadow onto others. So really the root of a lot of the therapy that we're talking about in relationship therapy is about understanding that we have this shadow self and that we can project it onto other people. And a lot of the work is peeling off this unconscious projection, owning our own stuff, seeing our partner for who they really are, and seeing the shadow of the relationship process. Seeing the shadow of the relationship process. What is this relationship process that we're stuck in? Peeling it away and being able to relate in a way that is healthier for both of us. And then he also talked about the fact that we have a self, the center of the personality, the conscious and unconscious, the identity that forms as we continue to seek knowledge, develop. That's the goal of life. It's this sort of self-actualized self. Different but similar to the IFS self with a capital S. We are born in this self already whole and contained, but it continues to develop as we learn. Now, Jung also came up with some personality types, and you might recognize some of these. A lot of the personality inventories, if you're a psychologist, you might have some assessments that you've done. You might recognize yourself in some of these personality types and some of the testing that's been developed from them. But he came up with some of these extroversion, introversion side types. So he's the one that came up with this idea of extroversion, introversion, that extroverts were more concerned with the external world and with people and things outside of us, and introverts were more concerned with their own internal thoughts and ideas. And then people who were more introverted thinking would pursue their own ideas, and they didn't care if those ideas were accepted or not. Introverted feeling would have strong feelings that they kept inside, but occasionally would explode. And those people tended to be the creative artist types. Introverted sensation people focused on perception and psychological sensations. We might describe those people as depressed today, or bipolar, overly feeling people, overly sensitive. Introverted intuitive people have difficulty communicating their insights and trouble understanding their own thoughts, and mostly suffer, and we might see them the most in therapy, actually, for individual therapy. Now, extroverted thinking people were concerned with the outside world and tended to impose their view onto other people. So they can be somewhat pedantic, but they are interested in the news, they are interested in how the world works, and they want everybody else to know their thoughts. Extroverted feeling can be emotional at times, but very sociable and funny. Extroverted sensational people experience and participate in outside activities, and they like excitement. So they're always looking for the next adventure. These might be people who get caught in affairs quite often. Extroverted intuitive people enjoy novelty and promote new ideas and concepts to others. So those are the expanders. They're always looking for something new, always looking to do the next thing. So you might see yourself in some of these, or a combination. This idea of the extended introversion extroversion would never really took off because there was a lot of criticism that his ideas were not proven with enough research, but these ideas have been spun off into many other areas. If you know about the MMPI or the Enneagram or other, what's that test that, Myers-Briggs, yeah, a lot of these personality types come from Carl Jung personality types. And he also was famous for his idea of the persona projection. So we see the world in a way that validates our personas, or the parts that we project about ourselves. So these parts can hide who we really are and what we really feel or think. They might mask what we're feeling and thinking. But in integrative relationship therapy language, if we find someone that enacts that drama, we can hold on to the persona. So in other words, if we have a persona that's, I'm a creative type and I see myself as an artist, and that hides the shame I had that I didn't do well in school, then I'm going to meet someone who is going to help me reflect that in the world, that I'm an artist type and I can hide the fact that I'm dyslexic and failed out of college. Then I will continue to enhance that relationship because I'm enhancing the relationship with my own persona. And if my partner does anything to deny that persona, even if it's in order to get to know the other parts of me and longs to know the real me, the other parts that I've compartmentalized out of shame, I will start to resist that relationship, because it goes against the persona that I've been holding in order to protect the parts of myself that I've disowned. And so the partner might, with all good intent, want to know those other parts of me and be very accepting of them. But it's me that can't accept those parts, and me that's resisting opening up the relationship to that level of honesty. So we hold very strongly to those roles or those personas in Jungian language. And in integrative therapy language, I would say that if we find a perpetrator or persecutor, we can continue to be a victim. If we need to be a rescuer or a problem solver or a fixer, we're going to need to find someone that we can fix. So our personas or our roles become quite fixed if we are more invested in holding on to the parts of ourselves that we have denied. So our roles become more fixed if we are more invested in holding on to the parts of ourselves that we have denied. It's what makes relationships so challenging, because relationships challenge us to see the parts of ourselves that we have denied, to see the parts of ourselves that in Jungian language would be the shadow, in IFS language would be the exiles, in EFT language would be about the attachment issues. Where in integrative relationship therapy we are challenged in our relationships to integrate all the parts of us, even the parts that we are in denial about or don't want to own. So in integrative relationship therapy, we are looking at the disintegrated parts of the self. And I look at these in three different areas. The unknown parts, the parts that I don't know about myself. The successful parts, which might be my personas that I put out in the world, and the unsuccessful parts. So the unknown parts might be the compartmentalized parts of me. They have maybe served me because they've allowed me to deny parts of me, to hide some things that I've been ashamed about. Maybe they've developed as a strategy or a way to combat loneliness or isolation or abandonment or they've been associated. Maybe they've been very unknown, early parts, vulnerable parts, parts I don't want to remember or think about. So those parts have been separated out. The successful parts are developed to find success in the world. So created as aspects of the self that are more about human doings instead of human beings. The parts that take on roles, they work for approval. They might be against your own self-interest, but they work hard to be the persona, to be the success in the world. They might be exits, they could be compulsive, they could be traps. So I'll give you an example. I had a guy that I worked with for a long time who, in the world, his successful part was that he was a very successful trader. He made a lot of money. He bought very expensive clothes. He drove a very expensive car. He created this whole self that he was doing in the world very well. But his unknown parts were, there was a whole strategy of keeping compartmentalized history of sexual abuse and abandonment. And it started to leak out when he started to wear women's underwear underneath his suits. And he couldn't understand why that was happening, other than it became clear that he had some kind of a fetish. And so instead of shaming him about that, we worked to integrate that part. How is that working? How is it part of being successful? How is it pleasurable for you? How can you integrate it in a more pleasurable way without feeling shame about it? The unsuccessful parts can be problematic, self-destructive, tricksters, compulsive. They may be controlling, mean, angry, toxic. They're the inner critic. So, they're the critic that says, you can't write that book. Are you crazy? You're never going to get successful in your work. They were the part of him that said, someone's going to catch you. You're going to be in the men's room, and somebody's going to see you, and you're going to get caught. And you're going to lose your job. They're going to put you in the newspaper. Everybody's going to know. They're going to take pictures of you. You're going to be on the news. He had a part of himself that was really mean. So he actually started escalating and started taking pictures of himself at his desk with his pants down in that underwear. He wasn't posting it anywhere. I thought maybe he would be sending it to people. But it was a part of him that was trying to be integrated, trying to discover something that was under the surface. So there's unknown parts, there's successful parts, there's unsuccessful parts. And the disintegrated parts of the self, if we think, is who you are when you're born. The unknown parts and the unsuccessful parts and the successful parts are parts that are roles that we take on throughout our life. Many times I'll get people who come into my office in midlife and they don't even know who they are anymore. They don't remember the self because so many other parts have been played on top of that idealized, internalized self, and that they don't remember who they are. So the idea is to take a look at all those other parts that we have played. And many times we can do that by doing the couples therapy because we can seek out a partner in this imaginary drama who matches who we believe we need to be. So he chose a partner who, in his mind, looked the part, played the part, could serve him in the social circles that he was in, but he really didn't have a relationship with her. And in his mind, he thought maybe he wanted to be in a relationship with a man, but he didn't identify as gay. He was very confused. He didn't know what he wanted to do. But there was a lot of issues in the relationship he had with his wife that he could begin to look at in their drama and see where the issues were being mirrored back to him. And he could begin to look at what was dismembered that he could open up and remember. So part of the way we look at those things are around the communication blocks, the cycle that people are stuck in, around desire issues. What is it that you desire? What are you not getting enough of? What is it that you long for? Where is the trauma located? Trauma usually creates those split off parts. Sometimes it appears in affairs or monogamy issues, and we're going to talk more about that in the next section. And in catastrophic separation or divorce, where we break off or end relationships either for freedom or for out of pain. So in the next session, I'm going to show you the next part of session 1, part 2 with Bill and Sue. And I'd like you to think about, are each of these partners in their self? Are they in their disowned self? Are they in their successful parts? Where do you see each of these parts coming out, and how do we integrate and begin to integrate some of the story and the narrative?
And I've been struggling with lately is that you said yes to doing this, and then I find out after I've developed some really lovely relationships with also ethically non-monogamous people who are married and all that, that you never wanted this, and you never ever wanted it and agreed to it to make me happy.
So
And
let's talk about that. I mean, are you feeling like it worked for a while for you, or now it doesn't work, Bill? Like, tell me where you're at with this.
I think I view it differently. That I guess I'm more monogamous than I am polyamorous. It's been a little odd for me to kind of look at all different people and imagine, well, I could have a sexual relationship with them. I could have a sexual relationship with them. Whereas once in a while I would have that thought or feeling and then go, well, no, it's not going to happen. That's not part of this thing. And then when I thought, yeah, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to,
once we opened our marriage,
see someone, and then someone that I was interested in because I liked what they did. And we hit it off in a really deep way. So
that was Bill's one relationship. We'll call her Jane. And I was over the moon happy for him when he found this. And when they were together, and I knew they were together, I was even more happy. And I kind of fantasized what they might be doing together. And it kind of turned me on. And I was very excited about that and very happy for him.
It doesn't sound like it was exciting for you, Bill. Like, it sounds like it's
the reverse. Yeah.
It's problematic for you.
Yeah. Because I guess I view sexual intimacy as being connected to love. And, like I said to you earlier, maybe that's naive. That's a naive view of it. But, I have love for lots of different people. I just don't have sex with them,
Mm-hmm.
So, and, if I'm feeling horny and I need a release and there isn't, I masturbate and I take care of that. And that's like, you talk about maintenance sex, I just, that doesn't have much, I don't have much interest in it because I can maintain myself, that way. It's like cleaning the pipes to me. It's like changing the filters on the heater, which I just did,
That sounds so romantic.
Doesn't it?
I just listened to a Dan Savage podcast last night where somebody called in and talked about this, and it was, and he talked about maintenance sex, and he talked about what it is and what, long-term relationship and how, and so I explained to Bill last night what that was, and I was like, yeah, I've had that before. That's been part of it. I, wouldn't admit to it, but since we're sort of laying this all out on the table and talking to you, Tammy, and why not bring that up as part of the way something's been done. It has been for me. I don't know that it's that way for you.
Yeah, it has.
You know, I have sex with people who I do love them. I tried having sex with a few people that I didn't love. I liked them. They were interesting, a little bit attractive. It didn't do much for me. I have to build a relationship and become really close with someone before I want to be intimate. So I do love them. I'm not in love with them, and we've had a lot of discussions about, well, not a lot. We've had a few discussions about what that means to each of us, and I kind of came to the realization that I'm not in love with anyone. I don't have that sort of goo goo gaga. Oh, I think about them all the time. I just don't. And even you. And it's where I am in my life, and it's changed and it's different. And I don't know that I'm the right person for you anymore. If that's what you need to have intimacy and a partnership and all of that. So I was sort of hoping, because to me it was obvious for the past 8 years that we hadn't been in that place, that if we opened our marriage and we met other people, we'd still have what we have at home with each other, because I believe we're really still good friends, and maybe some intimacy, but find that amazing connection with people outside of it, and then come back home. And we have 2 kids. I don't know if that's part of this recording and education process.
That's part of it. That's a huge
They're
part of it.
They're 22 and 14. They both live at home. Mm-hmm. The 22-year-old's working on getting launched. It will, just graduated college last spring. Will eventually. The 14-year-old's a freshman in high school, so we've got that to continue raising and being here for. They're very happy kids. They're both transgender, and we're accepting of all of their pronouns and orientations and this and that and sexuality. And like, why we're able to accept that, but can't accept kind of this new reality in our marriages I've been struggling with.
It's personal.
Oh, of course. I get that. Yeah. And
they're their own people, and we're their own person.
Do your kids know about your marriage?
Yes, they do.
Wow, you guys have a lot going on.
We first told the older one in the spring. Who's 22, and they were sort of great, cool, get it, understand polyamory, multiamory, all that. Decided to tell our 14-year-old June, July, because it was sort of like, where's mommy going every Sunday? I'm not going to a book club.
So Bill, what that looks like, it really upset you when I said that. She seems okay with it. You seem upset. You want to say something more about that?
I don't quite know what to say.
What do you think you're feeling? What's coming up for you?
I mean, I'm sad. I'm sad that we're in a different, we've been together a long time. So I just think the views of what love is different for us, each of us. I grew up, my father passed away when I was 10. My brother passed away from muscular dystrophy when I was 20. And in our family, we were always very touchy-feely, very hugging, very, almost, kissing good morning and kissing good night every night, and kind of that physical connection that reinforced the fact that we're alive and here. So it's something that I really crave and I really enjoy and really like in return. And so it's tough when I don't get that. So
we've had a lot of discussions, or not a lot, I'd say some discussions about our level of interest and need in that. It has dropped off precipitously in the past couple of years. For me, I really felt a drop off kind of our late 40s, early 50s, kind of that change in both of our lives, and for multiple reasons. I don't necessarily feel sexual or attraction or desire unless a man kind of comes up and touches me and tells me I'm beautiful or sexy or you're ass or you're this or that. I mean, I need a little fawning over. And that really stopped. And Bill's taken some personal blame for that, which I don't, I mean, you can take it, but I don't, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying this is what it is and the way it's kind of natural. And, I was 20 pounds heavier and I don't think I looked good or very attractive. And, I was not in a place where I was doing my hair. And you say, Bill, that appearances don't matter that much for you. It's the soul and the energy and all of that. And, I was feeling pretty shitty about myself, and drank more and and the more I drank, the worse I felt. And, um, and I took that lack of that kind of physical adoration or desire from you as a reflection that I'm just not attractive anymore.
So, as we begin to integrate that conversation around sexuality, how can we use some of these skills that we have around some of the languaging as we move from the application of these approaches? One way to talk in parts work is that there may be a threat inside that's emerging, that there's some danger, that as we begin to talk about, I don't feel desirable, or I want to be with other people, or what's the belief about that? What is the belief, or what I would describe as the narrative, the story that I hold? And unburdening that would mean talking about it, sharing it with each other. As I share with you this next part of the work with Bill and Sue, and we move on to the next session, notice how things have changed, and then I'm going to come back to some of these questions that you could ask and you could begin to think about. And then we're going to talk about Imago relationship therapy and how to actually apply dialogue in the sessions. Right now we're still in the story. We're still hearing about the story. We're still hearing the narrative. We're still hearing the feelings. And notice, is there defensiveness? Is there stonewalling? Is there criticism? Where are the four horsemen coming out? And how are we going to focus in on what needs to be changed? So today is our third session. Let's do a check-in, and let me ask you guys how you've been doing. I'm sorry to hear you've had COVID, Bill, and pneumonia. That's really horrible.
Thank you. Yeah,
I'm glad you're on the mend.
I am.
And I have empathy.
Oh, thank you. Me too, for you. We've been pretty much separated. It was interesting because we went to Christmas Eve service together, the whole family, because the kids were singing, and the Reverend talked about isolation. I had no idea it would hit home, so it would be so meaningful to me, in other words. So we really haven't been, we haven't been spending too much time together, but we had our 35th anniversary on New Year's Eve. 35 years married, 38 years together. And the kids were away doing their own thing. And we had a nice meal, and we had a nice chat by the fire. We're moving along, I think. What do you think, Kim? I mean, so.
I think that's all true. I think what's coming to light more and more is what different places we each are in our own personal lives and our relationship. And that's sort of a big, broad statement, I realize, but it definitely can make one feel alone and isolated when you're on a journey alone. I think we've never really worked on, you and I have never really worked on how to do something like that together. And I know my inclination is I tend to spin off and continue circulating in my own galaxy and universe, and what happens over there, and I focus on me, and I kind of came to it pretty strongly. I think even last night or the night before, when you've been reading a book on your phone and you mentioned about how much you are going to change or be, what did you say, transforming? Was that the word you used?
Yeah.
And I thought, yeah, I know that. I went through that a few years ago, and I know exactly what you're talking about. And then you sort of said, no, that's not what I'm talking about. So that's okay. I mean, you know, it was 10:30 at night and not a time to start a discussion, but I just noticed that it could potentially be a parallel shift for each of us, not necessarily doing it together. Tammy, I do want to mention that we did buy your book.
Ooh.
And I haven't read too far into it. I'm up to like 43, but it's very good and very rich. And there's things I want to take a yellow highlighter and highlight. And one thing, I haven't done it yet, but this bullet in kind of the middle of the page here that says the integrity of the relationship is maintained through emotional commitment, not sexual exclusivity. Now that speaks to me. I don't think it speaks to Bill. I don't think anything we've gone through in the past year speaks to that, but I mean, that's just been my experience of it. What I'm still trying to wrap my head around is how much we've gone through in the past year opening our marriage and how much I wasn't aware of, because Bill withheld and to make me happy and said yes and agreed to things. And that's where I'm really struggling.
You're struggling with the fact that I withheld that from you? Wasn't truthful with you about my feelings?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really, I feel like what clues could I have picked up on, or what did I miss, or what, you know, and of course you can replay all this stuff in your head a zillion times, right? And never know if, like, did I hear that? Did I just not want to hear it? Did I see that and not want to see it? But I can't, I'm not finding any of that productive to sort of spend time doing that.
No, I know.
And so what I keep focusing on is, where can we get to? Where are we now? And do we want to transform what we have into something new and different? Not just what I want, not just what you want, but, you know, but in something that we agree to. And I guess I've come to the point where I'm not expecting you to change and come along on this journey, because you've said several times in the past 2 weeks, well, before you got sick, I can't do this part of the journey with you, very clearly. So I kind of started getting my mindset like, okay, you know, he's going to figure out what's next for him and all that, but he's not interested in this. So now that may be changing with you working with Tess and the books you're reading, and I'm completely willing to wait and be patient and supportive. But I also don't know what to do about myself and my relationships and my partners. And even though you said, go ahead, go on, be with them. And so I'm kind of stuck.
Well,
I
there's a couple parts there. First that you feel sort of betrayed from some parts that were from the past here that are still undone, that you don't necessarily want to revisit, but there's still some hurt there. And second, that you aren't sure if you're supposed to move forward or if things are on hold. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, what's happened is that one thing has been said, but there's been other feelings about it. Just like now it's been said, no, go on, be with who you want to be with. You know, and I'm like, I don't know if that's true or not. You know, is it still ripping you apart inside? Is it you? Are you totally, have you changed and are totally okay with it? You know. I'm really confused. So, and this has been, being so sick and out of commission, there's not been any, we've tried to have a couple of conversations and it's hard. And I realize that, and I don't want to kind of push that too far when you're not feeling well.
I understand. I don't want to restrict you from the people you want to be with and the things that you want to do. I don't want to do that. I have no interest in doing that. I want you to do what you need to do, honey. I want you to see the people you need to see. Okay.
Right. But
it's, I've asked that, you don't tell me the details or anything like that, because I don't really have an interest in hearing about it.
Right.
But I don't want to keep you from living your full life outside of this, our relationship. That's how I truly feel. Now, the other stuff, whether I'm going to pursue this or not, that I'm still figuring that out.
Right. And I totally understand that.
Because, I approach it a little differently. I just approach it differently. I'm a different person, obviously.
Right. And
there's something more spiritual about it to me than just companionship or friendship or sex.
well, when you say that, it makes it sound like you don't think it is a spiritual thing to me. And because you don't want to know any details about what I do or have or see or find with other people, I don't feel at liberty to even dispute that or share that. But you reduce it to something less than a high spiritual connection. And that's hard for me to I can take it and sort of keep it and not respond to it. So I just want to put that out there.
Your relationship with the people is yours. And
Correct.
It could very well be highly spiritual and all of that. It's just a different thing for me. So, and they're your friends, they're your connection, they're your
Correct.
lovers, they're your, so
right.
I just don't feel like I don't want to get involved. I want you to be happy involved with them and get what you want out of them.
Right. Well, and thank you for saying that, because I am and have been, and
I know.
And that's been a wonderful thing. But what
Good.
we're here for is about how not only this step has affected our relationship, but also what our relationship is going to be if indeed we want to continue. I continue to say, I never had an intention to have this break us up, but I thought of it as an expansion and a kind of reforming. And I guess the reforming is kind of natural with that. So
Oh, I see what you mean.
like,
of course it's going to reform. How can it not?
Of course, yeah. So but again,
it sounds
go
like
ahead.
things have not really changed since the last time we talked. You're sort of still in the same position. Is that funny?
Yeah, I mean, no, it is. It's kind of is. I mean, yeah.
I mean, last time we talked, though, it seemed things were a little more dire, like that perhaps this was, maybe going to break you guys up. It doesn't sound like that's, on the edge of breaking you up. It sounds like, Bill, you're still accepting of Sue having other relationships and you don't really want to know about them or know the details. And you're still trying to figure out what that means for you. Now, last time we talked, you were saying you didn't really want to do anything. And now it sounds like you're thinking about, well, maybe I would, but I have to figure out what that would look like. Because you were talking about your past relationship and the sort of hurt that had caused.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you listen to that narrative, you notice that I reviewed, reflected, and summarized where they were at. I didn't try to change their narrative or challenge where they were at in their open relationship. So, really, we're looking at what is the couple's narrative? What is the couple's narrative? Where are they in their narrative? What is the story I make up about us? So as we go along, we'll teach the couple to do a check-in. The story I make up about us, the story I make up about what this means about me, and the story I make up about what this means about you. So what do you make up as the therapist about what this means about the couple? So we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll talk about solution-focused therapy and cognitive behavioral therapy, sort of the roots of how we got here to where we are today in relationship therapy. And I hope you get a little coffee, and I'll see you soon. So we just saw Bill and Sue. That's the beginning of session 3. We're deep into the conflict now. And so as we begin to ask the questions around how is this threat to the relationship really a part of them that they are fiercely holding on to? How have they agreed unconsciously to this pattern? Because it's actually protecting them. So what's the danger of letting it go? What's the old danger, the current danger, the future danger? And how is it protecting them? So what is the protector part of each of them? And what is the paradoxical part of this challenge? So if we were to challenge them and say, how is this working for you? Instead of how is it not working for you? What do you think they would say? How is the shame about this challenge or the parts of them, how is it functioning for each of them? So if he feels shame about her wanting an open relationship, how is that working for him? If he feels shame about the relationship not working that he had with this outside partner, how does that work for him? How does it work for her? What is the inner critic saying about them? What is it saying about their partner? And what's the belief that they hold about this narrative around this is working, this isn't working? And if they let go of this belief, what would that be like? And what do you believe as the therapist as you listen to them? And what would happen if you let go of that belief? So what would you believe as a therapist? And what would you believe as a partner about this particular couple? It's not meant to challenge your beliefs about open relationships. It's meant to challenge your thinking about the dynamic of a relationship. So what do you want to say to them and to their protective parts? The parts of them that want to stay in this dynamic, the parts of them that want to change their partner and not themselves. What if you had compassion for each of them and for the parts of them that are invested in this dynamic that they're in? And if it was serving them, how would you soften around those parts? How would you help them own their inner critic and the defensiveness and the stonewalling? How would you help them to notice what's working for them? So as we continue to explore what we bring into relationships, one of the best ways, I think, to understand our past is to look at imago relationship therapy. And we're going to do a deeper dive into that now to begin to think about why do we pick the people we're with and what is it that we bring into our current relationships. So imago relationship therapy was started by Harville Hendricks and Helen LaKelly Hunt. And they developed imago relationship therapy to help couples understand their relationship. They wrote the book Getting the Love You Want, which has been an Oprah favorite over 20 times. And basically, the story around imago therapy is that all frustration is growth trying to happen. So all intense frustration is related to your story, your narrative. And one of the ways that we teach couples to interact is through this dialogue process that you saw in the appreciation dialogue. The appreciation dialogue is one thing I appreciate about you or about being here, and then we teach the couples to mirror back what the other person says. One thing I would like more of would be an expansion of the appreciation dialogue. So in integrative relationship therapy, I have modified that appreciation dialogue to expand on what's already working, so that we start with that appreciation, opening the prefrontal cortex, and then ask for more. But we don't just ask for one thing we want to try or one thing we want our partner to do, but we expand on what's already working. So we start with appreciation, and then we ask for more of what's already working in the relationship. And then, and only then, do we add one thing I'd like to try. So the dialogue that you're seeing now on your screen is one thing I appreciate about you or about being here. You could try this in your office with a couple, or you could try this at home with your partner. One thing I appreciate about you being here, or I appreciate about you, and then have your partner mirror that back. And then you could switch and the other person does it. And then you would mirror them. And then one thing I would like more of that we already have in our relationship or that we already do. And then you each mirror that back. And then one thing I would like to try. So the expansion of what's already in the wisdom of the relationship means that you're giving the power back to the couple. You're not in that privileged position of the superior therapist where you have the answer for the couple, but you're aligning with their inner wisdom so that they remember what's working for them or what has worked, so that they can reintegrate the power of what worked in the beginning of their relationship, the positives of what they know to be functional between the two of them. And then we teach them dialogue skills that include empathy and validation. So we teach them how to summarize. So I hear you, I hear this is what you're saying, I hear that you appreciate, that you want more of, that you want to try, to really make sure that people are present for each other. And the empathy part and the validation would sound like, it makes sense to me that this is what you appreciate, this is what you want more of, this is what you want to try. And empathy is making up what you imagine that they feel. So throwing out feeling words means that you begin to give your clients language around affect, language around emotion. So you begin to teach them to take some risks with each other. So can you share with your partner, what do you imagine that they're feeling right now? Or what do you imagine that they feel as they share these things with you? And let's just throw out some feeling words, and then we'll check it out with them to see if they got it right. Maybe they did. Maybe there's other things that they feel. So you give them some wiggle room to take some emotional risks. Most people will go back to those basic feelings that we identified from Darwin, sad, mad, glad, curious. And there are many shades of emotion underneath those feelings. And you can help them articulate a little bit more what someone might feel like. So just to review the appreciation dialogue is one thing I appreciate about you, and the partner mirrors. And then to expand into that, you could say one thing I appreciate about our relationship. And then one thing I would like more of, one thing we already do. And then one thing I could change to improve our relationship. So now you're adding in a part where each partner is taking responsibility for what they can do to make changes. This is a shift from when they first come into the session and they say, I would be so much happier if you could just change my partner. And most of the time when you ask them what their goal is for the positive treatment outcome, they say, well, I want you to just change them and then I'll be fine. So this is, again, shifting the locus of responsibility back to the self. So one thing I can do to improve our relationship would be, and just have both mirror that statement. And then you encourage them to empathize and validate. So if I were to role play that for you, it would be, one thing I appreciate about you, George, is that you came here to therapy today. And so, Sally, one thing you appreciate about me is that I came here to therapy today. And if I was a therapist, I would say that's perfect. And is there more? I would encourage them to do 2 or 3 appreciations. And then I would encourage them to share. So can you share with Sally, what's one thing you appreciate about your relationship? So Sally, one thing I appreciate about our relationship is that you always encourage us to grow as a couple. So one thing you appreciate about our relationship, George, is that I always encourage us to grow as a couple. And so I would help them if they were too wordy and it was hard to remember. You saw that in Kat and Damon, that I helped them to minimize the statements so that they were easier to remember. You don't have to do that. You can encourage them to just summarize what the other person heard. But sometimes it's better to, in the beginning, get them to really mirror exactly what the other person said, just so they get in the habit of listening. And then I would have them share, so George, what's one thing you would like more of from Sally that you've already done or gotten or had, but what's something you would really appreciate more of? So Sally, one thing I'd appreciate more of is if we had more date nights. So you'd appreciate if we had more date nights. And so then one thing you could change to improve your relationship. And George might say to Sally, so one thing I could do to improve our relationship would be to come home earlier from work. So one thing you could do to improve our relationship would be to come home earlier from work. And then I would have them summarize and empathize and validate. So it makes sense that you want to have more date nights, George. And if you could come home early from work, that would make sense, because then we could see each other more. And I appreciate that you recognize that I'm always trying to help us to grow as a couple. And that would be a good summary, and also a bit of validation and empathy. And I might, as a therapist, encourage them to go a little deeper. If George's need is to be seen and appreciated, I might ask Sally to say more about what she hears and what she could validate for him. If Sally's need is to be seen and heard for the things that she contributes, I might have him empathize a little bit more with what it's like to be in charge of the relationship. So being really clear about the empathy and validation part and not overlooking that. And always closing the end of the dialogue with, one thing I appreciated about this dialogue with you. So Sally, one thing I appreciated about this dialogue with you is that you really listened to me. You didn't make up your own stuff. So one thing you appreciated about this dialogue with me is that I really listened to you. And George, one thing I appreciated about this dialogue with you is that you really told me how you felt. So you appreciate that I really told you how I felt. And I might ask them, is there more, until they could get it all out of them. But the important piece here is, I think, the empathy and validation. So I hear that, it makes sense that, I imagine you feel, I hear that dates are important, I hear that you value our time together. It makes sense that you want me home earlier. It makes sense that you want me to recognize that I'm really working on the relationship. I imagine you feel really connected to me when we spend more time together. So all of those ways of showing empathy have nothing to do with critiquing how much time we spend together or blaming the other person for not creating the right kind of dates, or they're not garbage canning things from the past. You never come home. We never have enough dates. We're not having enough sex. We don't go out to dinner often enough. It's just focusing on what's already working and expanding. So really helping people to sort of evaluate what they are contributing to changing the pattern. Being able to summarize, I hear that it makes sense that I get that it seems that I would suggest that being able to summarize and mirror and validate for them as the therapist. I hear that you each want the same thing, that you each are longing to spend time together, that it makes sense to me that you are both missing each other, and that part of what brought you in is that longing for time and attention. And I get that you appreciate that someone is in charge of being close in the relationship because you both want to be close. It seems that you're each missing the other. And I would suggest that, creating a date once a week or more would make a lot of sense. It seems like you have already come up with the solution. So really validating for them that they have created, that they know from their own inner wisdom what the answer is. So let's revisit Kat and Damon, a couple that doesn't really have the emotional language yet. They have not discovered how to validate or empathize yet. It is a slower process, and they're very new to therapy and haven't been able to really connect yet with what it means to mirror and validate. So it's a slower process, teaching them the imago dialogue. And then you'll go a little bit deeper in the imago process in the next section. So when it recently happened, what did you do?
How do you mean?
What behavior did you do?
What behavior did I do?
Mm-hmm. Did you not tell her? Did you tell her anyway? Did you go out? Did you not go out? Like, how did you move towards her? Did you withdraw?
And she was sad, and we talked about her sadness, and I told her it's just something that I need to do for me, and explained to her why I felt I had to handle it, and then I went on my date.
Mm-hmm. So, Kat, what did you hear him say then?
That just now that
you can say you reacted by.
Oh, you reacted by, you told me, we discussed it, and you went out on your date.
Sounds right.
Mm-hmm. And so how was that a problem for you? It sounds like it might have been a problem for her, but how is that a problem for you?
Well,
you tell her.
Like,
you don't have to tell me, just tell her. You can face her and tell her.
I don't like anxiety in my life.
Mhm.
I think partners shouldn't make.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't feel anxiety in dealing with your partner. There's enough anxiety already out there in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'd like to get to a spot where you're not anxious to hear. There's no sadness in you to hear about me going on dates.
So I heard you say to me that there's enough anxiety in the world, and you don't want more anxiety just for going on a date.
When I tell you I'm going.
When you're going to tell me you're going on a date.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel when you realize that she's anxious and sad and that you're going on a date?
How do I feel when she's anxious and sad? Well, it creates anxiety in me. As I feel anxious when you get anxious.
Mm-hmm. So you feel anxious, you feel my anxiety, and you feel anxious.
Sure.
How does that affect your date?
It didn't affect my date. My date was anxious for other reasons. To this dynamic.
So there were other reasons that your date was anxious other than this.
That didn't have anything to do with this. Yeah.
Okay. And so, Damon, can I ask you to just drop in a little bit deeper? Would that be all right?
Sure.
You said that, something that's bothering you is that Kat gets kind of sad or anxious when you tell her that you have a date, and then it makes you anxious because she's upset, and then, or upset is my word, she's sad or anxious. So you go out anyway, but you're anxious about doing it. And I'm not sure that's exactly what you meant, but I made that up as well. Are there any of those feelings that remind you of something from your childhood?
I don't think so.
Any anxiety or people feeling sad or anxious around you? You feeling anxious?
Nothing. No, there wasn't really much sadness or anxiety in my childhood, except for, usual teenage angst, I think.
Mhm. What was your teenage angst like?
Oh, things like going out drinking and getting caught, that type of stuff.
Do you want to say more about that?
No, I didn't really have my youth was pretty well, I had a home, I had food. I don't recall having any stress or any of that kind of stuff.
Well, a family takes more than home and food.
Oh yeah, of course. And I had brothers.
Those are the basics of survival.
I just don't recall anything specific that would generate anxiety. It's reminiscent of this scenario.
Well, was there anyone around you that you wanted to make sure they weren't anxious?
No. In fact, I probably went out of my way to make my stepdad anxious.
You went out of the way to make your stepdad anxious?
I would think so.
Why is that?
I don't know. Who knows?
How old were you when your mom got remarried?
Oh, pretty young, I think 5 or 6.
Oh, that is young. 5 or 6 is young.
Yeah.
Were you still in touch with your dad?
No.
So he was out of the picture.
Yeah.
Mhm. Does it make you anxious talking about your childhood? I don't want to push you if you're not.
Oh, I don't mind.
Okay.
I'm not a generally effusive person to begin with.
Mhm. So it's hard for you to talk about.
Ask any questions.
When you say you're not a naturally effusive person, what does that mean? It's hard for you to talk about your feelings, or?
No, well, on the contrary, I'm very easygoing about talking about my feelings. But I don't. I wouldn't say I'm a gabby person or elaborative, or
Mhm. Yeah.
Um,
How were feelings handled in your family? Did other people talk about their feelings?
That is an excellent question. I honestly don't know if there was discussion of feelings. My mom's a hippie, so I imagine there was, but I don't recall any specific discussions of how you're feeling or what's happening here or this, that, or the other thing. So the answer is I don't know, but nothing comes to mind.
One way to remember it might be like, how was conflict handled in your family? You said you had some brothers and it was your mom and your stepdad. I wonder how conflict was, handled if it came up.
That's a good question. On the whole, I don't remember a whole lot of conflict. Wrestling with my brothers and fighting and that type of stuff was generally handled in a timeout type situation. Yeah, I don't recall. It definitely wasn't like a sit down and talk your feelings out type situation. It was usually like go to your neutral corners. And then I think one time my mom hit me with a spoon.
The old wooden spoon thing.
Yeah, like I happened to be in the kitchen and she happened to be holding something and it happened to be a spoon. I caught one across for whatever I was saying at the time. I don't know what it was, but I doubt that had little to do with me actually in hindsight. But
Who did it have to do with?
You know, you're a parent, you're stressed. And as I look back on it now, having a kid who I haven't hit with a spoon, but can certainly see how I would have at some points in my life. And, you know, you're anxious about whatever else is happening in the world and your kid pushes you too far.
You said your mom was a hippie. Do you think that she was anxious too?
No, I don't think so. She always seemed pretty laid back.
Until she had a spoon in her hand?
Yeah. So no, she always seemed pretty relaxed. She was generally loving, lots of hugs, lots of you know, closeness.
Mhm. How'd she get along with your stepdad?
They seem to get along very well.
How did they handle conflict?
You know, that's a good question. I don't know that I ever really saw them fight or have any disagreements. And then I think when they did start to have disagreements, I was out of the house a lot. I think my brothers took more of the brunt of that. You know, they separated when I was like 16 or 17. So I was already out driving, hanging with my friends, doing that kind of stuff. Spending nights with my girlfriends and stuff like that.
So that's how you survived your teens? You just got out?
I guess in a way. I mean, when I don't know if I wasn't getting away though. It wasn't like I was trying to get away. I was just out living my life.
Kind of like you do now?
Yeah.
You want to be out living your life? Doing what you want to do?
I guess, yeah.
So you'll notice that sometimes it takes a while for people to have some insight into their stuff and to develop a language to understand their survival skills or how they're managing. He clearly managed some of the stress. His parents, stepfather and mom, divorced when he was 16. But for him, there was never any conflict. Everything was perfect. Nobody had any problems. But he was out of the house spending nights at his girlfriend's repetitively. And that's what he's doing now. And so he's parentifying his current girlfriend, saying, I want to go out and spend the night and date my girlfriends now. And that's how he's dealing with the conflict, saying everything's fine. There's no problem at home. And I don't understand why you won't let me just go out, and why are you being so stressed about it? So he's putting her in this parentified position of being his mom, and at the same time, not understanding why it's not working to avoid conflict, it's just creating more conflict. So as we go on with this couple, you'll see how she begins to get more insight into her own feelings and what's coming up for her. And she really doesn't have a problem with them being in an open relationship, but she has a problem with them not being open emotionally about it. So what is the story of this narrative? What is the story that they make up? And can they drop into it a little bit deeper to understand what's working for them, what they can expand on, and what they want to try, instead of it just being his story, his narrative, and doing it his way? Can they come back around to, this is our story and our narrative. This is our story and our narrative. So let's look at some forms of therapy that we might take some interventions from. If you know Milton Erickson's work, solution-focused therapy and solution-focused brief therapy comes from Erickson's work around believing that people focus on the solution instead of the problem, get better faster. So he said that people could solve their own problems when they came in for therapy, very, very similarly to my concept of people having their own inner wisdom, their own inner solutions. He believed that if they focused on their own way to solve their problems instead of focusing on the problems, and they could get through therapy much quicker, much faster, and get to the end zone. So the idea was to do it with couples was to look for a way to solve the specific problem or issue without looking at the whole garbage can of the conflict, to look for small changes in one particular issue. So it was very goal-oriented, almost like coaching. And it could create a new way of communicating if you focused on a goal and something for the future. And for me, it's sort of like borrowing that hope from the future. We talk about the future taking, that vision that you create as a couple, the mission of the vision that you can use as hope for the conflict that you're in now. But he would start with 8 sessions and center on that solution and look for positive changes. So what's gone better since the last time we met? What have you done? What can we reinforce to build on the positives? It's very much like a life coaching model where you give someone a specific number of sessions. They set up the goals. You give them home assignments, and they meet those very small, measurable outcome goals. And then you review on a regular basis, how is that working? Do we have to modify? And how close are we getting to the goals that you set? And so we can integrate some of that into our work, where you begin therapy sort of with the end in mind, but remaining sort of open-minded, because a lot of times the goal that people come in with is not necessarily what they actually want. It may be what they say they want, but once they're in therapy and can peel off the projection, what they really want is a different desired outcome. But we can still be aware of the outcome and work towards the goals. And I also think it's good to have these intermittent evaluations where we really look at, well, where are we now and what are we working on and how are you feeling? Short-term focused therapies many times will ask, how am I doing as a therapist? Let's evaluate my performance in this system, and not just how are you doing? Are you getting better? But am I getting better? Am I working on this problem with you? And focusing on the problem is not as productive as focusing on the solution. The idea is that we can't change what's already happened, so we focus on the solution and not the problem. My theory is it's not so much even that you can't change the past, it's that you can't change any of the content. You can only change the way that you view it, the narrative, and the way that you make sense of it. So integrative relationship therapy kind of borrows from the future in the same way. They create the solution. Integrative therapy sort of borrows from the solution. And in a way, we can also look at the narrative therapy principles of looking at the story, looking at the completed story. We'll talk about Suzanne Iasenza's narrative sex therapy when we talk about sexuality. But narrative therapy is when you have a story that's woven into your identity. It's about the impact of the narrative. It's deconstructing the societal norms. We do it a lot with cultural issues. And we look at the person separate from the problem. We sort of tweak it out. And all problems have exceptions. The therapist is influential, but not at the center of the ultimate solution. And it really supports the client to be the solution. So what is the story in integrative relationship therapy? What's the story we tell ourselves about the problem and about the potential solution? What is the story that we're telling ourselves about the problem? Because that will influence what we think is the solution. And at the root of really integrative relationship therapy, and at the root of sex therapy, because we're really integrating relationship and sex therapy here, was cognitive behavioral therapy. And a lot of our work around couples and sex therapy has at its real core CBT, which is still used but adjusted in many ways to be more contemporary. But cognitive behavior therapy is based on the idea that our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors are all connected, and if we change one, we can change the other. So it's very systemic, right? If I change my thoughts about something, it'll change the way I feel about it, and that'll change how I act. So if I think my partner's having an affair, I'm going to have a certain feeling about that, and that's going to change how I act towards them. But if I change the thought that, no, they're not having an affair, they're just working late, then that's going to change my feelings about it, and then I'm going to act differently towards them. So again, it's a way of changing our thoughts, not necessarily even about another person, but about ourselves or about a situation. It's changing the narrative and being aware of how to do that. That's a very specific way of cognitive restructuring. Changing that deer path in the woods, the way that we think, that our neurological paths that lead us repetitively in these patterns of thinking and believing about the world. So cognitive restructuring can help modify those deer paths, those problematic thoughts. And once we do that, we can change our behavior. So, the core functional beliefs we have about ourselves that are destructive. I'm not good enough. I'll never win. I'll never be as good as my siblings. I'll never measure up. I'll never make it in the world. I'll never be as good as I tell people I am. I'll never be able to tell the truth. I'll never be good looking enough. I'll never be able to keep a relationship. All those are core dysfunctional feelings or thoughts. All those are core dysfunctional feelings or thoughts. And when we can change those thoughts, we can change how we behave. So when we confront that inner critic, I am good enough, I'm working hard, I deserve a relationship, I am plenty good looking enough, age doesn't matter in sexuality, and whatever those thoughts are that run us around, those in turn can help us change our negative behaviors. So I'll challenge you in this moment to try this yourself. So what is a thought that you're having about a problem right now in your life? Maybe you're not making enough money, or maybe you're not feeling well physically. What is a problem that you're struggling with? Just notice the thought about that. I'm not making enough money. I need a raise. What are the emotions that you're struggling with that are causing you to feel that frustration or that thought? So I'm feeling inadequate, I'm feeling frustrated, I'm feeling hopeless, and that causes another feeling. And then notice what you're feeling in your body when you feel that way. Maybe you feel tightness in your chest, or maybe you feel nauseous, or maybe you feel a headache in the back of your neck. What do you feel in your body? And how are your emotions and your thoughts and those physical sensations connected? So how is that feeling, inadequate or sad or hopeless, or the thoughts of I'll never make enough money, and that physical feeling of pain in your stomach, how are those things connected for you? And how are they familiar? Have you ever had that feeling in your stomach before, or that feeling of sadness or hopelessness, or that thought, I'm inadequate? Have you ever had those thoughts or feelings or physical sensations before? And if you have, what tends to trigger them? So being around other people who make more money, hearing a family member say they got a raise, watching a TV show where people look like they're driving nicer cars than you. Like, what is the thought that triggers you to feel this way? Just notice all of those connections. And then challenge the truth. Ask yourself, what is the evidence for this thought that I'm not good enough, that I'm inadequate, I'm never going to be enough? And what are some other thoughts that might be more helpful? I'm working my way up. I'm new in this field. I'm going to eventually have a private practice and make more money. I make plenty of money for my place in the world where I live in the country. I'm on my way to making the money that I deserve. How does your brain rationalize these thoughts, and how can you challenge that fear or any other thoughts that you might be avoiding? And notice when you challenge that fear, how some of the emotions begin to subside or even switch. Maybe you go into a deeper fear, or maybe you go into jealousy or anxiety or anger, or what is another feeling that comes up for you? Hope, joy, excitement, anticipation. And where do you feel that now in your body? Maybe you feel it still in your stomach, but it's a more fluttery, excited feeling. Many people describe anxiety and excitement as feeling very similar. So they feel the same feeling in their chest or their stomach. They feel the same feeling in their throat. Anxiety and excitement can feel similar. It's like when you're about to go out on stage and sing or act or speak. Fear and excitement can feel very similar. So if you were less fearful, what other emotion might be underneath that? If you weren't afraid, what would you feel? Underneath the fear, what is there? Could there be hope? And then if you could change your thoughts, the idea with cognitive behavioral therapy is you could change your life. So you can change your emotion and new behaviors will follow. So once I feel excited about making money, I feel hopeful, I feel interested, I feel curious. Now that new emotion is going to trigger new behaviors. Now you're scanning the environment for new opportunities, for side hustles, for a new job, for different clients, for new opportunities. So now the emotions, instead of shutting you down and detracting from potential new avenues of income, now you're more open to seeing things on the horizon. So changing your thoughts can change your behaviors. So just going forward, being aware of your thoughts and helping your clients be aware of your thoughts, focusing your thoughts on what's happening right now. Do your emotions reflect what's going on right now in this moment? If not, one way to help your clients or to help yourself is to focus on your senses. What do you see right now? And what do you hear? What's going on in the room? What do you smell? What do you feel under your feet? What does the air around you feel like? So be aware of what's right in front of you, not in the past or what you're afraid will happen in the future, but even right in front of your face, right above your head, right below your feet, right behind you, to the right and to the left. Notice something that you've never noticed in the room before. Being aware of your thoughts and focusing clearly on what's happening right in this moment also can bring you out of a dissociative place or out of a really anxious moment. So let's just review. We've talked about cognitive behavioral therapies. We've talked about solution therapy or solution-focused brief therapy. We've talked about imago therapy. We talked about PACT and neurological therapies. We've talked about EFT, Gottman, and IFS. And as we go forward into the next section, we will talk more about integrative relationship therapy and its application in the third section of IRT Foundations. Stay with me and I'll see you again soon. Welcome back. I'm Dr. Tammy Nelson, and we are in part 3 of the first module of the Foundations of Integrative Relationship Therapy. And today we're going to talk about the approaches of the treatment And we're going to really break it down session by session for you. Now, I broke it down into 10 sessions with some follow-up. You don't have to do integrative relationship therapy in 10 sessions. In fact, there is no magic to the 10-session treatment protocol. However, I believe that 10 or 12 sessions is a good amount of treatment for a couple. When you do the assessment and when you apply the treatment, you don't have to tell the clients you need to come in for 10 or 12 sessions. I really believe that you should personalize your treatment to your couples or to your individual who's working on their relationship issues, because everyone is so vastly different. When we talk about trauma, when we talk about intentional divorce, we'll narrow down things like addiction, aging. Everyone has different struggles and different goals, and you want to focus on your positive treatment outcomes. Some people might do very well with just a couple of sessions and some homework assignments. Other people might need ongoing support in even more than 10 or 12 sessions. They could be in therapy for months and months because that's what works for them. So let's take this 10-session model and learn the theories and how to apply the approaches to treatment. And then I'll also talk to you about how to modify the approach so that you can either stretch it out or combine it into a shorter stretch of treatment. So the application really is, again, geared towards your assessment. We've talked about assessment, how to assess, how to decide what people are going through and how much or what kind of treatment you're going to apply. But let's go through a 10-session application. So the first session normally is just naturally the story, right? So I showed you first session tapes of people who were telling their story, their narrative. And just naturally, what I've noticed over 30 years is that the second session, we come up against something that sounds like the excuses. This is why we do this. This is why we've always done this. This is why I respond to my partner this way. This is why I have to keep doing this. This is why I've done this all along. And so that's your motivation. That's your moment that you can sneak in some empathic or therapeutic confrontation. And I'll show you how to do that in a way that is received so that people can begin the process of change, of shifting their excuse to an understanding of why they've done that and understanding that this is a survival skill they may have had for their whole entire lives and that it's worked for them. And so then around the third session, we talk about the history, how this has worked since the beginning, how they got to where they've been in this moment in your therapy. And that's when we can sort of tease out the real motivation for what's happening. And so you'll notice that these 3 steps really happen on their own. That people tell you the narrative, they give you the excuses for why this is happening, and then they give you the history, and you can find out the real motivation underneath what's going on. And then in 4, 5, and 6, we get a more honest interaction. So the real interactions start to show up. You've created safety. You've created an environment where they trust you. They've come back for the 4th session. And you start to see what's really going on in the relationship. This is a good sign. They come in the 4th session and they're fighting, they're arguing. You see the repeat of the intensity of the conflict. And for newer therapists, it can feel disheartening because you might feel like, oh, we did such good work in those first 3 sessions, and here we are in the 4th session, and it can feel like the clients have sort of disintegrated all that great work. But this is actually a good sign. It means that they are showing you what actually happens at home. And so the 4th session is a real interaction. It can also feel like they're showing you, we have tried to do this on our own. We have tried to move mountains here, and now we're giving you the opportunity to do that for us. And a lot of therapists can feel really frustrated around this time and start to hear their inner critic, like maybe this isn't going to work. And if you stick it out to the 5th session, usually there's some big reveal, the truth and the purpose of what's sort of hiding underneath. Many times people then confess to an affair or some other real level of honesty that now they feel they can reveal in the session, or a truth has been revealed between the 4th and the 5th session. You also might feel like you sense that there's more to the situation than they're revealing, and you might be able to reflect the truth and the purpose of that interaction that they've brought to you. What's really happening? Do they need to stay in this dilemma for a reason? Where have they been practicing this and why? How has that worked for them? So you may be reflecting the truth and the purpose back to them. And we dig in deeper in the 6th session. Now we're really in the midst of it, and we can talk about the secondary gain of this sort of codependent relationship. Instead of being interdependent, they're dependent on each other to reenact this dysfunction, whatever they've gotten caught in. And so now we're really looking at, in the 7th session, what is the partner's investment in this dysfunction? And by the 8th session, we have a new level of denial. So this is where there's a lot of resistance in therapy. There's the desire to quit therapy. Sometimes they'll cancel, they'll show up late. And usually that's because the system has started to change. The system has started to move. And now they're trying to switch back to what they've always known. So they become disheartened, but they also become frustrated because they've seen the shift, they've seen the change. Maybe it's not as hot and juicy as they thought it was going to be, and they go back to what they've always known. So one partner might start to get sober and it's not as idealized as they thought, so the other partner leaves the beer on the counter. That's a blatant example of what might happen during that time, during the 8th week or the 8th session. So the 9th week or the 9th session is really a decision to either move or stay stuck. Are we going to move forward maybe in a new way, or are we going to stay stuck in this space? And that's when they might ask for more therapy. It's when they might look for a new therapist. It's when you might have individual sessions. If you're seeing them as a couple, it's when you might refer them to a group or an intensive. You might ask for more help from their psychiatrists or from other therapists that are treating them. And then session 10 is the integration. So everything that they've learned, the open compartments, the integration of all those selves, and the switching of the seats. So being able to really identify with their partner, empathize and validate with their position, and also feeling like they have rescued their relationship. It's no longer you being the rescuer. So you get to be the observer. And the follow-up is a plan to try on new hats, to integrate some new experiences, a new vision of the relationship going forward. So a lot of times I like to have a booster or reboot of at least a couple sessions at some point, or I have an intensive. Let's just say we've gotten that far, they go home, they go right back to the way things were, and they feel frustrated because nothing has changed. Or they've gone back to where they were and now they feel worse. So an intensive might be a 3 hours or 1 day session where we can really dig into that conflict and then have enough time to process. Sometimes meeting with people for an hour a week or an hour and a half a week isn't enough, right? You might have the feeling if we just rip the Band-Aid off and now you have to go home and be in that conflict. There's not enough time. There's a lot of theories about how long you should meet with a couple. Some people say an hour and a half a week. Some people say 2 hours a week. Many people are still doing 45 minutes with a couple. I think the longer you can do, the better. So if they can only meet for an hour and a half or 2 hours every few weeks, it's better to meet every couple weeks for a longer time, but not as often. The financial constraints might mean that they have to spread it out, but that might be more beneficial than coming every week for 45 minutes or an hour. But your format will depend on your personal schedule, your financial needs, and theirs. Another way to treat couples is in a retreat format, so in a big group over a weekend, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in the treatment in the future and the waves of future treatment aspects when we get to that section. So let's dig a little bit deeper into each session and how those might work for you. So in session 1, again, we're telling this story. So if we go back to Erin, where she told the story of her affairs, or of Bill and Sue when they told the story of wanting an open relationship and Bill not wanting it, and Sue saying, we're already doing it and I'm not going back. The idea of sharing the story is part of how you create an alliance and a space to work with them, how you react to that, how you show empathy and understanding without getting deep into the work in the first session, because you're really introducing the work to your clients. And you're also assessing what kind of work are we going to do? How deep are we going to go? As a sexologist, there is a model that we call the Plicit model. And the Plicit model was developed by Jack Anon in the 70s. And it basically means that there is an upside down triangle, and it's a representation of the type of treatment that you're going to see as a therapist. And the greatest number of people that you're going to see are clients who basically need permission. They need permission to talk about their problems. Many times it has to do with their sexual issues if they're coming in as a couple. And that can include things like affairs or open relationships or sexual dysfunction or desire issues. What I call the desire gap, wanting different things or different amounts of sex in the relationship. Giving people permission to talk about that, even just in a couple sessions, is many times enough to shake things loose enough that they can do it on their own at home. So you might not need 10 sessions. You might need 1 or 2 where they can tell the story, where they can communicate with each other, and where you can create enough safety and a container where you've given them permission to talk about things that have up until then not been talked aboutable. The next group of people that you might see in your practice are people that just need limited information. So they might need information on how to deal with their emotions, or how to understand their sex life, how to talk to each other about sexual dysfunction, how to find things like sexual lubrication, or things that can help with orgasm or erectile dysfunction. Maybe they just need limited information that they don't know where to find. People first go to Google before they go to you, but there's so much stuff on the internet, and being able to parse through that to find what is actually helpful versus what's a waste of time might be something that you can help with. So just giving them limited information on what they're actually needing can be really helpful. But they may not need 10 sessions for that. They might just need some basic education. To use I statements when they're frustrated, to take a time out if their emotions get too intense, if they've had extreme trauma, to give them limited information about what trauma means and how it's going to show up in their relationship. And to give them education around self-soothing and ways that they can take care of each other. The next group is specific suggestions. So giving people homework assignments, giving people suggestions to have a sex date once a week, giving people interactive exercises that they can do at home, or if they've experienced trauma, writing a letter to their abuser and then burning it. Things that they can actually do that are specific, measurable, that have an outcome. A lot of people want a list of things like, what do we do? How do we do this? An appreciation dialogue that they can practice at home. We talked earlier about that appreciation dialogue. Many times I'll give people the assignment of give your partner 3 appreciations every night and just mirror them back. And that's an assignment I'll give after the first or second session, so that people get in the habit not only of appreciating each other, but of learning to mirror back and forth, learning to have the conversation that's like a check-in, and learning to appreciate each other on a regular basis. Another specific suggestion is an actual 15-minute check-in where I ask them to share every night, how am I, how are you, and how are we? And to keep it light and polite. They don't have to dig in deep, but it's a way to check in and feel like your partner has an awareness of what you think is going on with them and what you think is going on with the relationship, and also gives them some insight into how you're doing. So that would be an example of a specific suggestion. How am I, how are you, and how are we? And just have them do it every night for 15 minutes. Now, that couple might last a little bit longer or less often, and then or come less often. And then the intensive therapy clients are going to come less often, but need more therapy. So in other words, you're going to see, that wasn't right. The intensive therapy clients, you're not going to see as many of them, but they are going to need more intensive therapy and may come for even more than 10 sessions, or they may be the ones that need to come for an intensive, a day or 2 full days. And they may be the ones that need extra help in between. So maybe you have 2 sessions a week, or maybe they need contact from you as your therapy continues. Your intensive therapy clients are going to be the clients who have been through betrayal trauma, affairs, illness, job loss, issues with their children. They're going to be the ones that need more therapeutic support and need more clinical acumen on your part. So it's permission, limited information, specific suggestions, and intensive therapy. So the client you see in session 1, you're going to assess. You may not know right away, but you're going to give them permission to talk about their story. You're also going to assess what it feels like for you to sit with this person. So using your own countertransference, what does it feel like to be in the room with this person? That's going to give you a lot of information. When we talk later about the therapist as self, we're going to really key in on using you as a barometer for where the client is. So in the first session, what is it like to be with that person? You know, I'm going to ask you, why are they there? And then after the first couple sessions, why do you think they're really there? Because a lot of times people will come in for those cover issues like communication. And then it takes a few sessions, a little while, a few hours to figure out why they're really there and what's really going on. And then to really cue in on, what am I feeling? What am I feeling in my body? Where am I feeling it? What's happening for me in this interaction with the client? And without judging it, I shouldn't be feeling this way. I should be feeling something different. I should stop the way I'm feeling. Just noticing. Notice and understand that this is important therapeutic information that you're going to use in your work with the client. So notice what is the couple's narrative and what is the story that they're making up about themselves. keeping in mind that there's two parts of a romantic relationship. There's the companionship, which is the roommate relationship, how they manage their day-to-day life, how they manage their family, their home. It's sort of the business part of the relationship. But the whole other part of the relationship is the eroticism. So that's the passion, the sexual desire, the in-love part. And many times couples will either focus on the roommate part, thinking that if they can improve that, then the sex part will just fall into place. But eroticism is more than just sex. It's a whole idealized energy around sexuality and around attraction and around desire and around arousal. So what's the story around this relationship? If we could improve the sex, the companionship would get better. If we could improve the companionship, the eroticism would get better. One person wants more eroticism, the other person wants a happier roommate life. What's the story there? I can tell you that if the erotic life is going better, there's less stress in the companionship side of the relationship. But many times people will come in focused on the companionship. They don't do the dishes, they don't take out the garbage. We are arguing about the roommate side of our life, when if we can get through those cover issues, many times the loss and grief and frustration is really about the erotic aspect of the relationship. So this is where you can dig in a little bit deeper to the narrative. What is the narrative of the problem? What is the cultural expectation? That one of us should do all of the roles of the roommate life, the companionship. I should be in charge of that. I should be in charge of our family, or you should be in charge of the providing for our sustenance. Like, what's the narrative that we are focused on? It's woven into our identity. It's woven into our identity as a couple. It's woven into the impact of this story that we have. So teasing out from the very beginning, separating out the narrative from the person, separating out the problem from the story, from the relationship, from projecting it onto the person, we can begin to have a different understanding of what's happening. Each person brings their narrative into the relationship, and so we can begin to tease out what have we projected onto the relationship. So we also, as a therapist, will project our own narrative onto the relationship. Oh, you're just resistant. Oh, you're just lazy. Or this is never going to work. Or this is going to be a tough case. Or I'm not sure I can handle this. Or this is too much for me. Or I'm going to need extra help. Or this is going to be easy. Or I really like this couple. Or I'm not sure I trust them. Like, whatever your first initial story is, just notice it. And notice it, because you are introducing it to the clients, whether you believe it or not. And they are contributing to that. They're projecting that onto you for a reason. And it will probably shift around, right? It will probably shift around as you align with one or the other. Even if you're seeing an individual, you may align with someone in their story. You may feel sympathy or empathy for someone that they're talking about in their life, someone in their story. You may start to feel protective of their kids or their parents or their partners. Where is that reaction, and why is that client putting that on you? How is that happening? So really in the beginning, you're creating an alliance, and you're also noticing what's coming up for you in your own narrative. You're creating the space to do the work, and you're figuring out, like, what is the work? Maybe you're not the ideal therapist for this person, and giving them the option to change therapists at any time throughout the process. But if it feels like it's a good fit in the beginning, encouraging them to stick it out. I always ask people what their therapy experience has been, what's worked for them, and what hasn't. That'll give you a lot of clues about what's going to work in this therapy and what might not. If somebody says, oh, I've had like 6 therapists and I sued 3 of them, and I don't think any of them did a good job, I might be hesitant to even take them on, or I might challenge that with the client, like what hasn't worked, and why do you think that is, and how did you contribute to that story? If someone says, you know, I've had one therapist and she was amazing and I just adored her and she was like a mother to me and she had me over her house for Thanksgiving, and I might confront that a little bit too and say, you know, that's not going to be this therapy. That's not who I am. I have different boundaries than that. Like really being clear about how you are different or similar to past therapeutic experiences. And what you'll find is that most people have had therapy with other therapists before they get to you, particularly if there is a real crisis in the relationship. Many times they'll even have 2 or 3 therapists before they get to you. And find out how they interacted with that therapy, what was the work, and how that could influence your work going forward. And know you're always doing an assessment. You're always doing the work of sussing out who is this person, what do they need, and what is their positive treatment outcome. What do they want or need? And explaining to them how you work. If you're an integrative relationship therapist, you will, if they're a couple, you will have them work with each other. There may be some home assignments. You will not do individual therapy with each of them in the room. You will do therapy with them, teaching them how to work with each other. And that you will challenge them at different points in a really direct way, and that it's okay for them to feel challenged or upset or even angry at different times, either with you or with each other, and that's something we bring into the therapy too, because changing the way that you have behaved with each other up until now can be really difficult. And so therapy can sometimes be, I keep saying the word challenge, but therapy can sometimes feel painful. It shouldn't be destructive. So you shouldn't go home and have to recover for 2 or 3 days, but you most likely will feel exhausted after each session. And I ask people to commit to feeling light, to acting light and polite towards each other after the session, and not spending a lot of time deconstructing the time, but letting it marinate, sort of like stew, just letting it sit, and then processing it in the next session when they come in. So that's kind of the process, and letting people know how that's going to work, checking in at the beginning of every session. How did you feel about the last session? And assessing how that affected them during the week. And also to really give the session some space, give the client some room. The first session, there may be more talking with the client and letting them know how it's going to work, but also in every session, including the first session, giving them the space to talk. So remember, this is the session where they're going to want to tell you their story. So give them the space to tell the story. If you feel like you want to interrupt, you can ask questions, but use the acronym WAIT, why am I talking? Really make your input have value. If they come in as a couple and they seem very connected and happy, you don't have to challenge that. If they're arguing, you can ask them to take turns telling their story. One way to break that pattern of negativity in the first session is to ask one partner, why do you think your partner wanted you to come today? Or what do you think your partner's going to say to me about why you're here? Or what do you think your partner wants to get out of this session today? Or what do you think your partner is going to think about therapy depending on how it works out? Or what do you think your partner's positive treatment outcome will be from therapy? Or how has your partner's experience with therapy been in the past? So you're asking them to switch seats emotionally. How do you think your partner feels? Is there a dragger and a draggee today? So that you automatically connect with the person who wants to be there the least. Those are questions that can break them out of the pattern of one person who is the complainer and is really there because they're the most unhappy. You know, the problem with a lot of couples therapy today is that we tend to align with the one who's the most emotionally articulate. And as therapists who are concerned with emotions, we will most likely align with the person who's the most emotionally upset, working towards deconstructing the cause of the affect and teaching people to emotionally regulate their affect. But just because they're more articulate or they maximize or they talk more about their feelings doesn't mean the other person doesn't have them as well, clearly. So we have to be careful not to spend all of our time with the more articulate person or the person who's talking more about their feelings. And we'll talk more about that in the sex section of this course. So asking yourself, who are they? Why did they come in? And then why do you think they're really there? So these are the questions that I use in my supervision groups or when I supervise individual students or do consults for therapists. You know, who are they? You don't need to know their whole entire history from the moment they were born because that will come out later. You also don't need to take a 6-page assessment because, first of all, in the first session, you don't know if they're going to continue. I've heard a lot of therapists say, you know, I had people fill out my assessment and then they canceled. They just didn't come in. They didn't come in because it was, maybe they did all the work in the assessment or it was too much work or they were annoyed with your assessment because it was too long or it was just too personal. They had not established a connection with you yet. They didn't feel safe with you. And frankly, even if they do fill out those 6 pages, they're not going to be honest with you. And if they have to do it with their partner, they're probably not going to feel safe with their partner yet either. So if you're asking them all about their sex life, all about whether they've been sexually abused, whether they've cheated on their partner, you're asking them for very personal and deep secret information, and you're a stranger, that's not a great way to start off a relationship. I would wait and do any assessment verbally and over time. Give the relationship time to develop and let them know that you are committed to working with them and that you will give them permission to answer questions either individually without their partner in the room or as they feel comfortable. So really, these are the only questions you need to know in the beginning. Who are they? Why did they come in? And why do you think they're really there? Because, again, they may be there for a totally different reason than they identify. And then again, what does it feel like to sit with them? And with all that information, you should have a plan or a goal, at least initially. It may be to work on the betrayal trauma in the relationship. It might be to work on their sexual relationship and desire. It might be to work on just giving them information about arousal issues. It might be to help them discern whether or not they want to stay together or get divorced. You should have at least a general goal, and you could let them know. It doesn't have to be a secret. Okay, so now we're at session 2. In session 2 is where the excuses come in. This is why I've been doing this. This is why I drink. This is why I don't want to have sex. This is why I stay at work so late. This is why I can't stop arguing. This is why I'm not into my marriage. This is why I shop so much, eat so much, drink so much, do so much drugs. This is why I've exited from my relationship. So this is a turning point in the series of sessions because you, at that point, can confront that excuse. You're not confronting the client, you're confronting the excuse. And you'll notice the micro shifts in the session. Let's say you're doing an hour session. The first 10 minutes is the check-in from last time. How did you feel after we met last time? Most of the time people will give you, again, another story. You know, I felt a little bit of hope, but I still fought with my wife, and I realized that, I have this certain pattern that I keep repeating. So I thought it was good that, we really dug into that a little bit, and I'm hoping that it'll change. And then about 18 or 20 minutes into the session, you get to the real issue of what happened during the week. I couldn't help it. I had to call my girlfriend again. I didn't tell my wife because I know she'd freak out, but I really miss her and I just can't seem to end this affair. So then after 20 minutes, like 20 to 35 minutes in the session, we're talking about what's really going on and the excuses of why the person can't change. At about that time, the therapist can confront that excuse. It seems like you're saying, no matter what, you can't change. No matter what, you can't give this up. No matter what, this is really difficult for you. And then from 35 minutes to 55 minutes, there's usually the confrontation with the client's own emotional self. So the first section of the hour is usually the story. The second section of the hour is the sort of excuse of why the person's not changing. And then if the session continues successfully, we get into the deeper emotional self. And you'll find that pattern if you do hour sessions. I mean, that's an individual session, but the same thing happens pretty much in couple sessions. So there's a certain pattern. Now, you have to be able to wrap it up so that the person doesn't leave in that higher emotional state. So one way to do that is to summarize. It really sounds like you struggled this week. You got some hope from our last session, and you were feeling like, even though you fought with your wife, you could see some changes there in the way that you dealt with it. But at the same time, it might have brought up some grief around the reality that you're going to have to really end this relationship with your girlfriend. And that must have been very difficult for you because you reached out to her and you felt like this last gasp of hope for the outside relationship as well. And it sounds like even talking to her was incredibly painful. And when you hung up, it sounds like you were really lonely, and I really hear that pain that you're feeling. And is that right? Am I getting that? It sounds like you are really letting go. And to bring it around to the sort of the end of the session is almost a reflection of the beginning of the session. It's where you see that there was a glimpse of hope in the beginning, and so at the end, can you reflect that that hope is real and that the client is working on that they are progressing towards that. If there's been progression in the session, to be able to reflect that at the end. And so you're really sort of using that theory of the integrative relationship therapy because you are integrating the process of the parts of the self that have until then been split off. So the part that was split off in the affair, you're integrating and welcoming them into the session. The part that was split off, that was arguing with the wife, you're honoring that. The part that feels the grief and the shame, you're honoring that. So allowing all those parts and integrating them into who you see with you in the session, allowing those parts. Being able to accept those parts in ourselves is part of why we go to therapy. It's part of why we pay someone, so that they can be curious about us and the parts of ourselves that we're afraid to show. So when we mirror those parts back and say, I see you, I see this part, I see this part, I see this part, and I'm not afraid to talk about that part, it creates a lot of healing. So you can do this for yourself in a way. I want to give you a little bit of an exercise now. And I'll show you how to do it, and you can imagine it in your mind, or I'll run you through it, and then you can pause this course and write it down in your journal. So think of a problem, something that you're having in your life right now. Be clear about, what am I thinking about right now? Try to narrow it down. And then what emotions am I struggling with around that problem? What are the emotions that I'm feeling connected to that problem? And then take a moment to think about what are the physical symptoms that are attached to those emotions. What are the physical symptoms attached to those emotions? And then how are my feelings, my thoughts about the problem, and those physical sensations connected? How are my feelings, my thoughts, and my sensations connected? So let me repeat that. What is the problem that I'm thinking about? What emotions am I struggling with around them? What are the physical symptoms or sensations that I have? And then how are those three things connected? How are my feelings, my thoughts about the problem, and my sensations connected? And then the last question is, what thoughts trigger you to feel this way? So what are the actual thoughts that are triggering those combined experiences? Are there other thoughts that might trigger you? So you can practice this around a problem in a relationship. So if you think about a problem in your relationship, try to get really clear on that problem and what you're thinking about. And then what are the emotions that you're struggling with around that problem in your relationship? And now what are the physical symptoms or sensations that are connected to that? And then how are my thoughts about that problem in my relationship, my feelings, and the sensations in my body, how are they all connected? So if you feel, let's say you have a problem in your life of jealousy, that your partner is texting someone that you don't trust, and so the problem that you're thinking of is jealousy. The emotion that you're struggling with is fear. You're afraid that something's going to happen. And the physical symptoms are you get agitation in your stomach, like a physical pain in your stomach. So the feelings of fear, the thoughts of jealousy, and the sensation in your stomach, they're all connected in a way that you almost feel like you're getting sick. And so the whole experience makes you feel sick, and it makes you feel like you have to cover your stomach, like you have to protect that soft, vulnerable part of you, almost as if someone's going to punch you in the stomach or you're going to be sick. And so knowing that you're vulnerable, knowing that you want to protect yourself, knowing that you need to boost your immune system, knowing that you have to be in charge of staying well, of being strong yourself, and yet there is a part that feels very vulnerable that you have to protect. All those issues and those thoughts are important to know about this problem that you're having in your relationship. And the thoughts that might trigger you to feel this way are important to drill down into. Why is my partner doing this? What's going on in that relationship? Does it mean that they don't really love me? Does it mean that our relationship is over? What are the thoughts that are triggering you to feel this way? Let's sort of drill down into them a little bit more. Are they realistic? Do they need confrontation? Do they need more communication? And as you have each of those thoughts, what's happening in your body? What's happening in your stomach? Are there certain thoughts that make your stomach hurt worse? Or are there thoughts that help you to let go of those feelings in your body and those emotions? So what we put into the relationship will also cause some of those triggering feelings and sensations. So going to your partner saying, I can't believe you're cheating on me, versus, when you text this person, it makes me feel like really upset. I get this stomach ache. Those are two different things that you're putting into the field of your relationship. And so in this session, talking about how we want to interact, not only in our own body, with our own thoughts, with our own feelings, but in the field of the relationship. One of the best therapists I know that talks about putting something into the space between us is Heidi Schleifer. She's a therapist that has trained in imago relationship therapy and has created her own type of couples therapy. She's just really brilliant therapist. But she talks about holding resentment as polluting the relational space, that we either put something positive or negative into the space between us. She has a great TED Talk. I'm going to just show you a piece of it, just a few minutes, about 3 or 4 minutes, and where she talks about this.
Let me start by talking to you about the space. It is the Jewish philosopher Martin Buber who said, "Our relationship lives in the space between us. It doesn't live in me or in you or even in the dialogue between the two of us. It lives in the space that we live together." And he said that space is sacred space. Now, if we don't know about the space, if we don't know how to take responsibility for the space we live together, we will actually pollute it. The way I polluted the space with my mother, I polluted the space with my mother not because I was feeling my feelings. I polluted the space with my mother because I unconsciously put all these emotions in the middle between us, unconsciously. When we don't know about the space, we pollute it quite automatically. A word, a look, a reaction, a withdrawal, a criticism, a judgment, we put it there unconsciously. And the space becomes uncomfortable. And when the space is uncomfortable, we react to the discomfort in the space, and the space becomes more uncomfortable. And slowly but surely, discomfort after discomfort, the space becomes dangerous. And then we react to the danger in the space. And how do we react? Some of us react by exploding our energy. We talk louder, we shout, we say many words, we're in your face. Some of us react to the danger in the space by constricting, hiding, withdrawing our energy. And once those two reactions come together as a reaction to the danger in the space, the danger grows, and now we are reacting together to the pollution and danger we co-created in the relational space. What shall we do? How do we take responsibility for the space between us, which is sacred, as says Martin Buber? Here comes the metaphor of the bridge. We take responsibility for the space between us by crossing the bridge to the world of the other and bringing our full presence on the other side.
And so the bridge exercise that I do is where the therapist recognizes that each partner is responsible for their own side of the bridge, their own sexual and emotional growth, and the bridge in between them is the partnership. Now, Heidi Schleifer's exercise is we go to the other side of the bridge to experience what the other person's world is like. I like to experience the bridge as a meeting place where we can recognize that sometimes we're halfway over the bridge, sometimes we're 3/4 of the way over the bridge, but we cannot have a bridge if we don't each work on our own side of the bridge. And many times we think that our side of the bridge is the only side of the bridge, that it's always like our side of the bridge. The whole world sees the world through our side of the bridge. And recognizing that we each have our side of the bridge to be responsible for is the beginning of the therapy. So now we're in session 2 and recognizing that we are differentiated. We are two different people. We have two different experiences. And we need to begin to peel off that projection, to see each other as different people, and to know that we are going to be visiting each other's sides, and that the idea is not to come up with one story. So many times the second session is, let me tell you why my story is the right story. Let me tell you why I'm right, and you should convince them to align with me. And let me tell you why my story is correct. And let me tell you all the details about why my story is correct. You know, it didn't happen that way. You're remembering it incorrectly. It actually happened on the 7th of July and not the 7th of December. And you actually said this and not this. And we were actually driving in the car and not swimming. And there's a lot of time wasted on people trying to convince the other person that their story is the right story. And it's irrelevant, because you will always have two different stories of the same experience. You will never have the same story of the same experience, because everyone sees the experience from their own lens, from their own side of the bridge, because we all come to the experience from our own history, with our own story, with our own narrative, from our own backgrounds. So even if we're both on July 7th and it's the same day and it's the same car and we're going to the same place, we will never describe it exactly the same way. So the idea is not to come up with the exact same story. The idea is for each of us to understand what the other person's experience of that story has been like. And to be curious. Isn't that interesting that you had that experience, that it was a beautiful day and we were driving in to your mother's and having a lovely afternoon, and my experience was we fought the whole time and you were driving too fast and I was really scared and I had my foot on the floor the whole time hoping that you would go slower and brake. And so all of our experiences are not about aligning with the story. All of our experiences are about empathy. So the goal is not agreeing. The goal is to create validation and empathy. So session 3, we get into more of those triggers and emotional activations. Now people are activated. What do you mean it's not my story? What do you mean I'm not right? What do you mean I'm paying you as the therapist to tell me that I'm wrong, that my story is not correct? I thought I was coming here so that you could get them to align with me, so that you could fix them, so that we'd stop fighting, so that I didn't have to waste my time telling them how I'm right. And now we get into the real motivations, right? Now we get into the history of everything they've ever fought about. And now you begin to understand the triggers that activates people's emotions. And depending on, their own trauma history, what activates them will differ from partner to partner, from experience to experience, and even from session to session. So this is when you give them the skills of talking to each other. How do you talk about your feelings? So instead of saying you always do this or you never do this, we take out always and never, and we begin to give people the language of feeling. I feel blank when you blank. And using those I statements, I'm sure in your own graduate school education you've learned this. This is old news for you, but also know that most people don't know how to do it. And so you are teasing out the language in the session and just recorrecting all the time. So when someone starts blaming or criticizing or stonewalling or withdrawing, you help them to reimagine how to talk about that. So remember in EFT we talked about that any perceived distance is interpreted as danger because it sends a signal to your amygdala. And so people are going to go into fight or flight when couples are challenged. And so now in this third session, you're going to see that. And what I say is we seek out a partner in our own imaginary drama that matches who we believe we need to be. And so now with the projections peeling off, we're going to have more activation. So what is the meaning of what's happening in our relationship? What's the meaning of what's happening now? So you can see that in the third session, we get sessions that will expose the hot moments, the intense triggers. And this is a time when people usually crave home assignments. They want the transitional object from therapy. If you have worksheets, or in my case, a lot of my books have exercises in them, dialogues, things that people can use to talk more with structure when they're home. Giving those home assignments, I'll give you an ebook as a resource in this course. You can use that. It has some directions in it. Anything that you can give people to practice. If you have other books that you like, that you think they'll read, or chapters in books, giving people anything to do at home, even if they don't do it. I have a date night card deck, like anything you can give them, it makes them feel like the therapy is transitioning in between sessions. Just like a transitional object when children are young, it makes them feel like they're bringing their therapist home with them. So it can be very powerful. Session 4, you see the real interactions, right? You see the dance. You see if they're compliant or not with their assignments. And I can tell you that statistically 80% of people do not comply with home assignments. So if they don't do it, don't blame yourself and don't take that on. This is the moving mountains section of the therapy. It really takes a lot for people to shift. And so this is the dance. This is when you really see the dance. This is translating the metaphors. What does it mean to have communication issues? What does it mean when people say, I have trust issues, I don't trust you? What does it mean when someone says, you're so distant, or I feel distant? What don't you trust? You don't trust that your partner's going to slow down if they're speeding. You don't trust that who they're texting isn't going to lead to an affair. You don't trust that they can watch the children when you're not home. You don't trust that they're telling the truth in therapy. What is it that you don't trust? So being really clear. And what does communication mean? Like, what are the communication issues? Is that you always have to go to their side of the bridge, or they never talk, you do all the talking? Is that because you're the pursuer and they have no room to talk? Is that because you're the maximizer, because they minimize everything? This is the approach avoidance moment. Who's approaching and who's avoiding? And what is the dance? And can you actually illustrate that dance? I see you approaching and I see them avoiding. And this is where in the therapy I notice that, and you get very quiet when, and it seems like there's one person who's conflict avoidant in this relationship who doesn't want to fight and creates a lot of space around themselves and will avoid talking about some of the things that are more conflictual. And I've noticed that you said things like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Why are we bringing this up? And that makes your partner very anxious, and they tend to get bigger and louder and more intense, and they are pursuing you, trying to get an emotion out of you or a response. Because it sounds like they feel like they're not heard. And they have some abandonment around that. And I'm wondering if you notice that. And then you go into the cave deeper and deeper, and eventually you come out and go, okay, what? And your partner's like, forget it, I don't even want to talk to you anymore. And so you have this dance, this approach avoidance dance that you've probably been doing for a long, long time. Many times when you point that out to a couple, they'll say, oh my God, do you have cameras in my house? That's amazing. And also pointing out, when does the commitment to the relationship being unfairly demanded upon? So what we call that hostage taking, I'm sorry for that horrible word, but it's like when you are in a monogamy agreement and you're committed to a relationship, but you don't want to have sex. And you have not said that we're explicitly platonic, but you don't want your partner to have sex with anyone else. So that's like holding them hostage to a monogamy agreement. Manipulating a partner by saying, you know, I'm going to leave you if you don't, or I'm only here because. Those kind of threats and exits are really important to begin to tease out around this time. Session 5 is usually a big reveal. So we've confronted the hostage taking, we've confronted the unfair commitments, the manipulation, sometimes gaslighting. And so session 5, sometimes the truth will come out. Well, I do want to leave, or I am going to have sex with someone else, or this is the reason I'm not having sex with you. Or so we see what appears to be backsliding, but it always represents something else. It's a reveal of something. This is where in IFS we might find that there's been an exile for a reason. We've been holding on to a part of us that's stashed a bunch of feelings that have been too intense to let out. And now the doors are sort of opening up to emotions. In IRT, in integrative relationship therapy, this would be the time to do some integration. And so some of the questions that you could ask or have the freedom to ask at this point, now they trust you, they're deep into the work, are around, you know, what are the parts you've been compartmentalizing? You know, what have you been disintegrated? What have you split off outside of yourself? Parts of you that you've been denying. What parts of you does it not feel safe to explore? So has it not felt safe to be a woman, or to be gay, or to be sexual, or to be in your desires? And we can begin to explore those. So something you might want to ask yourself as the therapist are like, what are the cover issues here? What are the metaphors? Can you translate them? What are they covers for? What is your best behavior as the therapist, and what is your worst behavior? So what are you doing really well here? That's really an important question to ask. What are you doing really well? And then when you're not doing really well in the session, why not, and what are you doing? So session 6 is the secondary gain session. This is where we begin to look at why is the couple still staying in their drama. This is also more triggers, more hot moments, but we also see the collusive dilemma. So this collusion is going to confuse you if you don't understand why the couple's not improving or moving on. It's usually because they're colluding on staying stuck. Now you may see some expansion and contraction in their relationship. Like it seems like there's some room and some space, and then they go back to the way they were. So let's take some time to look at like the micro shifts that happen. You might see people turning away from each other, but mirroring each other. If you notice this couple, they're turned away from each other, but their body language is exactly the same. So as much as they might be contracting because they look like they're angry, they're actually exactly mirrored. And so you could point that out. Like, isn't it interesting that you guys look like you're mad, but look how much you're like a mirror of each other. You're doing the exact same things. Sometimes people expand away from each other, and like this guy's got his back to this other person, and she is picking at something like the pillow. She's really, really nervous. And so you could point that out. Like, it looks like you are putting your back to your partner, and I'm wondering what's happening, and looks like you're really anxious, and be really clear on what's happening in the body language. Where are they expanding or contracting in the actual session? You can see it sometimes in just the shapes of the couple. Even though this couple is parallel, they're shoulder to shoulder, he's looking away, and the look on his face is of confusion. She's aligning with the therapist. He may feel like he's left out of the triangulation. This is an interesting one because she's like, he's like, see no evil. She's like, hear no evil. Where is the movement here? Is it that the therapist is able to connect with him but not with her? What is she shutting out that she doesn't want to hear? I would focus more on the actual process here than the content. And I would ask her, what is it that you're not wanting to hear right now? What is it difficult right now about this moment that you don't want to hear? What are you feeling in your body right now? What is the physical sensation? What is the thought? And what is the emotion? And how are they connected for you? And when she shares that, I would have him just mirror that back. So can you summarize and mirror back what she just said? And then flip the script of the narrative. So play out the opposite outcome. How is this working for you? What's the payoff? How are you contributing to the problem? She never listens to me. Well, how does that work for you? Well, now I never have to talk. He's always yelling. How is that working for you? He gets to be the bad guy, and I get to complain to my parents that he's mean to me, and then they give me money and tell me to move out. How are you contributing to the problem? Well, I don't talk to him, and I slam doors, and so then he has to yell at me. So how can you begin to challenge the narrative for them? And I call that empathic confrontation. So asking them, what is your best behavior here and what is your worst behavior? Letting them really identify their worst behavior in this situation. Well, my best behavior is when I can open the door and come towards him so he doesn't have to yell. My worst behavior is when I go back into the other room and slam the door again. This is usually too when you're working with infidelity, and if you're going to watch the affair section, you'll get more in details of this, but being able to really get detailed about the conflict, so that you're not sucked into the drama in the moment that is bringing the pain, because we get triggered so much by the story. As therapists, we all have our own drama around whatever the emotional space is, and by drama I just mean the intense emotion. So being able to deal with it in a cognitive way can release some of that emotional content, both for them and for us. So being aware of the emotional content when it gets too intense can allow you and give you some space to begin to think about what you know about this problem. So for instance, in an affair, I identify an affair as having 3 parts. It's an outside relationship, something outside of the current partnership. It's some kind of sexual content, whether it's online or with an actual person. And it's dishonesty. So those 3 parts you can talk about from a cognitive perspective and say, which is the part that bothers you the most? And now we are in our thoughts and out of the affect. And then help the person focus on their thoughts about what's happening right now. And do your emotions reflect what's going on in this moment? And if not, you can focus on your senses. So if someone starts to get overwhelmed in their emotions, I'm so overwhelmed because you had an affair and I can't turn off that feeling and I just want to get up and run out of the room. Well, what do you see in here right now in this room? What's going on around you? Be aware of what's right in front of you and try not to focus on the past or what you're afraid of is going to happen in the future. So we get people into their cognitive self, being aware of the thoughts, being aware of sensation. And then we can go back to the feeling self. Now, as you are more centered in your body, now when you think about what happened, what's coming up for you, what are your feelings? And you can ask the partner, can you just mirror that back? It sounds like they're feeling. And then we can do a dialogue around that. And now we're going to move to session 8, which is usually the switchback. That's the denial. And it's usually when we have to reassess what's happening and point out the backsliding and maybe what it represents. And talk more about what is the secondary gain here. How does staying in the roles benefit both parties? How does staying in the roles benefit both partners? So why are you not changing? What ways is this working well for each of you? And what is a new positive treatment outcome? Usually people have resisted changing, but something has shifted. And this is like the last ditch effort to go back to the way things were because it's comfortable. And remember, the Gottmans say 60% of all problems in a relationship don't go away, they're more permanent. So the actual problem may not change, but you could point out and reflect for them how they're talking about their problems has changed dramatically. There's an exercise by Byron Katie where she really, I think, helps to peel off the projection, where she says, you know, just notice what's happening and question it and really say, is this true? And if you can know it absolutely, what happens when you believe it? And then what would you be without that thought? So what would you be without that thought? Know it absolutely, and then what would you be if you didn't have that thought? So it's really peeling off the projection. So notice it, maybe write it down, question it, and then turn it around. So I noticed that my partner always starts fights. Okay, write that down, own it, and then question it. Does my partner always start fights? And then if I didn't think that, what would I be without that thought? If I didn't believe that my partner always started fights, what would I believe? What would my relationship be like? What would my life be like? Well, maybe I would have to think that maybe I start those fights. Or maybe we don't really have as many fights as I think. Or maybe I can't blame my partner for always being the one that starts arguments. So it's really a way of challenging and peeling off that projection. And now, by the time we get to this 9th session, we really are in that space of decision making. We're in the vision part of the relationship. We've gone through some deep insight work. We've made it through the crisis. We've done some deep insight work. We're still doing insight work. But now we're creating a vision. Are we going to stay together? If so, we're going to create a new monogamy agreement. We're going to work together to envision what our relationship is going to look like going forward. And we have the skills now to intervene in the moment when things are rough. So therapy at this point should have a vision of the end in mind. And we should all be aware of some desired outcome so we can work towards our goals. And you could check in with them. How are we doing? How are you doing? How am I doing? How's the therapy going? Focusing on the problem is not really productive. It's more productive at this point to focus on the solutions. And remember that brief solution-focused therapy is really helpful. And again, continuing with those paradoxical interventions, you know, how does staying in this role benefit you? In what ways could this be working for you? And if you think about it, that's a way of staying positive about the outcome. So even if things are not shifting or they're going backwards, it's still giving them a spin of like, you know, this is working for you. And then it also puts the impetus on them to change instead of you being the therapist and saying, I have the answer right here in my drawer, but I'm not going to give it to you. So this way you have the answer in your drawer and you can take it out whenever you want. So now we're in session 10, which is really the integration of everything that you've done so far. And switching seats, like I'm not the answer giver, you're the answer giver. And it's also the ability to switch seats with each other so that you can have empathy for your partner. And this is where we move from letting go of the unknown parts of ourselves and becoming more successful, more known. Letting go of the unsuccessful parts and honoring them. And I have a model where I really believe that the resources in the relationship include time, attention, affection, and sex. Now, they are not limited, but they are balanced in a way that may be different from your partner's resources. So I might need more time, my partner might need more affection, I might need more attention, they might need more sex. They also build upon each other. In order to have more attention, you need time. In order to have affection, you need time and attention. And all those things can lead to having sex. So it may be when your partner says they're jealous, it might mean they need more attention. So jealousy might be one of those cover issues for something else. Giving clients this language, this cognitive identifying language, can help them, quote unquote, communicate what they actually want. So if I'm not happy with you, what is it that I'm not happy about? That I feel like you're giving too much attention to this person on the phone that you're texting all the time. It doesn't matter that you're being affectionate with them. I don't care if you're sending them little heart emojis, but the fact that you're spending all this time and attention towards them, I feel like it takes away from time and attention towards me. So I don't care if you're sending naked pictures of yourself and having sex with them, but you need to spend more time and attention home with me and put your phone away. So what is it that's actually needed in our relationship, and how can we find a better balance? So again, revisiting their positive treatment outcome. What is their narrative and their positive story? How is this working for you? What's the payoff? And how have you contributed to the problem and can now contribute to the solution? So they should have a language. They don't have to walk off into the sunset perfectly happy, but they should know the language of their positive outcome and be committed to it. So a follow-up means that they have access to you for ongoing treatment. So there should be an ongoing plan that, if they want to try on new ways of coping or new hats, that they're welcome to come back for follow-up, a booster, maybe an intensive if they need it. And closure can include a review. In our first few sessions, we were in a crisis. We talked about the story, the excuses, the history, and then we did some real deep insight work, the real interactions, the big reveal, the secondary gain, the investment in the dysfunction and the denial. We really confronted those stuck places, and then we really integrated all those compartmentalized parts, and we've really tried on new hats and created a positive treatment outcome. And they can talk about what that process was like for them, and you should talk about what it was like for you as well. And then decide, 3 months from now you're going to come back in, or a month, or 6 months, or call me, or email me, or I'll follow up. Leave it open-ended so that people can feel like you're still there for them. And next, we're going to talk about affairs, and then we're going to talk about trauma, divorce, and monogamy. In the future section, we're going to talk about psychedelics, technology, spirituality, and the therapist as the self.